What do you mean, do your best? Flames burned hotter in many eyes and in even more hands, revealing a very grave face. Xuefan had solved their problem, but the meaning was very much eluding still. Taking the words at face value, it meant just what Xuefan said, to show just what they were made of by refining their very peak. But this is the second round. What would await them in the finals? If they went all out now, what would be tested then? Having gone through a weird requirement already, they reckoned going ahead with a few hidden cards was best. Of course, that didn't mean making a weaker pill than before, or it wouldn't be their best. The candidates nodded and went in with some restraints, though making sure to do better than before. Besides, only great alchemists like them would know the truth, while outsiders were none the wiser to the deception. Bailey Jingwei eyed them with a smile. You'd best not play smart with me. While there are 3 rounds, but to select a true alchemist, there's no need for all of them. What do you mean, sir? The candidates jerked, having been found out. Bailey Jingwei had a wicked smirk. Sword King Feiyun is a busy man and doesn't have the time to waste on your drawn-out refining. Maybe in the last round he'll find you an eyesore. So the second round is your time to show your best. Miss it and it'll be too late for regrets. An imperial capital alchemist is judged by aesthetics? The candidates were shocked. Then their skills would not be worth a lick in the last round, only judged by their fine traces or appalling visage. Bailey Jingwei shook his head. That isn't to say it will happen, but what if when you meet with the Sword King he'll judge your speech? Ha ha ha, who can say? With dark looks on their faces, the candidates sighed, feeling weirded out by these peculiarities in a competition. You're here looking for alchemists, not a pretty boy. What does skin have to do with any of this? Shangguan Feiyun was pissed, his face twitching. Blast it! Is he making a mockery out of me? What of my name? Shangguan Feiyun cursed. The rotten punk is using my manner to say what he likes. When word gets out they'll say I'm a queer with some depraved kink. How am I supposed to look people in the eye? Dan Qingshan chuckled. Brother Feiyun. Isn't Bailey Jingwei after Shangguan clan spies? With so many people, while the most will be swayed in not going through with this, only the spy will go all out. How is this supposed to single them out? How to judge? Shangguan Feiyun glared at the smiling guy. Dan Qingshan paused, then shook his head. I don't know, but he must have a plan. We're best off watching with calmness. Fine, I'll wait. If in the end I don't see a single spy, he'll have to answer to me. Huffing, Shangguan Feiyun spat. Dan Qingshan chuckled, looking at Xuefan in front with a hard gaze. Boy, why are you here? Are you in on this as well? Who? While most candidates were in a quandary, the top 3 were refining like always. They didn't give a damn about Bailey Jingwei's ridiculous speech. All they had to do was do their best to showcase their skills and ignore everything. They had that much confidence in their skills that none could match. If there was one restriction across the whole wide world, that would be strength. No matter where you were, all was based on strength. Kid, a Yuan Qi flame still? Yeah. You sure are something to bring a Yuan Qi flame to such height. Meng Feitian and his junior brother were amazed with Xuefan. Xuefan shrugged. It's only good control. TCH, can control ignore the other flame's interference? We've been alchemists for too long to fall for you cheap tricks. The old men weren't duped like those amateurs. But they didn't push Xuefan for his secret either. They knew alchemy had a rule not to ask. Kid, we're both peak 9th grade alchemists with a rare 10th grade sometimes refined. This time I'm ready to challenge a 10th pill. What about you? You're not that weak, so what are you going to make? 8th or 9th grade? With your cultivation and speed, you can't be just an average 7th grade alchemist, but a rare 8th grade radiant stage alchemist. Truly outstanding. Kid, such a talent is amazing. Xuefan eyed them in silence. The guy on stage clearly cherishes talent. Shangguan Yulin will be exposed soon. To make sure he'll go easy on me, I'll need to dazzle him. No choice but to show my hand. Xuefan's eyes shone and smiled. Seniors, I plan on making an 11th grade. The 2 staggered at the sudden response, then gave him a mean look. Kid, We know you've got talent and even thought about guiding you. Yet you mock us. Meng Feiyan glared. Xianxia cursed. We're really giving our all to challenge the 10th grade and you're saying you'll go for 11th? If that ain't mockery, I don't know what is. Humph, rotten punk. We respect your talent and you grow cocky with your seniors. Even with such a talent, your petty mind will hold you back. Seniors, you got it all wrong. That's not it at all. Zip it. You're telling me you're going to make an 11th grade pill. Smiling, Meng Feiyan was fuming. 8th grade is the limit for a radiant stage talent like you. 9th grade is impossible. If you were at our stage, maybe you might have a modicum chance of making an 11th grade. But certainly not now. Yes, impossible. You're clearly mocking us. Xianxia stood with Meng Feiyan. Xuefan shrugged, flinging spirit stones around to set up a bizarre array. The elders were taken aback. What are you up to now? This is alchemy, not arrays. Bailey Jingwei noticed the ruckus in front and looked curious. Family skill, pill array. With a mysterious smile, Xuefan went through the gestures. I'm making an 11th grade pill without an array. It's a pain, ha ha ha. Roar. Finishing one gesture, he pointed down and a draconic roar echoed out. Xuefan made another sign and the Yuan Qi flame blended with the array. What followed were constant roars as 9 fire dragons took to the skies. The still stumped amateurs were looking shocked, lost for words. What is that? Isn't it supposed to be alchemy? Bailey Jingwei was intrigued, eyes shining. Xuefan looked coldly at the crowd and Bailey Jingwei as he made another sign. It was time to reveal his worth, and to do that, a dazzling skill was required to knock them all off their feet. So much so the host will feel pain just thinking of killing a genius like me. Xuefan shouted. 9 dragons unite. Pill amplification. Roar. The 9 fire dragons clashed like how he did back in Tianyu. The medicine inside them combined with every clash. Bang. The fire dragons slammed into each other, making the boiling medicine flowing through them fly out and combine. In mere moments, Xuefan had done the impossible, refined the ingredients, combined them and formed the pill. As the last fire dragon slammed, its fire slowly faded to reveal a round scarlet pull. Xuefan was finished. The pill sent ripples around, burning as hot and bright as the sun itself. The audience basked in its aura with every release, filling their veins with power. This is an 11th grade pill? Meng Feiyan and Xianxia, the 2 grandmasters, were dumbstruck. All they could do was stand there like some fools, forking their jaws as their attention was robbed from the flames in their hands. Their own refining ruined. The spectacle had blown their minds. The rest didn't fare any better, looking dazed and bug-eyed. You're telling me that grand display was alchemy? You can do that? Why haven't we heard it before? Shangguan Qinyan, next to Xuefan, was just as overwhelmed. She didn't know, nor see, an alchemist being so flashy in his refining. Only Xuefan could make something as insipid as alchemy into a show. Sure enough, her eyes looked at him with a hazy gaze. He was an alchemist, she knew that from before, but not to this amazing extent. Like all pills were in the palms of his hands, waiting to just open them to show to the world. Xuefan made a sign and the small sun fell in his palm as he declared, Top 11th grade pill. Complete. Pa. Bailey Jingwei jerked so hard on the stage from his weak knees that he almost fell down. He ignored demeanor as he made a mad dash for Xuefan and gently received the pill, scanning every side of this genuine 11th grade pill. Sir Gu. Bailey Jingwei's lips quivered, overwhelmed by the act and the result. He was seeing Xuefan like a second father, his hands shaky. The guards were stunned. Being Bailey Jingwei's personal guards for many years, not once had they witnessed the wise prime minister lose his cool. Only before such an incredible alchemist did this man show such an absurd reaction. Bailey Jingwei grabbed Xuefan's hands, after reigning in some of the excitement, and declared, Sir Gu, you're a miracle. Now that you're an 11th grade alchemist, reaching the peak of 12th grade is only a matter of time. It's Western Land's loss for driving you away. But now that you're in the central area, it's truly great. Bailey Jingwei sounded a little crazed, his eyes teary. Zhuofan's eyes shook as well, for a different reason. This kid doesn't cherish talents, he loves them. If it was anything to go by, his poor life was safe when Shangguan clan's plan went bust. All that left was to incite the two camps into a war so he could cast his line. Zhuofan grinned, certain that the fight would end up with him showing himself and coming out on top. Sir Gu, please come on up. You are the undisputed king of this competition. With a flourish, Bailey Jingwei bowed and invited him up above all in this competition. Zhuofan waved his hands. Sir, please, this is only the second round. It'll be up to the Sword King's decision in the final round. With Sir's glorious talent, Sword King Feiyun will definitely appreciate you. Bailey Jingwei was elated, smiling from ear to ear. Even throughout the central area, there are but a few 11th grade alchemists, even fewer of Sir's age. You're exactly the talent Sword Star Empire needs. In less than a century, Sir will become the best alchemist in the world. Your worth can't be measured. Zhuofan grinned inside. I got him so good, he starts praising me. He couldn't help feeling pride inside. Since the guy was so nice and imposing, he found it hard to even try to refuse. So he walked with Bailey Jingwei on stage, under the revered gazes of the audience. Shangguan Qingyan was flushed from the glory. Shangguan Yulin, though, was another story. Watching the situation taking the opposite turn he wished for, he was gnashing his teeth and howling inside. He was the main here, but then that sub turned out to slip into the enemy camp first. If he hesitated now, then he might be eliminated. He could already see the scorn and piercing looks as he dragged his feet back to the clan. How would everyone else see him then? The fake nephew ended up being better than the real thing. How would his uncle take it? No, I have to do it better than him. There's only one way to kick him off his high horse and into his grave, to let the manor kill him for me. But before that, he had to get in himself. Shangguan Yulin ignored everything as he focused his all on the burning flame in hand. He threw 10th grade ingredients one after the other, swearing to make his best pill yet. The candidates around stared stunned. I say, what's got into you, brothers? Why is every refining you guys do akin to a duel? What's your beef with this pill anyway? The men didn't care much anyway. With Zhuofan having given them a goal to reach, and seeing Bailey Jingwei's reaction, they knew the second round was based on pill grade. They started their own process then, throwing in the best ingredients they had in hope of passing. The two grandmasters were dumbstruck for a long time now. Then their eyes looked complicated. Wait, Grandmaster Gu! The mere making of an 11th grade pill had upended their view of Zhuofan. Also obvious how he was better than them. Zhuofan smiled at the two. What is it? Seniors, do you have any more advice? We'd never be so presumptuous as to be Grandmaster Gu's seniors. The two were frantic and ashamed. Grandmaster Gu, has Sir made the 11th grade pill with your own 11th grade ingredients? Zhuofan raised an eyebrow, but shook his head. Why would I? With the manor giving us ingredients, why should I pay out of my pocket? But the highest grade the manor offered was 10th. What of it? Zhuofan chuckled, putting on the airs of an ascendant. All herbs have spirits. In a right match their grade will rise while in a poor one it will fall. My pill array drew on the world's energy to integrate the spiritual nature of the ingredients. So why can't it make an 11th grade pill with 10th grade ingredients? Why can't it? The two were too lost for words. Isn't that convenient to you? Why can't it? To you it's easy, but others didn't even think of it. In fact, this is unheard of. Sir Gu's talent is not just that of an alchemist, but of a grandmaster among grandmasters. To make it sound so easy, he's truly the pinnacle of his generation. The two bowed heavily and walked. Bailey Jingwei asked, Grandmasters, where are you going? We don't deserve that title. The two sighed. We now realize that there's always someone better out there. We lack training. We'll be entering seclusion and study upon alchemy. Fame and glory is not for us. We hope the next time we come out, we'll be able to catch up a bit to Grandmaster Gu. The two laughed and sighed. Old man, should we still compete? What competition? Since we're both lacking, are we to see who sucks the most? True. Competing now sounds like a joke. Ha ha ha. Watching their backs, Bailey Jingwei took a deep breath. Was it something I said? Is that why the two grandmasters are leaving? Faking innocence, Zhuofan turned to Bailey Jingwei. Bailey Jingwei smiled and bowed. Sir's amazing talent has opened their eyes. I've never seen old Meng look so carefree. Sir's talent has turned the two grandmasters into believers, into making them cast away fame and wealth, returning to their pure fascination with alchemy. I'm sure that decades later the two grandmasters will be even more amazing. To think the fake Pill King convention ended up helping Bailey Jingwei draw in another talent. From afar, Shangguan Feiyun clicked his tongue. This grandmaster skill is truly out of this world, and so young too. He has such ability with alchemy despite his poor cultivation. Even I can't help but cherish such a gem. In a couple of centuries, this man will become the best in the world. We definitely struck gold, roping him in. What do you think, old man? Dan Qingxin merely nodded, no longer concerning himself as to what drove Zhuofan to come here. See, cousin, do you think there's someone else who'll pass? Shangguan Qingyan stood next to Zhuofan on stage and glanced at Shangguan Yulin. To bring up the main who he planned on using for his own plans, but that was way too obvious and hinted at their connection. Zhuofan thus played deaf. Though not out of fear of being found out since it was all part of his plan, but out of worry that his value would drop to Bailey Jingwei. Coming out to recommend now is truly idiotic. Though Zhuofan was not so keen on doing it, Shangguan Qingyan was all for it. Shangguan Qingyan glared at his silence and pointed at Shangguan Yulin, faking wisdom. Cousin, don't you think that person is quite good? Nah, just plain average. Zhuofan didn't bother even looking. Shangguan Qingyan was annoyed, giving him the stink eye. Zhuofan tried playing it cool, but Bailey Jingwei's interest was spiked at her words. Bailey Jingwei looked over with sharp eyes and grinned. Ha ha ha. Grandmaster Gu must have such high standards. That man's refining is good. Quite good. Bailey Jingwei sounded off. But the sounds of alarm didn't sound in Shangguan Qingyan then. Still thinking, he took the bait and went on. See, Sir saw right. His alchemy must be great. Ha ha ha. Mrs. Too kind. It's not that I have good eyesight, it's Grandmaster Gu's high standards. To the two of us, he may be great, but Grandmaster Gu has a different worldview. Can he pass? Unable to contain her need to know the result, Shangguan Qingyan asked. Bailey Jingwei squinted, then beamed. Does Miss know him? No. How could I know him? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. It's fine either way. Since Miss finds him great, I'll keep my eye on him. Really? Shangguan Qingyan was giddy. Bailey Jingwei nodded with a most vague smile. Sure. Miss is Grandmaster Gu's cousin and must have good eyes. I'll keep Miss' thought in mind. Thank you, Shangguan Qingyan had a bright smile, then raised a taunting and smug eyebrow at Zhuofan. See that, I got cousin in as well. Humph. You just don't know how to use your new status now that the host thinks so highly of you. Zhuofan shook his head, sighing inside. Dumb girl, he has a sharp mind filled with suspicions. Since you're so open in your recommendation, of course he's going to eye him. Only not for the same reasons. He's looking at him like a spy and you just served your cousin on a silver platter. Not like it changes anything. It's all part of the plan. At least I didn't do it and drop my value. If I did it, once Shangguan Yulin is found out, the host will think my mind is lacking and will see me with different eyes than now. Thanks for taking the blame for me, girl. Ha ha ha. Snickering inside, Zhuofan avoided Shangguan Qingyan's gaze on purpose. Why are you looking away? You don't find my act helpful. 3 hours slowly passed like grains of sand in an hourglass. Bailey Jingwei saw most had finished their pills and called for the guards to take them, especially Shangguan Yulin's. He had no clue what was between Zhuofan and Shangguan Qingyan, but just like Zhuofan reckoned, Shangguan Qingyan leaked her intentions. This had him pay attention to this recommendation, Also, he didn't miss anything. The guards placed the pills in 2 piles. One had low and average qualities while ranging from 7th to 9th grade. The other had top pills. And from the luster and form, it was easy to tell they were seasoned alchemists. Bailey Jingwei had not one drop of interest in them, waving it away. The guards caught his drift, going into the crowd and grabbing the candidates to kick them out. Hey, what gives? I made a top 8th grade pill. Why are you throwing me out? Yeah. Why is my top 9th grade pill a fail too? What the hell? Why is a 7th grade a pass, but my great 8th grade is not enough? The people were rowdy and annoyed at the judgment. Bailey Jingwei didn't feel like making excuses at this moment, having them taken away before saying, I said to give your best, so congratulations. You did it while they did not. Roar. They cheered, having won the round. Shangguan Yulin was also clenching his fists, patting himself on the back for a refining well done. Shangguan Qingyan couldn't help but give Zhuofan a look of triumph. This way both spies are in. Only Zhuofan knew the ins and out, his mouth forming a thin smile. After the second round, 50 men were taken away, leaving only 34. Screening these many was far easier. Watching the ecstatic winners, Bailey Jingwei sighed, finally bringing this charade to an end. Time to close the net. Ha ha ha. People, come with me. We'll be holding the final round before Sword King Feiyun. Bailey Jingwei smiled and walked behind the manor. The others rushed in excitement. A guard blocked Zhuofan from going as well, bowing. Sir Gu, please wait. You don't have to join them. Yeah, Sir Gu. Your talent makes you the undisputed pill king. You don't have to waste time on more tests. Bailey Jingwei smiled at his puzzled look. If Sir finds himself bored, I can ask the guard to give you a tour around the premises. I'll be with you in a moment and enjoy some drinks. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. But I thought of seeing Sword King Feiyun. I can't. No, Sword King Feiyun will see you in person momentarily. Rest assured. Please have a little patience, Sir Gu. Bailey Jingwei cupped his hands and led the others. All the candidates gave him looks of envy. He just got first spot in one pill, even skipping the final round. Sword King himself will be seeing him. He'll be sure to enjoy all the glory and wealth of the imperial capital, lavishing in the power the new status will bring him. It was envy in its most unadulterated form. This was all due to his strength. If they made an 11th grade pill, they'd be beside him. While envy was envy, those with hatred were far fewer, though including Shangguan Yulin, of course. In his mind, he was the main of this undercover operation. Me! Only to be beset by setbacks the moment he came here. He'd been ignored and thrown into obscurity while Zhuofan had an eye-catching performance, getting in the enemy's good graces, with all the honors in fact. Shangguan Yulin gave Zhuofan a death stare, his teeth crunching. Zhuofan chuckled, pulling Shangguan Qingyan's soft hand as he said to a guard, It's my first time here. May I look around? Of course, Sir Gu. I'll show Sir around. As an honored guest of the Prime Minister, the guard knew to show respect. Shangguan Qingyan got dragged away by Zhuofan, but she did give Shangguan Yulin one last look and gesture. Do your best. Face twitching, he only saw his cousin being taken by another man. His best was the last thing on his mind right now, though he only had this final round to go through before he enjoyed Zhuofan's treatment. In the enemy's base, he'd have plenty of chances to finish off Zhuofan then with none the wiser. Shangguan Yulin squinted and walked on with bloodthirst. Shangguan Feiyun glanced at Dan Qingxin. Come. Time to close the net. I'm curious to see if Bailey Jingwei caught anything. Ha ha ha. The remaining candidates followed Bailey Jingwei behind the manor, to a wide clearing that had 3 high seats carved meticulously from wood. The only seat taken was the main one, by a middle-aged man in lavish clothes and of imposing demeanor, Shangguan Feiyun. Among the candidates, only Shangguan Yulin knew Sword King Feiyun. Recognizing him, the youth was instantly on guard. Shangguan Feiyun had left Eastern lands a century ago, but the younger generation had the benefit of the clan holding the portrait of this best in Eastern lands expert, revealing it before this job. Shangguan Yulin's heart hammered in his chest, his brow soaked. Shangguan Feiyun. Why aren't I seeing dragon-cleaving Sword King around? Bailey Jingwei asked, seeing the empty chair next to him. He's Sword King Feiyun. The candidates went into a bow on the spot. Greeting Sword King Feiyun. May you always know glory. Ignoring all of them, he glanced at Bailey Jingwei. Brother Dan Qing doesn't like crowds and is walking around the manor. He won't be joining this hearing. Oh, what a shame. Bailey Jingwei sat next to Shangguan Feiyun under the candidates' dumbstruck gazes. His eyes shone as he spoke. The play is finally starting, ha ha ha. Shuddering, the hearts of others sank. They were stunned and puzzled at Bailey Jingwei's demeanor. Who is he? Isn't he a steward of Flying Cloud Manor? Out of the question. No steward will be this rude to Sword King, daring to sit right next to the Lord himself. Then how else could he control the manor's forces? The candidates were shocked at Bailey Jingwei's young age. Who was he to stand next to the Sword King? Shangguan Feiyun grinned and pointed at him. You still haven't figured it out? Your host so far is our Imperial Prime Minister, Sir Bailey Jingwei, the Prime Minister himself. It was as if a bomb was dropped, with everyone shaking in the aftermath. The great Prime Minister of the Empire, the Imperial family's key figure, had actually graced this competition with this presence. That meant passing it would make one Prime Minister's man. One'd get all the glory and power he could ever want in an instant. Everyone got fired up, eyes burning with excitement. Shangguan Yulin was the most shocked of them all. Bailey Jingwei's fame had been widespread even before he came to the Swordstar Empire. An immense talent in governing, of sharp mind and with ingenious plans. Word went around that he was the wisest in the Swordstar Empire. The Four Lands powers knew the Swordstar Empire only reached such height all thanks to power correlated with politics. Invincible Sword held the power and Bailey Jingwei's foolproof policies wielded politics. While less known than Invincible Sword, as if to conceal the sage's ability, the Four Lands were sure Bailey Jingwei's intellect had given Invincible Sword wings to spread his power. The same Bailey Jingwei was now before them, giving this competition a whole new value. Is this a trap? Shangguan Yulin felt like crying. If he'd known Bailey Jingwei was here, Shangguan would have stayed put and missed this rare chance of ambush. This was the power Bailey Jingwei wielded, that of the mind. One wrong step and it was curtains for any that crossed his path. Scanning their reverent gazes, Bailey Jingwei remained silent. Shangguan Yulin's tense look caught his eye the longest. But then he shook his head. That miss pointed out one suspicious man. From his appearance I sense fear. A guilty conscience is more like it. Ha ha ha. Grinning, Bailey Jingwei said, You're all here, in the finals, handpicked by me. This must make you Grandmaster Alchemists. Then, you must all grasp this chance and refine what I ask of you. Please guide us, Prime Minister. The people bowed in excitement. Prime Minister's man? Prime Minister's man. Bailey Jingwei snickered. The goal is perfection. What does that mean? They were all stumped. Why have all of the Prime Minister's requirements been so weird? We can't make sense of it. Bailey Jingwei dispensed with the mystery, explaining, You've refined the highest grade you could in the last round. Some were average 9th grade, others inferior 8th grade. This time, I want you to make me a perfect pill to test just how exquisite your skills are. I want to see a flawless pill. Grade is secondary as long as you make a perfect pill of that grade. Understand? Yes, we shall follow Prime Minister's instructions. The candidates cupped their hands and confidence surged in their eyes. Making a high-quality pill by dropping a grade couldn't be easier, especially compared to the hasty way the last round was held. This was a test of their basics to see how well they mastered them. For a pretender like Shangguan Yulin who went through hell last week, the topic had him stuck. His pill's grade was all due to his cultivation and some super-secret refining arts. Oh, and don't forget top ingredients. As for top and perfect pills, this tested an alchemist's skill, control, sharpness, and familiarity of the art. He'd be exposed in seconds since he was no professional at this job. His eyes darted around for a way out, only to find Soul Harmony stage guards covering all bases, while Shangguan Feiyun was glaring from his perch. The instant he fled, he was done for. He felt like sobbing. What damn rotten luck! I told them I didn't want to, but no, they had to send me. Now I'll never come back. Shangguan Yulin's face fell at the sordid fate awaiting him. He felt victimized. Though failure was quite nigh, he was thinking of any lifeline that he could grasp. Maybe they're holding a true Pill King convention, not a trap to ferret spies. Shangguan Yulin's mind cooked up a fantasy to avoid reality, praying that luck hadn't left him completely. Let me be eliminated and come out alive. At worst, he'd fail and Zhuofan get the credit. There's plenty of chances to get recognition. Must have patience. Unaware, his jittery and anxious attitude gave him away in Bailey Jingwei's eyes. Ha ha ha. This guy is shaking in his boots. Bailey Jingwei said, "Begin." The flames were burning hot as the finals started. Shangguan Yulin had to sigh and take out his flame as well. While the candidates gave their all one last time, Zhuofan and Shangguan Qinyan were cruising through the manor with a couple guards showing the way. Brother, does the Grand Flying Cloud Manor only have these lame sceneries? So boring. Isn't there anything worth seeing here? A feast for eyes? Zhuofan asked a guard. He had his own goals, separate from Shangguan clans the World Wind Tunnel. The guard frowned. So there is one. Come on. Can't you take me to it? Zhuofan was giddy at his reaction. Thinking he scored. The views of Flying Cloud Manor must be spectacular. The guard shook his head. Sir Gu, it is forbidden to go there. Only by Sword King's authorization can. Forbidden? All the more reason. Zhuofan was thinking how to get past this problem when a very familiar voice sounded. Leave. I'll take Grandmaster Gu to enjoy it. Shuddering, Zhuofan was rooted in place. Looking back, he saw a dry smile and a pair of teasing eyes. What the hell is Dan Qingxin doing here? Frowning hard, Zhuofan's heart was racing. This coot knows who I am. What am I supposed to do if he exposes me? The fact Dan Qingxin started off with Grandmaster Gu showed he had no intention of doing that. For now at least. He breathed easier. Zhuofan calmed himself after that analysis. Yes, Sword King, sir. The guards obeyed, leaving at once. Dan Qingxin held his beard, content that Zhuofan was here. But Shangguan Qinyan was stumped. You're the Sword King? Shangguan Feiyun? You look nothing the part. So old too. Ugh. Dan Qingxin shook and chuckled. Young miss, Central Area's Sword Star Empire has 9 Sword Kings. Shangguan Feiyun isn't the only one. Ha ha ha. 9 Sword Kings. Then you're Dragon-Cleaving Sword King. Dan Qingxin. With a grin, Dragon-Cleaving Sword King announced himself. Shangguan Qinyan was frightened, her heart sinking. Why is there another Sword King in Flying Cloud City? It was bad enough dealing with Shangguan Feiyun, needing them to be very cautious, but now there was another one just like him around. Would their ambush work the second time? Shangguan Qinyan looked white as paper. Zhuofan spoke in a way to ease her worries but also get her to go away. Cousin, are you still angry? Can't you accept that you can't just waltz wherever? This is Flying Cloud Manor, not your backyard. Shangguan Qinyan squinted at him, only to see his look. Then he touched her cheek. Look at your pretty face. Being sour is ruining it. Shangguan Qinyan was enlightened. The sudden appearance of Dan Qingxin had her make weird faces, giving her away. Zhuofan was watching her back. So, acting angry, she twisted away with a pout. Zhuofan's warm touch lingered on her cheek, making her blush at once. Dan Qingxin raised an eyebrow, picking up on his meaning and chuckling. Ha ha ha. Young miss, don't be cross with Grandmaster Gu. I may be just another guest in the Flying Cloud Manor, but at least everyone knows to show respect. Look, take my token and you'll get to go wherever you want and stroll the manor how you like it. Ha ha ha. Dan Qingxin took a metal brand, with the Dan character carved in it. Shangguan Qinyan peeked at Zhuofan. Dragon-Cleaving Sword King cares for you. Go ahead, take it. Play around, but not go overboard. You better bring that token back in 1 hour. Fan looked like a big bro looking after his baby sister, ruffling her hair. Xianxia nodded and said thanks before leaving in joy. But she still took a glance behind, at Fan, to tell him to be careful. He would be alone with a Sword King. Caution was a must. Not that she needed to know Fan and the Sword King had met before. The third will hear was her, also why Fan found an excuse to get rid of her and Dan Qingxin played along. She wanted to stay, but the two worked together to get rid of the extra, though she didn't know that and probably never would. Her thought was she might expose them with her reaction. So Fan had used this excuse to get her act together. Fan sighed, easing up. Dan Qingxin eyed him hard with amusement. What? Is someone watching you? What makes you so sure, senior? Fan glanced with a chuckle. Dan Qingxin shook his head. How else do you explain finding an excuse to send her away? Ha ha ha. Boy, you're still up to your old tricks. You shoot her while faking concern, when you're using her for your own greed. Though you better watch out and not let greed be the end of you one of these days. Thanks for the compliment. That was a warning. Dan Qingxun's eyes flashed. The girl is from Shangguan clan? Better keep your distance. Oh, you know this too? Ha ha ha. The only one with the nerve to just waltz in here is Shangguan clan. Dan Qingxun spat. From the girl's attitude, I could tell she's hiding something. Bailey Jingwei would have singled her out with one look if it weren't for you covering for her. Fan gasped. You mean Swordstar Empire's wisest man? The Prime Minister Bailey Jingwei? He's here in Flying Cloud City too. Not just that, but the host of the Pill King convention. Dan Qingxun smiled. You two have even met and he looked quite eager to get you back to the imperial capital. Though he's quite suspicious in nature, and only if you're not a Shangguan clan spy. Fan paused, then gasped, Oh, it's that guy. I just knew his demeanor wasn't fit for a steward of the manor. So he's the Prime Minister. No wonder he's so familiar with Zhuge Chongfeng. Ha ha ha. You're still laughing? Dan Qingxun rolled his eyes and sighed. Kid. Bailey Jingwei is shrewd and sharp, capable of twisting the board and manipulating everything. You got lucky to fall under his radar, but he's bound to grow suspicious in a couple of days. That's when there'll be no escape from his sight. Fan nodded. I know that much. I've heard quite a lot about him ever since I came to the central area. He sure looks the part now that I saw him. Though it won't take nearly as long. In just a couple hours he'll know who I am. Oh, my Gu name and connection with Shangguan clan. What? Dan Qingxun shuddered and cried out. In 2 hours. How are you so sure? Fan shrugged. Because I saw how he closed the net. The Pill King convention is only in name, as he found excuses to throw away the real alchemists and let the spies around. Oh, old Dan, did you know Shangguan clan sent 2 spies? I'm the sub while the main is in the net, awaiting capture. I reckon Bailey Jingwei will get him in 2 hours and, by extension, expose me. Why are you so calm? Dan Qingxun was stunned. Not even I can save you if Bailey Jingwei finds out about you. Fan chuckled. Senior, I didn't know you cared so much. I'm truly touched. Who the hell would? It's because of our once friendly dealings. I just don't want you to come to an abrupt end, is all. Dan Qingxun huffed. Fan shook his head. Senior sides with me, I see. I'm relieved. Ha ha ha. I just don't get what's going through that head of yours. I may side with you, but I have no say in this place. No worries, Senior. I'll be safe and sound. Grinning, Fan said. I've already thought it out. Judging by his nature, Bailey Jingwei cherishes talent beyond question. I showed my hand just now to make him sorry about offing me. On top of that, me and the Shangguan clan met by chance, giving enough room to wiggle me out. So you tell me, will he still kill me? Dan Qingxun huffed. Haha, you sure are confident. Bailey Jingwei is known to be harsh and decisive. One moment he's smiling and the other he's a devil. Confidence can lead to conceit, falling right into his hands. Not likely. When killing someone, it is either out of emotion, like strong hatred, or having the grounds to do it. Fan's eyes flashed all-knowingly. My excuse will be emotion, and if that is not enough to budge him, The logical reason he's using is to catch Shangguan clan. He wants the big fish, not just the spy. Getting the spy is only the first phase of his plan. And since he wants to use me, there's no need to spill blood. Ha ha ha. Squinting, Dan Qingshan stared at him for long, then shook his head. You're as twisted as that Bailey Jingwei. What if he loses it and wants to kill you? What then? Then I'll be in Senior's care. Shuofan paused and showed a crafty look and a sly smile. Startled, Dan Qingshan pointed at his nose. Me? How am I to save you? Like I said, we're not that close, merely getting along. There's nothing to make me risk so much just for you. You know very well that behind be theirs. Yeah, I know. I've been hearing things ever since I entered Central Area. Shuofan shook his head. Old Dan fought with invincible sword, beaten and thrown down in merely 5 moves. Dan Qingshan glared at him. Is that how you see a duel of experts? A beatdown between thugs? Pretty much. That's its meaning and that's how it spread. Thus, that's how I heard it, Zhuo went stern the next second. But it's because of this fight that old Dan had to become one of the 9 Sword Kings of Sword Star Empire. Dragon-cleaving Sword King. Behind you are countless innocent lives of your homeland. Old Dan is a kind man and won't want them to suffer. This is why the Sword Star Empire caught you. Dan Qingshan's eyes shook and sighed in pain. I have long said what was the point of being best in Western lands. You're still at another's whim in the Central Area. I'm glad I didn't take the vaulting sword with me, or Western lands would have been defenseless against the invincible sword. Maybe the whole Western lands would have rose up to get that divine weapon back like Shangguan clan did. Ha ha ha. Oh, by the way, why are you with the Shangguan clan? Have you come for the soaring sword as well? Dan Qingshan's aged face looked mournful, but recovered soon after, giving Zhuofan a weird look. Zhuofan shook his head. It's just happened. My goal and theirs differ. I'm not interested in the soaring sword, haha. Shangguan clan's fate is of no concern to me either. It's good you're not tied with them, because the Shangguan clan is now stuck. Dan Qingshan looked at the blazing sky, where the Pill King Convention's final round was being held. Shangguan Feiyun and Bailey Jingwei are working together, leaving no room for the Shangguan clan to escape this quagmire. Birds of a feather flock together. Drifting about, it's hard to find a familiar face. I've been coming to enjoy your friendship, Shuofan, and I'd hate for anything to happen to you. Shuofan stared at his honest look and nodded. I'll be all right. Then I'm relieved. Dan Qingshan patted his shoulder. I came here to confirm whether you were in danger or not, but seeing you so confident shows me it's nothing. Just like back in Double Dragon Gathering, practicing what you preach with everything in the palm of your hand. But there will always be incidents, and when the time comes and you're in real danger, I'll do all I can to help you. Shuofan grumbled, then whispered in his ear. Dan Qingshan gasped. That can save you? It should. Shuofan's eyes flashed, his smile oozing confidence. Though it'll hardly happen, ha ha ha. Meanwhile, in the clearing behind the manor, as the last towering flame was snuffed out, the candidates had finished their pill making. The guards went first and placed the pills in 2 piles. Only this time, one was made up of top and perfect pills, shiny and smooth, evident of the alchemist's broad experience. 32 pills in total, while the other had average and low pills with feeble aura and looking crude. Any untrained I would call them amateur work, if not duds. And this pile came from only 5 people. With a wide grin, Bailey Jingwei pointed at the 5 pills. Cast them out! For sighed and lamented their luck. While only one relaxed, Shangguan Yulin. Cast out means I get to walk. There was no need for guards to lend a helping hand as the 5 left by themselves. The remaining candidates watched on with glee at their misfortune. Useless. Vermin mixed with true alchemists like us should have been removed from the start. Bailey Jingwei waved and the guards grabbed them before they get too far. Everyone jerked. Congratulations. You are the finalists welcomed to the imperial capital. Please wait in the parlor. Bailey Jingwei clasped his hands and gestured with a smile. The winners were ecstatic, cheerfully leaving with the guards, but not before giving the 5 losers one last taunting look. Bailey Jingwei turned to the five with a cold look. Shangguan Feiyun froze. Taking a casual sip of tea, Bailey Jingwei had a vague smile. People, do you know why I wanted you to stay? Please enlighten us, Prime Minister. They all shivered. Bailey Jingwei flicked his hand and threw their pills on the ground with disgust. You can make 8th grade pills, so why can't you even make a top 7th grade? The five looked at each other in silence. I'll tell you, it's because you don't have the basics of alchemy, to the point you just crammed in over a short period of time. Shuddering, Shangguan Yulin was sweating buckets. Bailey Jingwei gave him a creepy smile. With the Crown Prince's serious situation, I'd understand if you made a lower grade, since all of it is based on one's basics. But your skills show you're posing as top alchemists, wanting to slink in. Getting you to heal the Crown Prince will be the same as harming him. Who'd be responsible? You have lied to me and lied to His Majesty. You deserve death. Prime Minister, spare us, please. We didn't mean to. With such a huge crime dumped on their heads, the five lost their reasoning, falling to their knees and pleading. Shangguan Yulin was scared to death, horror gripping his heart. He was a Shangguan clan spy, and getting killed because of this was a serious blow to his illustrious name. Bailey Jingwei grinned, giving Shangguan Feiyun a look. Shangguan Feiyun took a deep breath and said, Get up. Even though death should be your only reward, I'm willing to give you a chance. If you can answer one question of mine, I'll pardon you. Thank you, sir, thank you. The five bowed at once. Shangguan Feiyun muttered, then began. You might not know, but I've been hailed as a mighty talent since young. My power was outstanding, getting the attention of great experts from Eastern lands. I've always been the best among my peers, ultimately rising to become the best in Eastern lands. The five were baffled. Where's Sword King going with this? Where's the question? Sinking into his memoirs, Shangguan Feiyun had forgotten his audience. Despite outstanding and matchless when it came to the clan head seat, father was biased towards my elder brother, giving it to him and not me, saying something like my nature was skewed, detrimental to the clan. Humph, which expert isn't skewed? From that moment, I left the clan, taking another path, Shangguan clan branch. Yes, my bloodline is the true Shangguan clan, representing its true power. Would you say so? The four looked at each other lost. Is that the question? Ain't this too easy? Who didn't know to smooch another's rear? They did it all the time. They bobbed their heads. Yes, yes. It's good you realize it. Shangguan Feiyun said, Then let me ask you this. When the yearly memorial of our ancestors is held, how many incense are lit and how long will the washing last? Ugh! They five were stumped. How the hell are we supposed to know about Shangguan clan's tradition? I bet not even the Eastern lands know. That's your affair, not outsiders. Is this a trick question? Or what? Clueless as a newborn chick that this pardon wasn't for them, but for Shangguan clansmen. The question was given to avoid rash action and ruin everything for the spy. Also, the memorial of ancestors was a big thing in any clan. Shangguan Feiyun asked it so it fit his story and to make Shangguan clansmen easier to switch sides. When a man was asked to betray, he was asked to forsake the clan, forsake one's ancestors. But by admitting it here and now that you were a spy, you wouldn't be a traitor just siding with another branch. Shangguan Feiyun was a big shot of the Shangguan clan in the end. Who was to say which branch was the true one and which one the fake? By using this cryptic logic with life and death hanging by a thread, it was the easiest to break the enemy's will. It was also a mind game cooked up by Bailey Jingwei, so the enemy had no way of noticing it. Sipping tea still, Bailey Jingwei's eyes glittered as he watched the five, especially the shaken-up Shangguan Yulin. Bailey Jingwei stood up, his creepy grin driving fear into the five, stopping before the first man. This is your chance. It all comes down to your fortune if you can grasp it. Speak. What is your answer to Sword King Feiyun's question? Bailey Jingwei's sharp eyes glanced at him and roared. The man was on the verge of crying, pleading, Prime Minister, Sword King, I'll never pretend again. I was just trying to seek my luck by omitting some things. I didn't mean to commit such a crime. Then you should treasure this chance more. Bailey Jingwei glared at the wronged guy. Answer Sword King's question and we'll let you go. Even as he was sweating bullets and shaking like a leaf, he still put on a grieving look. Sirs, I really don't know. I would never lie to you. Please spare my poor life. Great sirs. The guy looked so feeble, so fragile, so victimized. Bailey Jingwei turned to Shangguan Feiyun, who shook his head. Shangguan Feiyun hooked his finger and the man in question exploded in a shower of blood and gore out of nowhere. The blood splashed everywhere, especially on the other four, soaking them to the bone. The four shuddered, feeling the slick and warm blood trickling down their faces. Some of them even soiled themselves. Just one question, that was all it took for a perfectly fine and alive man to be reduced to a pulp. The dread shook the remaining survivors to the core. Ignorance is a sin. Who's to blame for not even answering Sword King's simple question? Bailey Jingwei shook his head as the blood spread on the ground and walked to the second one. He pulled his shoulder with a grin. Well, do you know? Pa. Bailey Jingwei's hand felt like the whole world was on his shoulder. His knees softened, his legs felt like jelly, ready to crumble. Luckily Bailey Jingwei was there to hold him straight. Alas, that did not stop the wet feeling coming from his pants. Frowning, Shangguan Feiyun shunned him and held his nose in anger. Bailey Jingwei laughed. Ha ha ha. Afraid? Great, that shows you value life. As you know, you only get to live once. Knowing its value means getting to enjoy living. Now that's wisdom. Brother, a wise guy like you should know the right answer. Don't disappoint me. Right? Gulping loudly, the guy shook and bobbed his head. His eyes darted all over for the answer. Coming to a decision at long last, he gnashed his teeth. Screw it all. Since I'll die anywhere, I might as well go down fighting. The man took a deep breath and cupped his hands in confidence as he roared. Prime Minister Sword King, for Shangguan clan's ancestral memorial, there will be 4 incense and bathing for an hour. Startled, Bailey Jingwei was half believing he got his spy from his confident look. So he deferred to Shangguan Feiyun. But the man shook his head. Bastard, you dare lie with a straight face? You almost had me. I just knew there'll be wise guys clinging to life to such extremes. That's why I had Shangguan Feiyun giving a question only his clan can answer, or you might have lied your way out. Rolling his eyes, Bailey Jingwei walked right past him. Wrong? But isn't it 3 bows to elders and 4 to those who passed? Everyone gives 4 incense to their ancestors. Isn't an hour enough to wash oneself clean? That should be enough respect for the dead. Bam! The guy figured his lie was wrong and started running his mouth for the right answer. But since he wasn't the target, just collateral, Shangguan Feiyun had no remorse in snapping his finger to repeat the previous gory display once more. As the sickening splash and foul smell of blood assaulted the 3 survivors, they were paralyzed in fear. 2 of them had no chance of getting the answer right, falling in the pits of despair. We can't even lie our way out. Only Shangguan Yulin hesitated while sweating. As a valued member of the Shangguan clan, he knew all too well about the answer. If he said it, it proved he was a spy and the enemy would use him. But if he kept his mouth shut, he saw with his own eyes the sordid fate awaiting him when his 2 friends paved the way in blood. To die another day, or suffer now? That was the question. It was a choice he didn't want to make in his life, or with his life on the line. He was now at the cruelest point in a man's life. Regardless of the choice, death was at its end. Looking at the remaining 3, Shangguan Yulin's behavior was all the more obvious. Bailey Jingwei mocked and walked next to him. He froze like a statue. Keep your hair on, ha ha ha. Patting his shoulder, Bailey Jingwei smiled like a fox. Brother, you saw your brothers go ahead, right? Life is so precious. But they just didn't know how to treasure it. What a shame. There must be so many things they wanted to do, but alas, that ship has sailed. You, my friend, are next. Who knows, maybe 3rd time's the charm and might actually know the answer. Or maybe I'm expecting too much, and you'll just be walking in their bloody footsteps. How about this? If you have any last wish, let me hear it. I'll do everything in my power to fulfill it. It's the least I could do for a handsome chap like me. Ha ha ha. Bailey Jingwei was mocking but also slipping triggers inside his speech. All to incite his will to live. Everyone died, that was life. But dying bitter or at peace differed. The former would leave you hateful while the latter brought you solace. But a flamboyant and vigorous young master like Shangguan Yulin was bound to have plenty of last wishes. Now that Bailey Jingwei reminded him and woke him up from the crippling fear, he realized he wanted so much more in life. He had yet to be the leader of Shangguan clan. He didn't get his cousin either. How could he die without rhyme nor reason? Bailey Jingwei's sharp gaze picked up on his conundrum and capitalized. A handsome and talented young master. Only to die in vain, what a pity. Such a death is like a feather swallowed in the waves of the endless ocean. Gone from the people's minds. The things you wanted will become others. Isn't it tragic? For you to die and for others to enjoy your aspirations. Shangguan Yulin shook, his heart sinking. Why the hell should I die? He was Uncle's real nephew. Dying would lead to successful mission, but it would not be him who would be Uncle's right hand, but that profiteering fake nephew who would get his cousin and rise to the top. Why should I give my life for others to gain fortune? The image of Zhuo Fan, Shangguan Qingyan and Gu Santong. One happy family was burned in his mind. They would be perfect and live a life of joy, all thanks to his corpse. Shangguan Yulin's eyes were bloodshot with rage. Bailey Jingwei grinned. Sword King Feiyun is a direct descendant of the Shangguan clan. When we attack Eastern lands, he'll be the lord of Eastern lands, of course, as the rightful ruler of Shangguan clan. Sword King Feiyun did not forget about his clansmen, each year holding a memorial for his ancestors. All he wishes is for the glory of the Shangguan clan. If a young clansman were to come to him, he'd be welcomed with open arms. Nephew Shangguan Yulin greets uncle. Seeing Shangguan Yulin about to cave and his guard lowered, Bailey Jingwei struck at his heart with guile, until Shangguan Yulin fell victim to his desires, and to his knees. Bailey Jingwei and Shangguan Feiyun were overjoyed. They got their spy. And for this guy to say uncle, that meant he was clan head's nephew as well. They got one big catch. Shangguan Feiyun's eyes bore down on the kneeling Shangguan Yulin with an excited heart, ready for the final test. In case he's just another frickin' coward that spews anything to cling to his puny life. You're saying you're my nephew, is it? Then you should be aware of the memorial held each year by the Shangguan clan. Absolutely. Shangguan Yulin's eyes flashed, reporting, Uncle, Shangguan clan's yearly memorial burns 36 incenses. For the 36 clan heads before that defended eastern lands, the Shangguan clan and gave their lives for it. Bathing will take 24 hours the entire day before one shows respect to his ancestors, with the idea of the 36 heavenly cycles in mind to pray for their blessings. Shangguan Feiyun shook and laughed. Ha ha ha. Well done. Only a Shangguan clansman knows true respect. No outsider will know we hold a memorial for 36 ancestors. Does that mean we found our spy? Bailey Jingwei grinned, while Shangguan Yulin tensed and shrunk. Bailey Jingwei helped him up with a kind smile. Young Master Shangguan, relax. We've gone through such trouble to find you, so you could guide us. It's only a matter of time before the Shangguan clan will be under Sword King Feiyun's rule. To receive his help so early is your fortune. Moreover, you said you're Sword King Feiyun's nephew. Being so close is bound to bring splendor in young master's future. Shangguan Feixiong and the others shunned me, but I'm still part of the Shangguan clan. As long as any member is willing to come to me, I will look after them, especially when it comes to my dear nephew. Is your mother perhaps? Shangguan Feiyun was more amiable now. Shangguan Yulin bowed, reporting his entire life to the man. Shangguan Feiyun exclaimed, Oh, so your sister Yuheng's child. Truly has been ages. We were so close in those days, ha ha ha. Mother has talked about how she misses uncle. Ha ha ha. Shangguan Yulin used the perfect moment to grab his lifeline. Shangguan Feiyun nodded. Bailey Jingwei smiled at the exchange. Sword King Feiyun? It's truly a rare occasion for an uncle to rejoin with his nephew. But before we can delve deeper into the memory lane, I will have to ask young Master Shangguan if you have any other clansmen among these two. Glancing at the quivering messes, the two gave begging looks. They knew now this was a chance for Shangguan clansmen. As long as they became one as well, they'd see tomorrow. So the two made doe eyes at Shangguan Yulin. He was their only hope in this abyss. Prime Minister, sir, the Shangguan clan doesn't have filth. Shangguan Yulin spoke in a cold tone. The two's legs gave from under them, falling paralyzed and in despair. Bailey Jingwei nodded and said, Sword King, sir, the previous act was to find young Master Yulin. Since he's the only one, take them away. No, that will mean they'll leak this event. When Shangguan Feixiong finds out, he'll hunt me down. Ha ha ha. No worries, young Master Yulin. I'll be sure to have men look after you. Take them away and let them go. Bailey Jingwei waved. The two nodded with hope. Shangguan Yulin frowned, his head shaking anxiously. You can't. I can't have peace as long as they live. Only the dead can hold a secret. Shangguan Yulin struck before the other two spoke again, taking their lives. The two peak ethereal stage cultivators were scared to death just moments ago. This gave this fresh soul harmony stage cultivator the chance to kill them easily. Bailey Jingwei squinted. Shangguan Yulin gave them an awkward look as he bowed. Uncle, Prime Minister, forgive me for overstepping. Ha ha ha, lighten up. It's I who was too nice. Young Master Yulin did well. Bailey Jingwei chuckled and turned serious. Young Master, now that you have Sword King Feiyun's support, can you tell us your purpose here? Shangguan Yulin nodded, completing his betrayal by revealing Shangguan Feixiong's entire plan. Bailey Jingwei smiled. Just like I thought. They're ready for a second assault. That means they'll all work as one, and not scatter. Then where you're staying in Flying Cloud City is Eastern Gate's Gu household. Shangguan Yulin's eyes shone, his voice steady. Bailey Jingwei mumbled, Gu household? That does sound familiar. Of course it is, Prime Minister, since it is the house of the same guest you honored today, Gu Yifan. What? Bailey Jingwei shook. Grandmaster Gu is one of you? But Sword King Feiyun said your clan isn't great with alchemy. How can you have someone like him? Him, one of us? As if, humph, he's nothing but a frickin'. Shangguan Yulin gnashed his teeth at his mere mention, spilling everything once again, warning for good measure at the end. Prime Minister, sir, Gu Yifan is also Shangguan clan's spy, even if my sub. You must erase him before he reports back. Sub? You're the sub if you ask me. Bailey Jingwei glanced over and shook his head with a sad gaze. Grandmaster Gu, a truly rare talent, was now an enemy? At the very least, he and Shangguan clan aren't that close, only making use of each other. This gives me room to work with and use him. Bailey Jingwei came back from his machinations with a smile. Young Master Shangguan, you've done your uncle, Sword King Feiyun, a great service and revealed a great weakness to me. I wanted to bring Grandmaster Gu to the imperial capital, having no caution around him at all. Please accept this bow from me, young master, for opening my eyes. Bailey Jingwei bowed. Shangguan Yulin helped him up at once, though he looked prideful. See, the great Bailey Jingwei is bowing to me. Ain't I awesome, or what? Shangguan Feiyun snickered. Prime Minister, how are you going to kill him? Should I do it? Shangguan Yulin looked way too eager to dole out violence. But then he thought about it and said, just that the miss next to him is my cousin. Allow me to take care of her, Prime Minister. Don't harm her. I vow that she won't hinder you. Bailey Jingwei read him like a book. Young master must admire that miss. Shangguan Yulin blushed and gave a weak nod. Ha ha ha, sure. Since she's with young master, I won't touch her. Bailey Jingwei promised. Shangguan Feiyun promised. The hostility between my brother and me won't spread to a helpless girl, especially one such as my niece. Shangguan Yulin eased. Then, when will you strike against that Gu punk? We need him to live for a while longer. Bailey Jingwei denied. What? Shangguan Yulin panicked. Why? After the Pill King convention, his name will reach far and wide. If anything happens to him, it will send alarms. Bailey Jingwei smirked. Besides, we still need him to report back to the Shangguan clan. What do you need him to report? I can do it as well. Slapping his chest, Shangguan Yulin showed that what Shuofan could do, so could he. Bailey Jingwei sized him up, then shook his head. Young Master Yulin, this you must not, because you've been eliminated out of the competition. I have. Yes. How else are you to watch Shangguan Feixiong's every move? Bailey Jingwei showed a sly grin. I thought Shangguan clan would only send one spy and planned on passing you to help Flying Cloud Manor. But now, since there's two of you, it will turn out far better. Besides giving the Shangguan clan the information I want, I'll also know what they're doing. Any slight delay will lead to different plans of action. That's why I decided to have Gu Yifan report back and you watch Shangguan Feixiong and read his doubts. This will make my plan of attack all the more precise. Understand? Squinting, Shangguan Yulin spoke hesitantly. You know Shangguan clan is staying at Gu household? So why not attack? Why? Ha ha ha. Young Master Yulin, you still don't get my idea. Bailey Jingwei smirked. Shangguan clan has many experts. Even if we attack, they'll scatter and we'd hardly get any of them. But even if we do, experts aren't so quick to give in. By setting traps around the household, they'll soon notice as well. This leaves the best solution to use the manor. We'll take adequate precautions so once they come in, they'll never get out. Shuddering, Shangguan Yulin gasped. You want to kill them all? Ha ha ha. It does sound greedy when you say it like that. You either do it right or not do it at all. After sipping his tea, Bailey Jingwei smirked. Most of Shangguan clan's strength will be crushed here, and thus weaken eastern lands. As the sole survivor of this disaster, you'll be our eyes and ears inside the eastern lands. This will be its downfall. When Sword King Feiyun will rule it, young master will become the first minister, showered in endless glory. Getting some cousin couldn't be easier. It's all up to you what image suits you. You can be the grieving hero or a sufferer as you become Sword King Feiyun's right hand. I can make it happen. I can make it so you will have the right to embrace any girl you want without repercussions. Shangguan Yulin's brow shook, betraying his excitement. Bailey Jingwei peeked at him and continued. Young master, to the survivor goes everything. Regardless of morality and name, it's at the whim of the winner. History is written by the victor. So young master need not be concerned that the death of these Shangguan experts will label you a traitor of eastern lands because we have the power to make you its hero. Everyone will bow at your feet, even your cousin. If you keep this secret, we won't speak a word of it either. Bailey Jingwei's name as Prime Minister of the Swordstar Empire wasn't just for show. He could read Shangguan Yulin like a book, twist his words and paint a fantastic future the clueless youth would get lost in. The kid knew that an attack on Gu household would result in heavy losses on Shangguan clan's side. But his uncle and the venerables were too strong to be captured, not even if Shangguan Feiyun was included. Bailey Jingwei wanted them all gone, an entirely different problem. Not to mention, Shangguan Feixiong was his uncle who looked after him since young, as well as his cousin's father. If one day Shangguan Qingyan learned that her father's death had something to do with him, her hatred would know no bounds. But now, Bailey Jingwei's intricate speech hit home, right at his core. Weren't you scared of being found out and end up shamed for your betrayal? Well, we have a solution. You'll not only be worry-free, but gain all the glory too. Ain't that a good deal? The best. Shangguan Yulin's mind made instant peace with his betrayal, all under the cover of fame and fortune, willing to become the devil's right hand. Without blame or guilt, men would be damned for all eternity. He was still caught up in that fantasy of his and oblivious that once Bailey Jingwei helped him rise, he could also crush him as well. Having your weakness exposed tended to do that. You would be nothing more than his puppet, the whole point to the saying, one mistake lead to ruin. The only chance of overcoming it was by embracing it, facing it head-on, or forever be bound by it. Or maybe it was simpler than that. He might have figured it out, just that he was looking for excuses to let Bailey Jingwei use him. Since being used meant Bailey Jingwei needed him alive. At the heart of all his desire, it was not fame, glory, uncle or even cousin, but himself. That settles it, young Master Yulin. Bailey Jingwei cupped his hands at Shangguan Yulin with a smile. The youth replied in kind and left. Bailey Jingwei finally showed his disdain once he was gone. Hypocrite. Also beyond selfish. Shangguan Feiyun added, looking at the extra blood around. Misery loves company. Even if there's no friendship involved, there's no rush to finish them off. More like he's too scared to lose his puny life. Bailey Jingwei nodded. I never planned on letting them leave. Only testing your cousin's character. And what a test. This guy is a good pawn but not trustworthy. Guard, have someone watch the Gu household. That guy in particular. Yes, sir. The guard obeyed. Shangguan Feiyun called before he left. And that cousin of his. Since he thinks of himself a lover. Then let's give him a shameless reason to give his life for us. Ha ha ha. Bailey Jingwei nodded. Good one, Sword King Feiyun. But there's some things I wish Sword King would clarify for me. Prime Minister, there's no need for such a courteous tone. Please speak. Sword King, sir, are you that close to his mother? Shangguan Feiyun's mouth twitched and mocked. The hell I am. She's always been a shrew, that one, and a tomboy. The mere sight of her annoyed me. Who knew she'd have a son? Humph. The guy who had her must be one poor devil to deal with all that craziness. Ha ha ha. Sir Sword King is quite the actor. Making yourself a friend of the dead. Bailey Jingwei chuckled, then frowned in all seriousness. It's clear Grandmaster Gu is only stopping over in the central area, but I never consider him to be tied to Shangguan clan. At least they're not too close. I have to get him on my side. It'll be such a loss to this world for a Grandmaster to die along with these rats. My heart would bleed. Bailey Jingwei sighed as he walked towards the manor. Shangguan Feiyun followed. Prime Minister sure loves talent. 15 minutes later, one old man and a youth were casually sipping tea in a gazebo close to the manor. No one was around to disturb them. Zhuo Fan checked the sun's position and said, Old Dan, they should be finished by now. Bailey Jingwei should have gotten his spy. Don't worry though, nothing will change. I wager he'll be even more differential. Humph, like a true egomaniac. You should thank your lucky stars that he won't kill you. Dan Xingshin rolled his eyes. Laughter broke out. Ha ha ha. Grandmaster Gu. Dragon-cleaving Sword King. So this is where you were. You had me look all over for you. The two turned to Bailey Jingwei walking over with Shangguan Feiyun. Zhuo Fan stood up and bowed, looking afraid. Prime Minister, sir. Forgive my early disrespect, having not realized who sir was. Grandmaster Gu, you're too modest. There's nothing to forgive, ha ha ha. Please, get up, or I'll feel guilty. Bailey Jingwei had a bright smile and looked quite respectfully at Zhuo Fan. That stunned Dan Xingshin. The boy's right. Bailey Jingwei didn't mention the spy, but treated him even more courteously than before. Does Bailey Jingwei even know who he really is? It's like two weasels are fighting to better the other. Zhuo Fan was quite humble as he noticed Shangguan Feiyun. Sir he is the lord here, Sword King Shangguan Feiyun. Bailey Jingwei introduced. Shaking, Zhuo Fan gasped and bowed again. Sword King Feiyun, sir. Forgive me. Forgive me. It's fine. Sir can rise. Shangguan Feiyun helped him. Straightening his clothes, Zhuo Fan beamed. Ha ha ha. I'm a mere radiant stage cultivator, but actually got to meet two Sword Kings and the Prime Minister in one day. I've never been more excited in my life. Prime Minister, when Sir Dragon-cleaving Sword King said he was defending his home, he almost shocked me to death. I'm truly ashamed. Dan Xingshin frowned in silence. This boy's acting is out of this world. Even I'd buy into his role if I didn't know his ruthless nature. Ha ha ha. Sir Gu is truly funny. Come sit. Bailey Jingwei laughed and started, not letting him make a fool of himself, but also quite appreciative of him. By the looks of it, Grandmaster Gu is a simple man who only knows alchemy. Shangguan Yulin was right. The Shangguan clan made him a spy and he's unrelated to them at all. Shangguan Feiyun and he shared a nod. This neophyte spy was the best pawn to use and implement their counter. As smiles traced beneath the gazebo, each hiding their greed and plans, in a quaint little gazebo behind the Flying Cloud Manor, for people were enjoying the good life, laughing and chatting to their full content like old pals. The totally harmonious mood felt surreal to the last watching them. See, cousin. Pausing, the four put down their teacups and turned towards the newcomer, Shangguan Qingyan. Shangguan Qingyan looked complicated at the uncle she never saw before. Oh, Grandmaster Gu's cousin, Miss Gu. Ha ha ha. Come. Please sit. Shangguan Feiyun looked at his panicking niece without exposing her, merely pointing at the chair next to him. We were just having a chat with your cousin. If you don't mind it, take a seat as well. Shangguan Qingyan's brow shook. As a young miss of the Shangguan clan on her first undercover mission, she had been warned by her father and the elders many times to close her heart. But seeing the betraying uncle, she let her nervousness slip. Shangguan Feiyun and Bailey Jingwei understood at a glance and merely smiled. Shangguan Feixiong must be lacking men to send a naive child like her as spy. Ha ha ha. Shuofan grinned inside. The appearance of Shangguan Qingyan and her reaction made her suspicious, but Shangguan Feiyun ignored it, having known everything, and since Bailey Jingwei was fond of Shuofan. As the four chatted moments before, Bailey Jingwei had tested him to ascertain the panicky reaction all newbie spies were endowed with. He did not disappoint. Thus, Bailey Jingwei lowered his guard and accommodated to this greenhorn playing spy in the big world. Shangguan Qingyan came here to cover both herself and Shuofan. Shangguan Feiyun grinned and stared at her, making her tense. He laughed in the end. Ha ha ha. I'm inviting her for a chat, but she's just standing there looking at me in silence. Is she thinking something bad? Shangguan Qingyan panicked and sweat trickled down her brow. Shangguan Feiyun shared a look with Bailey Jingwei as the two enjoyed teasing her. Yenner, are you alright? Why the grimace? Is your illness acting up? Shuofan walked to her to block her flustered face and signaling her with his eyes. Shangguan Qingyan used this chance to get away. Yes, cousin. It has been acting out and I feel weak. Help me back. Oh sure. Take out Sword King's token. Here. Thanks. Shuofan took it and rushed to the three to bow. Forgive me. The elements in my cousin's body are unbalanced and can only go on with pills. I'll be saying my goodbye now. Dan Qingshan nodded and accepted the token. Then I won't hold you any longer, Grandmaster Gu. Go and look after Miss Gu. Thank you. Shuofan walked away. Shangguan Feiyun raised an eyebrow. Grandmaster Gu, since Miss Gu is hurting, why not heal her here? We have all the ingredients you need and Grandmaster Gu may use them at his discretion. It's fine. Shuofan looked guilty and gave a silly smile. Thank you, sir, but making the pill for my cousin is complicated and takes too long to be made on the spot. I still have some at home and I need to return quickly to avoid complications. Bailey Jingwei squinted. Then we won't be delaying you, Grandmaster Gu. But sir needs to get ready. In around 5 days we'll be leaving for the imperial capital. Grandmaster Gu has to make sure Miss Gu's medicine will be accounted for on the journey as well. Stunned, Shuofan gave an awkward nod, then left with Shangguan Qingyan. Grandmaster Gu's words are full of suspicion. Dan Qingshan glanced at the other two and said, If Miss Gu has such a deadly illness, how could he leave the medicine at home? Their reactions are off too. Of course it's off, since it's hard for a couple of green spies to stay calm around us. Slipping is a given. Ha ha ha. Shangguan Feiyun waved carelessly. Dan Qingshan started. You mean their dragon-cleaving Sword King has just missed a good play and doesn't know yet. Bailey Jingwei grinned, his eyes shining with wisdom. We have already caught one spy, who gave these two to us. Shangguan clan had sent one overt and one covert to cover all bases. However, they'd never guess regardless of spies. They've overreached, ending up playing in our palms. Ha ha ha. Dan Qingshan gasped. It's going just like he said. Bailey Jingwei knows who he is but doesn't expose him. Is it out of cherishing or logic though? Dan Qingshan asked. Why then did you let them walk? Well, ha ha ha. Bailey Jingwei grinned. Grandmaster Gu is a man among men, a rare alchemical talent. It's such a shame to see him fade away. And the spy already told us Grandmaster Gu is hiding from his pursuit in the central area. That's how he stumbled upon the Shangguan clan and got wrapped up in this mess. He has no real ties to the clan. This will make it easy for him to be made use of in the service of the empire, as long as his wishes are met. Dan Qingshan nodded. True. I'd do anything to make use of such a talent as well. Why not expose it and make him work for us? Won't that make him one of us for sure? Shangguan Feiyun mocked. Dan Qingshan frowned. What does that mean? Ha ha ha. Dragon-cleaving sword king. It's like this. Scratching his nose, Bailey Jingwei's eyes shone. Getting the spies is easy, but I want one to pass on my words, to get them to come and destroy them all. That man can never be Grandmaster Gu. Shangguan Feiyun nodded. As a spy, Gu Yifan is as green as it gets. He seemed calm but botched when pressed for details. If we had laid the cards on the table then, we'll be putting him in a tough spot when asked to give a fake report to the elders of Shangguan clan. Giving himself away. It was better to keep him acting as their spy and provide counterintelligence. He believes we gave him real information when it's actually fake, but coming from him, the Shangguan clan will definitely buy it. It will make their destruction all the more assured. At worst, we'll just get him on our side right at the end. It's all the same. Amazing! Dan Qingshan praised. Bailey Jingwei waved casually. It's nothing praiseworthy. Dragon-cleaving sword king. It's nothing but a little trick. Ha ha ha. Dan Qingshan was silent. It's not for you, so why so smug? It's that brat who's truly great for seeing through the great Prime Minister's plan to the last detail. To the point he made sure to use emotion and logic so you won't kill him. You're now just playing in his palm. One more treacherous than the next. But what's the boy after anyway? Regardless. Dan Qingshan glanced at Bailey Jingwei and shook his head. Sir Bailey, a Prime Minister of the Empire of your marvelous talent, is going to get it now. The same kid you're trying to use is in fact a shrewder monster than you. Meanwhile, Zhuofan and Shangguan Qingyan left the manor and were rushing back. They looked tense and jittery. Are you nervous? Yes. Me too. The two held hands and felt the other's anxiety. While Zhuofan's was fake, Shangguan Qingyan's couldn't be more real. After a good deal of walking, Zhuofan looked back to see no one on their tail and stammered to console Shangguan Qingyan. It's fine. They don't seem to doubt us. But I'm still so nervous. Looking behind as well, Shangguan Qingyan's face was stiff and unnatural. Zhuofan rolled his eyes. Hey, Shangguan Feiyun is your uncle. So what's so scary about him? Not even I, an outsider, am scared of him. Though seeing her anxious demeanor, Zhuofan shook his head, bringing her into a hug and slowly giving her pats on the back. Feeling better now? We still need to hurry back to uncle. You can't be seeing him like this or he won't give us any heavy missions. When he was worried Shangguan Qingyan's naive nature would give them away to Shangguan Feixiong. Raising doubts in Bailey Jingwei's presence with their acting was fake to gain their trust, since they already had another spy spilling the beans and wanted them to give their report. It was the only way for him to get the two sides to duke it out so he come out as the sole winner. However, once Shangguan Feixiong sees this chick like this, he'll seriously doubt us. We even deceived them with such obvious signs. Who knew what this might lead to? Maybe the factions would fight only ages later. He didn't do it out of compassion for this wee girl, but to fit Bailey Jingwei's plan by drawing the enemy under their roof, while also gaining the Shangguan clan's trust. He was the glue tying the two fuses together, and it was his job to get rid of any reason that might split them apart. All to enact my flawless plan. The poor girl had no idea of the devious plan in the man's mind. Being hugged all of a sudden like a child and rubbing her back made her feel warm and she started to blush. She did not hate it though, her hands sliding around Zhuofan's waist in time with his rubbing. Startled, Zhuofan froze with a weird look on his face, stopping his hand on her back. What's this chick up to? Is she making use of me in this situation? I'm consoling her, but she's out to get more out of this. How selfish. Luck had it Shangguan Qingyan did not read minds or she'd spew blood. Who's using who here when you started it? Feeling Zhuofan get stiffer than her, Shangguan Qingyan showed a bitter smile. She took back her hands and left his embrace. Thank you. I'm much better now. Great, I'm used to doing this to young Sanzi to get him to relax. It looks to be working, ha ha ha. Zhuofan gave a dry chuckle and nodded at her recovered state. Resuming their walk, Shangguan Qingyan peeked at him and muttered, You looked quite calm in front of those great people. You even smiled like you're of the same cloth. Why then now? Was I scared? Zhuofan smiled as she finished her question. Ha ha ha. I had to force myself through it or they'd found me out. My life doesn't matter, but what about young Sanzi? Like my master once said, all living things have their own path. Even the tiniest creature lives in its own mundane way. I am weak as an ant and no royalty, but to secure my life, I have to keep a straighter face than anyone. You don't believe me? Touch it. Zhuofan stuck his face closer to Shangguan Qingyan and made her giggle, pushing him away in fake anger. Shangguan Qingyan then found Zhuofan much closer to her heart. Actually, you're not that insignificant. You're a rare 11th grade alchemist. If not for the Pill King convention, I'd never know your good side. What's the use? Zhuofan shook his head. In a world where only power matters, a great alchemical skill would only make you a strong faction supporter. As a radiant stage cultivator with average talent, I've gotten used to being shooed and giving me orders. While I'm not a bug in the truest sense, I do have the strength of one. Shangguan Qingyan stared into Zhuofan's bitter look and felt sad, and something peculiar that made her heart throb. Zhuofan looked vulnerable, but she saw behind it the drive to push through the suffering, to go against his own destiny, which filled her vision. Unlike her kind, who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths, Zhuofan had to work his way up. This fortitude was very attractive. Zhuofan liked to toy around or suck up to someone like a lowlife. All was done with a purpose in mind, to live on with his child. That was why he was so much calmer than her in front of the central area's 9 sword kings. Seeing him braving through hardship had moved her. Of course, that was just Shangguan Qingyan's misconception. Zhuofan was just a fallen angel upon this mortal world, of the noblest ilk, with total disregard to all so-called experts. Why would he care about some Genesis stage cultivators? Though she was right about one thing. Be it in the former or current life, Zhuofan was used to staying low and working his way up. That was why struggle was at the core of his being. Especially since he had once seen what the top offered, making fame and fortune look dull to him. All he wanted was to return to his peak. Taking a casual stroll, the lovely couple arrived home. Shangguan Qingyan grew nervous seeing the door, feeling sad their walk was so short. She never felt like this when the three of them went out having fun, making this trek all the more valuable. Zhuofan sensed nothing, going up to the door. Shangguan Qingyan stopped him from knocking. Wait, what is it? Zhuofan asked. Shangguan Qingyan gnashed her teeth. Is young Sanzi's mother still alive? Zhuofan frowned, then nodded. Do you love her? Zhuofan's eyes shook and gave a firm nod. Shangguan Qingyan took the lead and knocked on the door. Zhuofan was startled. What's with this chick and her questions? Shangguan Qingyan never looked at him and kept her head low. Gu Santong opened the door with a bored look. What took you so long? That rotten guy has returned ages ago. You mean cousin, right? He'll soon become your uncle, my brother. You should show him some respect and not call him names. Gu Santong's appearance washed away all of Shangguan Qingyan's troubles, hugging the pouting child and pecking him. Come, young Sanzi, let me kiss you. She put him down then went on cheerfully. Gu Santong eyed Zhuofan oddly. Dad, what's up with Auntie? How should I know? Rolling his eyes, Zhuofan paused, then started. Young Sanzi, what did you call her? Ugh. Gu Santong blushed. Auntie. Humph, you little brat. You're truly getting into your role, I see. Rubbing his little head, Zhuofan chuckled and went in, unaware of Gu Santong's earnest face. In the parlor, Zhuofan looked around to find it empty. What's going on? Did the Shangguan clan get scared of being ambushed and left? Noises came from around as Shangguan Feixiong came in with 3 elders. The other experts of Shangguan clan streamed in, a few hundreds, clapping hard and looking happy at him. Shuofan felt awkward. "Uncle, what? No need to say anything, we know." Shangguan Feiyun laughed. "We know you're a hero that gained Shangguan Feiyun and Bailey Jingwei's trust and became their guest. Yifan, I knew you were going to pull it off," slipping into the flying cloud manner. "And you've been hiding yourself well, 11th grade alchemist. If I knew, I'd only be sending you." Ha ha ha. Slapping Zhuofan's chest hard, Shangguan Feixiong was greatly relieved by his success. "Yifan, you're truly a hero to our Shangguan clan. You're too kind, uncle. It's my honor to give my services to Shangguan clan." Ha ha ha. Zhuofan waved his hands around. He might sound humble, but the broad smile betrayed his thoughts. Shangguan Feixiong chuckled and shook his head. Zhuofan looked like was still up to his old habits, unlike their blue bloods cultivators, but he had to admit the kid had done a great merit to him, a feat no other clansman could take from him. This alone made the details unimportant. They'd be addressed in the following days anyway. Even if he had the habits of a common man, the true style of a young master would be instilled into him in the coming years, and not shame Shangguan clan. Shangguan Feixiong found Zhuofan all the more pleasing, laughing. The same went for the rest of the people here, all welcoming now. It was not their fault all of Shangguan clan's heroes sucked for the job and only he could do it. The step-nephew of the clan head had risked life and limb for the clan. It was strange if they didn't welcome him. Using one's life to prove oneself had that effect on people. The constant looks of disdain in the recent past had now been replaced with approval. Some had yet to even stop clapping. With a slow step, someone came behind Zhuofan and patted his shoulder. Zhuofan looked back at Shangguan Yulin, only to find not an ounce of hostility in his eyes, even cupping his hands. "Brother Gu, congratulations. Your great efforts had given the Shangguan clan stuck in despair a way forward. You have also helped me by covering my mistake. If not for you entering the manor, I, who has failed, would be condemned by the clan. Who knew how many lives would be lost as we burst into the manor blindly? Brother Gu has done a great service to the Shangguan clan not seen for thousands of years and saved so many of us. On behalf of myself and all my clansmen part of this attack, you have my deepest thanks, Brother Gu." Shangguan Yulin was tearing up and giving a low bow. His action touching, his respect commendable, earning the approval of all. Zhuofan sneered inside. He would have bought his act if not for already knowing this brat's twisted character. "Since you want to play, let's play." Zhuofan's face split into a grin, blabbering as he helped him up. "Cousin, don't say that. We're all in this together. We're all doing it for the Shangguan clan. There's no difference between us. It won't matter if you die, for there's me. So rest easy. Ha ha ha. Ugh." Shangguan Yulin's face twitched. Did he just wish for me to die? "Yifan, what nonsense are you talking about? How can he die? Aren't you all back safe and sound? Stop speaking ill in these times." Shangguan Feixiong frowned and chided. Zhuofan noticed his blunder and explained, "No, uncle, that's not it. What I mean is I finished cousin's botched mission." Shangguan Yulin's eyes shook, his face twitching. "How is this better? At least it was a presumption before, but now it's like I'm literally dead since you carried out my mission." "He really wants me dead?" No, uncle, I mean." Noticing Shangguan Yulin's dark face, the others chuckled at Zhuofan's act, making him nervous. "I want to say that if the mission would have taken him from us, I would have taken it upon myself to finish it and give him peace." Shangguan Yulin was choking in rage, his chest rising with every breath, but he couldn't throttle him, not with so many witnesses. This punk is fumbling and ranting nonsense. Why did I even bother talking to him, to make myself look worse? I can't touch him now, not when he has everyone's approval for finishing the mission. Thought the punk looks like he's spewing stuff in panic, but every time he doesn't realize he always comes back to wanting me dead. Have I done anything to him to deserve this slander? Zhuofan was growing flustered by the minute while Shangguan Yulin held his head. Shangguan Feixiong didn't want this play to continue and said, all right, you don't need to say it. I'll speak in your stead. What you mean is that you're of the same heart with Yulin, that you both gave your all for the clan, right? Yes, that's exactly it. Zhuofan slapped his leg and beamed. I wanted to say that cousin deserves some of the credit, ha ha ha. Brother Gu, you're too kind. Shangguan Yulin was bashful. Shangguan Feixiong laughed. You've always been so sharp-tongued, kid, but now you're quite vague. How can you be such a downer when you're that excited? Now I know why Yenner has been so crude lately. She's been hanging out with you and you ruined her. Please forgive me, uncle, for ruining cousin. Like a child in the wrong, Zhuofan immediately played the victim card. Shangguan Feixiong ignored it. It's fine. As long as the heart is true, the details don't matter. Also, Yifan. Shangguan Feixiong grabbed Zhuofan's shoulder. I used to think taking you as my nephew was my greatest regret. I didn't think you'd help Shangguan clan so much so soon. I was right to take you in. Zhuofan's eyes were filled with emotion looking at his uncle. Feixiong were also caught by surprise with the kid's character, smarts, and determination. It was the right choice in sending him on this task. Ha ha ha. The three venerables threw in their 2 cents. Laughing. The two rolled their eyes. These coots wouldn't have placed him as sub or put a watch on him if that was true. With Shangguan Feixiong and the venerables' approval, the rest of the clansmen were more open with Zhuofan. Shangguan Yulin's darkness only grew as he observed their joy. After the happy moment was gone, Shangguan Feixiong turned grave. Yifan, what have you found out while being a guest in the Flying Cloud Manor? Uncle, I wanted to explore the place, but I was accosted by Dragon Cleaving Sword King for a long time. That's why. Dragon Cleaving Sword King is here as well? Shangguan Yulin turned to Shangguan Yulin with a shocked look. Shangguan Yulin bowed. Uncle, I haven't seen a shadow of Dragon Cleaving Sword King in the manor. I did not know of this. Shangguan Feiyun nodded and sighed. Shangguan Feiyun was bad enough. Now another Sword King came as well as Prime Minister Bailey Jingwei. This mission is becoming more dangerous by the second. If we can't get an idea of the area, rushing head-on will incur heavy losses, even more than last time. Everyone gave a hard nod. Don't worry, uncle. I'll be sure to scout it perfectly. Zhuofan's eyes shone as he declared. He didn't want the Shangguan clan's attack to fail, since it'd ruin his own operation. Shangguan Feixiong was vexed. Yulin said Bailey Jingwei will take the selected alchemists to Imperial Capital in 5 days. Do you have enough time to scout a manor so large? Yes. Someone else responded this time. Everyone turned to Shangguan Qingyan rushing inside. Shangguan Feixiong asked, Yenner, you didn't even come to greet us when you came but run here now? What are you up to? Up to this. Shangguan Qingyan's brow twitched and Shangguan Qingyan giggled, spreading a sketch on the table for all to see. Shangguan Feixiong gasped, That's the map of the manor. With a smug grin, Shangguan Qingyan continued, While Dragon Cleaving Sword King had been bothering Brother Gu, I used his token to wander the premises and assess the situation. But everything looked mostly normal, with some few places not allowing me entry even with the token. These are 5 in total, which makes me believe what we want is in one of these places. Shangguan Feixiong looked at the map and nodded. That means, my task is to complement the map. Zhuofan's eyes shone. Whoosh! In the backyard, Shangguan Yulin sneaked out a jade slip when no one was around. He made a sign and shot into the sky. As if nothing happened, he returned to his room and shut the door. Humph, Gu Yifan. Laugh while you can these 2 days, under uncle and others' care. But once Shangguan Feiyun ends them, you'll go down as well, ha ha ha. The mad cackle bounced off his walls, including his desire and hatred. Not a bad idea, but will it work? A rough voice pierced the quiet room. Shangguan Yulin was still caught in his fantasy, mocking, Damn right, Flying Cloud Manor aren't fools. Ugh. Shangguan Yulin caught himself as a blackness swirled around him. Everything went dark, even his vision. Master. Success. Shangguan Yulin gasped and soured. He was more than familiar with this image or lack thereof. He met that sicko last time in the woods, but now it seemed he'd been followed back. Stuck in the same blackness once more left a bitter taste in his mouth. This place is packed with Shangguan clan experts, yet you just barge in. Can't a guy live in peace for once? Is there no safe place for me out there? Am I ever going to be free of this sicko? Shangguan Yulin whined, cursed and complained. In his mind, of course. Master, what is Sir doing here? Why, you're not happy to see me? No, no, no. I'm ecstatic you treat me with such care. Shangguan Yulin put away the sour tone and switched to flattery. Shuofan smirked. Punk, don't think for a second Shangguan clan being here will stop me from taking care of you. Humph. There's no place out there I can't enter. Yes, yes. Sir is so amazing. I'm in awe. Bobbing his head, Shangguan Yulin kowtowed. Though his insides were bitter, finding this old sicko so able as to enter even here. This place was under Shangguan clan's supervision at all times to prevent any attack, where flying cloud manners people would be found, and yet this old freak could just stroll right in. Don't tell me the sicko's stronger than those guys. It was better he didn't know that this sicko was next door. Ignorance was truly bliss in this case. Shuofan chuckled. Did you get the word out? Shangguan Yulin wore a bright and dumb smile. Master, what do you mean? I don't. Bam. Shuofan lashed his face with the dragon tail, sending him sprawling. Humph? Boy, don't be a smart-ass. I know your rotten character better than anyone. You have sided with Shangguan Feiyun and Bailey Jingwei today, and you still try to act dumb. Master, please don't say random things. I didn't side with them at all. I'm completely innocent. Shangguan Yulin denied it all with a victimized look. The Shangguan clan knows I've been eliminated from the competition and I'm not even hurt. How could I just betray my clan? Last time I agreed with Sir since you had me beaten to an inch of my life. Shangguan Yulin completely destroyed his image by tearing up. Shuofan raised an eyebrow and mocked. You think I'm like your clansman? Ignorant? I've seen the 3-round competition Bailey Jingwei set up from the side. The first was a 7th grade pill testing one's patrimony. Second was doing one's best, only worded so you go easy. While on the last round, that was the true test of one's alchemy, a topic I foresaw the making of a perfect or top pill. Ha ha ha. Don't you think it'll raise an eyebrow when you can make an 8th grade but not a top 7th grade? The first 2 rounds attested to you being an 8th grade alchemist, so making a top but lower grade pill was a given. This was Bailey Jingwei's final aim. Going up but never coming down. So don't insult me by telling me you lied your way out of Bailey Jingwei's clutches. Shangguan Yulin shuddered while his insides were frozen in shock. He was completely sold by the sicko's flawless analysis, whether he hid to watch or just plain guesswork. Also, Bailey Jingwei is known as the wisest man in the empire, not some brash musclehead to force you like me. Humph, he definitely struck your unsound mind at the time. What's so hard about convincing an anxious whelp anyway? Shuofan berated. Kid, did you already forget the vivid and heavy vow you made me? To think you're trying to fool me. Haha. Nice, very nice. It seems to me I should go search for another disciple. The black area seeped with bloodlust. Shuddering, Shangguan Yulin paled and begged. Master, forgive me. I was only joking. I didn't realize Master's ingenious intellect and made a mistake. Yes, I have sided with Shangguan Feiyun, but I didn't have a choice. They threatened my life. If I hadn't given in. Fine, you betrayed Shangguan clan and not me anyway. Why should I care? Shuofan huffed. Besides, I just knew you have no bone in your back when I took you. There's nothing odd about a few atrocities or a double-crossing here and there. Shangguan Yulin's face twitched. For God's sake. The sicko's mocking me. He did hold his tongue though, since he knew it was true, even if forced. I used to be such a compassionate young master back in the eastern lands, always upholding righteousness. How did it get to betraying one's roots the minute I came here? Twice even. But even if others don't know this, I'm still hurting from it. Then that punk kept on mocking me earlier and now this sicko. This has got to be the worst year of my life. Shangguan Yulin lamented his fate as he heard the mockery coming from the darkness, unaware that the ones he was cursing were one and the same. Though it was better this way, lest he die from anger. Having been condescending enough for today, Shuafan got down to business. Now why am I here bothering wasting words with you? It's for 2 reasons. You can betray anyone but your master. You still have my mark on you, so do watch out if you value your puny life. Yes, yes. I'll hold your warning to heart. Shangguan Yulin shuddered in fear. Sneering, Shuafan continued. And don't forget your promise. What's yours is mine. What the Shangguan clan wants, I also want. Yes, yes. I'll never ever forget. Shangguan Yulin lowered his shaking head and bowed again. Shuafan nodded. Since you know now, next is the word you sent. Walk me through it. Yes, yes, master. It's nothing much, just that the Shangguan clan has a rough grasp of Flying Cloud Manor, lacking in a few places. They need that punk, Gu Yifan, to scout them. Oh, a map of the manor. Grinning, Shuafan said. This way the map will be complete. Disciple, make me a copy as well. Shuddering, Shangguan Yulin's eyes darted around. What's the sicko planning to do with it? Is he after the manor's things as well? Then, Shangguan Yulin squinted, his mind calculating. Then he clenched his fists and said, Yes, I will have it, master. I'll leave it to you then, ha ha ha. The darkness receded, revealing the room again, but the weird laughter echoed in his ears. I'll be dropping by again when the map is finished. As the cackling faded, Shangguan Yulin revealed an icy smile. Humph, you damn freak. I'll be sure to give you a thoroughly deadly map. Meanwhile, Shuafan felt great lashing at Shangguan Yulin. It was oddly therapeutic. Walking back to his room to see Gu Santong bored on the bed and playing with a new wooden toy. Shuafan knew it wasn't from him. Did the girl give it to you? Yeah. Quite childish, I see. For a 300-year-old man. Aren't you the same? Scaring children again. Gu Santong quipped back as he played. Shuafan chuckled. It's not scaring him, but controlling. While I am the connection between Flying Cloud Manor and the Shangguan clan in the open, he has 2 dark ties. I can control the Shangguan clan's actions, but he can influence Bailey Jingwei's decisions. By controlling him, I control the whole stage. Is he that happy to listen to you? Gu Santong asked. He can't be trusted. Shuafan nodded with a vague smile. He doesn't need to listen to me to use him. I just have to prod him in the right direction and we're set. While the 2 sides are at war, we'll be getting what we want and flee. And Auntie, Gu Santong spoke casually. Shuafan shrugged. That's Shangguan Feixiong's problem. Since she's his daughter, we just need to focus on ourselves. We'll finish our end and then go to the next area. Gu Santong stiffened, then sighed. The world was tranquil around one gazebo, as a stream trickled by and birds danced in the light breeze. Paradise. Bailey Jingwei, Shangguan Feiyun and Dan Xingshen were having tea here, when something flashed closer and closer. Bailey Jingwei put out his hand and a jade slip rested in it. Scanning it, Bailey Jingwei grinned at the 2. The plan went perfectly. Shangguan clan doesn't suspect a thing, while Shangguan Yulin had done a great job in finishing his mission, dispelling any doubts anyone might have. Who knew that feisty girl had a son so cautious and sinister? That means she must have gotten a doormat for a man. Ha ha ha. Grinning, Shangguan Feiyun said. Did he say what Shangguan Feixiong is planning next? Bailey Jingwei nodded. Of course. It appears your niece has been going around the manor and got a grasp of the area, but there's still 5 places she couldn't go to. Now they want to have Grandmaster Gu to scout them to be safe. Humph, I see. Shangguan Feiyun sneered. I'd have opened the manor from the start if I knew this, to let them scout to their heart's content so they could attack already. It makes taking them all down faster. Bailey Jingwei shook his head. Sword King Feiyun, you're wrong. Haste makes waste. If it'd be that easy to get into Flying Cloud Manor, it would only make them more suspicious. And, Shangguan Feiyun looked him in the eye. When Grandmaster Gu arrives, the ban will still be there. With such a tiny radiant stage cultivation, he'll hardly take a step inside. He won't find anything. Ha ha ha. Bailey Jingwei chuckled. Going by Sword King Feiyun's words, who knows when our plan will take effect. But like I said before, we'll destroy them in 2 weeks and not a day later. I don't have the time to play around Sword King Manor. I'm a busy man. Then what do you want to do? Have someone show him the way and fill in the blanks. With a confident smile, Bailey Jingwei said, starting tomorrow, we'll invite him to the manor. For fun, drinks and meals, while giving him room to finish up the map. In this process, we need to adjust our attitude, make him believe we appreciate his alchemical talent while dispelling any doubts. When the Shangguan clan makes its move, we can also contain Grandmaster Gu, so the thieves won't disturb him. Shangguan Feiyun nodded and mocked. Prime Minister Bailey, you're still placing Grandmaster Gu's safety as top priority. You sure like your talents. Ha ha ha. As the Empire's Prime Minister, it's only natural for the Empire to seize talents. Bailey Jingwei smiled and looked at the ever-silent Dan Xianxia. Dragon-cleaving Sword King? I and Sword King Feiyun are more familiar with the Shangguan clan. It would arouse suspicion if any of us would go. I ask that Sir go tomorrow and invite Grandmaster Gu to the manor, to show my great regard for him. Dan Xianxia nodded. Meanwhile, at Shangguan clan's interim base, there were a dozen people in the three venerables' room. Clan head was present with the best experts his clan had, all in Genesis stage. Yet they all had shadows flitting across their faces. Rubbing his forehead, Shangguan Feixiong replied in annoyance. I didn't want to affect morale while in the parlor, and only celebrated Yifun's great success. But with all important figures of the clan here, the pillars, I must be frank. There's too many unknowns regarding this second ambush, which amplifies the danger beyond our estimates. Clan head, are you referring to Bailey Jingwei and Dan Xianxia? The men all knew the source of his vexation. Shangguan Feiyun sighed. Yes, they are the greatest variables to our mission. Dan Xianxia is the best of Western lands, Shangguan Feiyun's equal. With them working together, the manor's power just doubled. And that isn't even the worst part, since our three venerables can hold them back for a time. The crux is that Bailey Jingwei, sagely statesman, Bailey Jingwei, is cunning and devious. For almost a century now, the four lands have suffered from his tangled schemes. One venerable sighed. If he draws us into a corner and works with the two sword kings, our losses will be catastrophic. The others nodded heavily. However, Bailey Jingwei isn't like the two sword kings. In this game of chess, he is deploying the men. As the leader, he must know the other side's moves lest he comes under a surprise attack and throws his own side into confusion. Just how much does he know about our mission? Shangguan Feixiong's eyes flashed. If he's oblivious, we can use the map to assault the manor and increase our chances even with two sword kings. While the opposite is also true. Of course he knows. He's Bailey Jingwei, the wisest man in the Swordstar Empire. Nothing escapes him. I wonder about that. He came here to hold the Pill King convention and help heal the Crown Prince. He might not know about us. You mean Shangguan Feiyun wouldn't tell him? Ha ha ha, you don't understand Shangguan Feiyun. He's too prideful and arrogant. He'll never lower himself and call for help when his domain is in trouble, especially a sage. Shangguan Feixiong's words threw the room into chaos as everyone started talking. Some were for the mission now that they had such a great chance. Getting eyes and ears inside the enemy base was too rare of an occasion to pass up. While others opted to wait for Dan Xianxia and Bailey Jingwei to leave first, as they posed the greatest threat. Shangguan Feixiong was plagued with indecision. This choice affected the life and death of his clan's main force. It was too much for him to bear. A rash choice here would damn his clan. It led to the Shangguan clansmen arguing on and on, well into the evening and then into dawn. Yet they showed no signs of stopping still. Noon found Shangguan Feixiong's ears clogged with all the buzzing, but no outcome arose even now. The safe return of his spies, Shangguan Yulin and Zhuo Fan, proved Bailey Jingwei was none the wiser, or he'd have already caught them the minute they raised his suspicions. Shangguan Yulin assured him as well that Bailey Jingwei was only here to select alchemists to heal the Crown Prince's condition. Everything pointed to him being here for the crown prince and not them. Thus, Shangguan Feixiong called this meeting to discuss how to proceed. He could never otherwise ignore someone like Bailey Jingwei appearing out of nowhere, especially when he came with the dragon-cleaving Sword King. Shangguan Feixiong has so much trust in his nephew that he was willing to go against his principles. It was also why he was now having a headache from all the shouting. Cries came from outside that broke the noise within the room. A man burst into the room, scared to death. "Clan head, to there! How dare you barge into the Venerable's room? We're in the middle of important talks. What the hell got you so shaken to run here?" Shangguan Feixiong wiped his head around to bark at the Soul Harmony stage guard. With no time for manners, the guard looked like he'd seen a ghost. An old man came. And just an old man sent you in a panic? He said he's dragon-cleaving Sword King. What? Everyone froze, their faces paling. Shangguan Feixiong was really anxious now. Is he alone? Was there anyone else with him? The guard stammered. And no, but he said that he came to see Grandmaster Gu. Young miss had me come notify you, clan head, on what to do. You idiot! What are you coming to me for? Go see Gu Yifan. He's the clan head of this house. Go have him deal with Dan Qing-shen. Shangguan Feixiong cursed. The guard, startled, darted from the room, and bobbed his head in panic, now rushing to Zhuo Fan's room. Sweating buckets, Shangguan Feixiong and the others were shaken up, giving a stiff nod. Let's go check what Dan Qing-shen's up to. A few chairs and a stone table were placed in the front yard, one of which was taken by a casual old man, sipping tea like he was right at home. Next to him was a fine girl, carefully peeking at him and looking conflicted. Dan Qing-shen knew at a glance why, but played dumb. Miss Gu, what has gotten you so nervous? Feel free to return to your matters if you have to. I'll just wait here for Grandmaster Gu. It's not right. Cousin will surely blame me for leaving Sir Sword King unattended. Please overlook my uncouth and unfamiliar courtesy. Ha ha ha. Shangguan Qingyan stiffened and had a weird smile while her heart was burning in anger. Not in her wildest dreams did she think Dan Qing-shen would pay a house visit. Leaving him alone was out of the question as well. The old guy might wander around and stumble upon her clan. Once exposed, everything would be laid to ruin when they were so close. They'd suffer heavy losses before the second ambush even began. That was why, even if she was wound tighter than a violin, she held it in like a champ. On top of that, she was pissed. Where the hell is that guard I sent to report to Dad? What should I do? Why aren't you saying something, Dad? And where's that Gu Yifan? I'm close to dying here. With a knowing smile, Dan Qing-shen began. Miss Gu is too kind. I just came on a whim so you can treat me like any other old man. I wouldn't feel at ease otherwise. Dragon-cleaving Sword King is so modest, seeing yourself as an average old man. Shangguan Qingyan smiled. Dan Qing-shen waved casually as he teased. Well, if Miss Gu insists, seeing how Grandmaster Gu has yet to arrive, would it be possible to take a stroll around the back of this place? Dan Qing-shen already got up. Air. Shangguan Qingyan shook, then grew a notch more nervous. This humble abode is nothing impressive compared to a Sword King's manor. I wouldn't want to let you down. How can it be? A mountain needn't be high / it is famous for the deity residing there. / a lake needn't be deep / it is magical with the dragon slumbering beneath the surface. / my home is humble / but my presence brings it virtue. No matter how shabby Grandmaster Gu's home is, an 11th grade alchemist's house is leagues above anyone else's. Ha ha ha. Star Reader. An epigraph in praise of my humble home by Lu Yuki. Dan Qing-shen started walking away. Success. Gasping, Shangguan Qingyan was scared to death. Rushing to stop him, she teared up. Sir Sword King, there's really nothing impressive about this place. Please relax here and enjoy your tea. Miss Gu, you're looking a bit off there. Are you ill? Yes. I am feeling somewhat unwell. You have to take your medicine quickly and get some rest. You don't need to look after me. I can walk around by myself. Ha ha ha. Dan Xingshan snickered as he toyed with the wee lass. Shangguan Qingyan shook all over, tears welling in her eyes. What do I do? How do I stop him? A laughter came from behind. Sir Sword King, you honor this house with your presence. What could have made Sir come here? What can I do, Sir, for? See, cousin. Zhuofan was walking over at his own casual pace. Shangguan Qingyan burst with joy, looking at him like a savior. Zhuofan laughed inside at her frantic look. Yenner, your condition isn't stable. Go back in and rest. Leave Dragon Cleaving Sword King in my care. All right. Shangguan Qingyan nodded and gave him a look. With a respectful gesture to Dan Xingshan, she left free, like an inmate finishing his sentence. Watching her skip away in glee, Dan Xingshan mocked. Ha ha ha. This girl is like an escaped bird. Guess she had been terrified. And whose fault is that, I wonder? What are you doing messing with a little girl anyway? Zhuofan chuckled. Dan Xingshan shrugged. Can you blame me? Since when is receiving guests done in the front yard and not the parlor or even backyard? Now that's just rude. It's not like you don't know. It won't help anyone's case when everything comes to light. Zhuofan rolled his eyes, pointing at a stone stool. Let's just talk here, lest you want everyone to soil themselves in fright. Why am I that scary? What do you think? Sighing, Zhuofan said, you just haven't seen for yourself how close to losing it that Shangguan clan guard who came to tell me was. Anyone would be scared to death when one of the central area's 9 sword kings pays them a visit. Even before coming here, I saw the Shangguan clan huddled together in fright as they watched me come here, with even Shangguan Feixiong spilling his tea. Dan Xingshan sneered as he returned to his chair. Shangguan Feixiong? Ha ha ha. The last time I saw him he didn't look scared. The last time he was Eastern Land's strongest clan's clan head. While now he's a spy in the central area. How is that the same? Would you have attacked him in Eastern Lands? Would he attack you now in the Flying Cloud City? Zhuofan rolled his eyes and mocked, sitting next to Dan Xingshan. Dan Xingshan nodded. Harsh, but true. It's not the same, ha ha ha. So why are you? Bailey Jingwei sent me. Like you predicted, they want to sow dissension. With a smirk, Dan Xingshan began to retell everything they spoke, ending with a sigh. Boy, you're really something, I'll give you that, to hold your own against that old weasel Bailey Jingwei. To the point you're having complete control over everything from the shadows. Zhuofan showed a wide smile. Great. Since they want to sow dissension, he'll make things easy on this little old spy. Exactly how I like it. Ha ha ha. Little weasel. Dan Xingshan snickered. Zhuofan gave him a long look and they both cracked up. They were both happy in their own way. Zhuofan, for seeing his plan coming along, and Dan Xingshan, for helping a good friend. Regardless, the two were in high spirits and nothing could curb their good mood. Clan head young Master Gu is quite good. He's handling Dragon Cleaving Sword King like a pro. There's not a trace of fear in him. Amazing. Now I get why Bailey Jingwei didn't spot him. The Shangguan clan's experts were watching from the shadows as they hid in the elder's room. While words did not reach them, the mood was enough to tell them how friendly they were. Shangguan Feixiong nodded in pride. I've made the right decision taking in this step-nephew. Clan head is brilliant. The others sucked up to him and praised, with only Shangguan Yulin feeling sour inside. Zhuofan and Dan Xingshan finished their short talk, called Shangguan Qingyan to tell her about something, then stunned the Shangguan clan as they just went out. Once they were gone, Shangguan Feixiong rushed straight for Shangguan Qingyan. Yenna, what happened? Why is Dan Xingshan taking Yifan? Oh, Dad. It's you. Having a mob of experts assaulting her scared her for a second. But seeing it was Shangguan Qingyan and the rest, she spoke heavily. Father, Dan Xingshan invited Sir Gu to the manor. He looks to value him. This time it'll be a good chance to finish the map. Pa. Clenching his fists, Shangguan Feixiong was overly excited. Turning to the rest, did Dan Xingshan notice us while he was here? Clan head, we have a barrier in the back to cover our auras. He shouldn't have noticed us. Great. This is providence. Shangguan Feixiong's eyes flashed, his tone firm. Men, we've quarreled enough on this mission. Flying Cloud Manor wants Yifan so bad while ignoring this house. This shows they don't know about us. Not to mention we saw Yifan's attitude just now. He and Dragon-Cleaving Sword King are friendly, and I bet so are the other two. Then we must relax and make use of this rare opportunity. All we need now is for Yifan to finish the map and the attack will commence. They all cupped their fists and shouted, "Yes, sir!" Shangguan Yulin grinned. Shangguan Yulin was by the side smiling in pride. With something sinister hidden within, back at Flying Cloud Manor once more, he was met with the same imposing gait, the same impressive guards, yet a most contrasting welcome. Danqing Shun and Zhuo Fan were met with bows of respect all around. "Welcome, Dragon-Cleaving Sword King and Grandmaster Gu. A blessing to you." Zhuo Fan shot up to the level of the 9 Sword Kings practically, and literally, overnight. Even he was taken aback at the treatment. He noticed Danqing Shun shrugging and leading the way with a smile. Zhuo Fan rose an eyebrow, following with a peculiar smile. Passing many pavilions and gardens, the two arrived at a fabulous and grandiose hall. Bailey Jingwei and Shangguan Feiyun were waiting for them in their seats. "Ha ha ha, Grandmaster Gu, you're here at last. Have you handled your matters home?" Shangguan Feiyun welcomed him with a laugh. Zhuo Fan gave a short bow. "Sword King Feiyun needn't trouble. There's not much to look after at home, mostly finishing the chores, and I swiftly accepted Sword King's invitation." "Might I ask what was the reason?" "Grandmaster, you're talking like I'm forcing you." "Ha ha ha." Shangguan Feiyun laughed again with a casual wave. He took Zhuo Fan's wrist, being overly friendly. "There are just 5 days before Grandmaster will be leaving for the imperial capital with Prime Minister Bailey. With your skill and potential, you're sure to become the main alchemist in the imperial capital in no time. Grandmaster may even be under Invincible Sword, Patriarch's favorite. Those days will make it even harder for me to see Grandmaster in person. Before it comes to pass, I wanted to get to know Grandmaster better and have you leave my jurisdiction with peace of mind." "Ha ha ha." Zhuo Fan nodded, chuckling and cupping his hands. "Sword King, you're just too kind to me." Shangguan Feiyun was a typical flatterer right now, striking before he reached fame to get close and earning returns when he went big. But what was even clearer was Shangguan Feiyun's utmost respect was to give him the chance to scout the place. "I'm not denying you anything because I'm fawning all over you. Making intelligence gathering too easy would rouse suspicions instead. But now this problem was solved through this most logical explanation." Taking a look around him, Zhuo Fan knew this was one of the 5 blank spots on Shangguan Qingyan's map. He just got to the manor and already filled one gap in the map. Bailey Jingwei sure is meticulous, filling in all the details. From indulging his scout role to setting up the place for this guest, all was done within reason. He figured all of this out only because he had someone playing triple agent with every side. "Ha ha ha. The world is going down the drain if even the proud Sword King Feiyun mastered the art of ingratiating." Bailey Jingwei laughed and walked over to them. Afraid Zhuo Fan didn't get such an obvious hint. "Kid, Shangguan Feiyun won't do nothing to you no matter what you break in this manner, or what place you barge into. All because he wants to get closer to you, so don't doubt for a second a scheme is afoot." This confirmed Zhuo Fan's conjectures even more. They were throwing the info to his feet. "Why am I being tough? The time is now." Zhuo Fan grinned. Shangguan Feiyun found his act lacking, so he went on, grabbing Zhuo Fan's shoulder and glaring at Bailey Jingwei. "Prime Minister, how can you say that? Grandmaster Gu is a genius coming from my own domain. What's wrong with being a good host in my own home by looking after Grandmaster Gu? Don't use your corrupt official rules on me. I appreciate talent just as you do, and I value Grandmaster Gu the most. Sword King Feiyun, does the manor have some marvels and sceneries that I can enjoy?" Zhuo Fan cut him off with stars in his eyes. Shangguan Feiyun shook, giving him a flat look. Bailey Jingwei was taken off guard as well. I haven't even finished my script to justify your visit to the manor, yet you dropped this sudden line. That saves us the foreplay, showing you right in, spy." Shangguan Feiyun laughed and gestured in invitation. Of course there are. Right this way, Grandmaster Gu. I dare say my manor has the best views, comparable even with the Thunder Pavilion in the imperial capital. You, sir, will be amazed at the breathtaking experience. Ha ha ha! I can hardly wait. Shuafan was excited as well, rubbing his hands as his eyes shone. He cared not what the Shangguan clan and Flying Cloud Manor were up to, just that his goal just so happened to be here. While they want dissension, I'll use my role as a spy this time to find what I want in this place. It just doesn't get any better than this, Shangguan Feiyun grabbed Shuafan and walked him out like an old friend. Dan Qingshan chuckled and turned serious. Prime Minister Bailey, you guys have made a script for hours to get Grandmaster Gu to play along. Now, instead of affirming your fears of finding it out, he just went head in with the script, falling for the first line and scouting the manor. If you knew, you and Sword King Feiyun would have just took him strolling instead. Ha ha ha. Right you are. Bailey Jingwei chuckled as he shook his head. I've never seen a newbie spy like Grandmaster Gu in my life. He's not meandering at all, but reveals his goal from the start. We'd have long since thrown him into a torture chamber to squeeze the info out of him if we hadn't already known everything. So much planning all gone to waste on this green spy. Even if we continued to fake it, he'd still not care because he was no spy, but an alchemist. Dan Qingshan remained silent, showing only a smirk. Know everything? Ha ha, Prime Minister. Why this kid here knows way more than even the greatest sage in the empire. Dan Qingshan and Bailey Jingwei smiled, following after them. Shangguan Feiyun took Shuafan in the backyard, where another blank spot on the map was located. Shuafan was excited. Now, is there another world wind tunnel here? The roaring of a waterfall rumbled in his ears. Shuafan barely contained his joy, as even his body shook. Shangguan Feiyun didn't notice it as he led the way. They soon arrived before a 300-meter-tall waterfall, revealed to them in the form of a white curtain. Glittering stars rained down from above. What made this waterfall so special was the lack of any cliffs. The water just fell from the air in an unending suspended river that wound through unseen obstacles before climbing back into the skies. This was a waterfall made of one complete circle of water, with the flow shaping all kinds of spaces, even tumbling in some areas. The sheer spectacle was enough to leave Shuafan speechless. As water went down, man climbed up, a common saying that was toppled here and now. Water was not only taking form, but expressed different states, from soft to hard. Even without Sword King Feiyun's words, he knew this was the World Wind Tunnel he wanted to find. With a prideful look, Shangguan Feiyun pointed, Ha ha ha, Grandmaster Gu. Wasn't I right? This here is the most amazing sight in the world. Jade falls, endless and flowing. The water just stands in the air held by nothing, unmarred by the mortal world, yet solid as any mountain. It is a cultivator's paradise with its incredible spiritual energy, even more so for a water cultivator. It also helps calm one's restless heart. The ones who can't make use of it are those related to alchemy and refining. I can see that. Shuafan nodded. Even so, it's still a great place to cultivate. Truly everyone looks upon Sword King Feiyun with envy for you to have such a paradise at your disposal. Shangguan Feiyun chuckled. Oh no, this is bestowed by the world. I couldn't possibly take it for myself. And I'm also not gaining as much from it from our incompatible attributes. The only help comes from clearing one's Tao heart. Shuafan nodded. Shuafan's right arm flashed an eerie red glow, and a thick bloodthirst shot from the waterfall at him. Shuafan was shocked, so were the rest. Shangguan Feiyun welcomed him in his own home, yet now someone dared to attack. Whoosh! As the water sprayed everywhere, a flash of red sword aura from the falls shot right at Shuafan. The icy piercing bloodthirst bit into his face, making his skin crawl. A sacred weapon? Shuafan's heart thumped, his fists balled up. This was his second time seeing a sacred weapon, first being in the Double Dragon Manor where the vaulting sword got him good. Not even the nigh indestructible Qilin arm could hold it back. With such a sharp edge, there was hardly anything out there that could truly resist it. The sacred beast aura must have triggered it. The only way to stop it is with my divine eye of the void. Forged by the heavenly sovereign and sword sovereign, this sacred weapon would be meek in the face of its master's power. Unfortunately, he wasn't alone this time around with 3 other spectators. By pushing back a sacred weapon now was the same as blowing his cover. It would make all his efforts so far useless. Xuefan's heart tensed in hesitation, not knowing what to do. As the crimson sword aura drew closer and closer, he was stuck in a dilemma. Nonetheless, his right eye flashed golden, ready to act if needed be. First priority would always be his life, of course. How dare you come out when I'm with an important guest? Leave at once. The roaring voice of Shangguan Feiyun echoed out. Xuefan chuckled with a sneer. He'd never believe it for a second that Shangguan Feiyun could control the raging sacred weapon. Genesis stage they might be, at peak of the mortal domain, but mortals all the same. Yet they thought of commanding a sacred weapon? You should be grateful the great weapon, a sovereign forge, would even allow you to wield it. Instead of respecting its parent, you holler at it and expect it to bow down? That's a 6th grade sacred weapon, not some spiritual toothpick. It demands respect. Only to look on with a dumb look at what he was witnessing the next moment. The red sword faltered in midair and hovered, actually listening to Shangguan Feiyun. Xuefan's eye twitched. No way. What's a 6th grade sacred weapon doing listening to some mortal domain citizen? Bruh, you're the best of the best, made by a sovereign himself, so how can you just fall so low as to obey some Genesis stage expert? Where's your dignity? Where's your pride? Did you lose them on your way down to the moral domain? Xuefan watched the inconceivable play with mixed emotions. He had to switch vaulting sword soul with blood infant to get that one. Now though, Shangguan Feiyun had done him one better, with this one sword soul completely capitulating to him. It was the only logical explanation for this ridiculous scene. It made him wonder though. Why is a sovereign-made sacred weapon giving in just like that? Why is it going against Heavenly Sovereign's order to kill the sacred beasts and listening to Shangguan Feiyun instead? Xuefan stood there, rooted in doubt. Shangguan Feiyun took it for fear and laughed in apology. Grandmaster Gu, forgive me. This sword is the greatest treasure of Eastern lands I brought along, soaring divine sword, which needs a place of thick spiritual energy to reside in. So I just placed it in the Jade Falls along with sacred stones. Unlike any spiritual weapon, this divine weapon has a will of its own and shuns strangers. It must have sensed you and burst out. Forgive me for letting it scare Grandmaster. It's fine. It's my honor to witness the great Eastern land's divine weapon. Soaring sword, ha ha ha. Xuefan chuckled. Shangguan Feiyun and Bailey Jingwei shared a nod and an evil grin. With the soaring sword's location known, all that's left is for them to make a move, humph, hum. But then the red sword aura flashed once more, followed by the soaring sword disregarding Shangguan Feiyun's order as it attacked Xuefan again. The immense pressure and savagery took his breath away. Shangguan Feiyun narrowed his eyes and barked. Soaring sword, stop this instant. He's my honored guest. Clang. The soaring sword expressed its refusal with a ringing sound, still coming at Xuefan to end him where he stood. Curses. I thought I told you to stop already. With a mask of rage, Shangguan Feiyun drew 2 fingers together and swiped. A sword energy shot straight at soaring sword. Bam! The sky cracked with a deafening thunderclap. The shockwave spread throughout the whole of Flying Cloud Manor. The guard held their ears in pain as they bled from eyes, nose and mouth. The weaker ones had it worse, knocked out on the spot. Not that the closest soul harmony and Genesis stage experts closest to Bailey Jingwei and Xuefan fared any better. Lucky that Dan Qingxin was there to take the brunt. Canceling it with the gale he sent with a casual swipe of his hand. It by no means managed to relieve Xuefan of his frown, amazed by what he was seeing instead of feeling fear. Soaring sword actually halted at Shangguan Feiyun's attack, even if it kept shaking in midair. This can't be. Fan was stunned once more by the soaring sword. The sacred weapons were outrageously strong. He should know, since just one meager sword energy was enough to pierce his Qilin arm. How was it that now some guy's attack got it stuck? Fan was finding it hard to accept. Is that attack so much stronger than the sacred weapon? That's absurd. Even if it wasn't a sovereign-made weapon, it's a 6th grade sacred weapon for a reason. It just can't be so weak as to be trapped under some mortal's attack. But reality couldn't be denied. Sword King Feiyun held more strength in handling Heavenly Sovereign's sacred weapon than he who used tricks. The soaring sword rang as it shook in the air, but it was soon apparent it was growing weaker. Shangguan Feiyun kept his fingers out all this time. Getting weaker? Then get back in there and recover. Don't let me catch you bursting out and scaring my guests again. Shangguan Feiyun flicked his hand and the Shangguan Feiyun was flung back. It tumbled through the air before entering the waterfall. Fan eased a breath, giving Shangguan Feiyun a long look. He really is the best in Eastern lands for a reason. Grandmaster Gu, everyone, I must apologize. I don't know what has gotten into that divine sword to scare you. Please forgive me. Shangguan Feiyun looked contrite as he cupped his hands. Bailey Jingwei laughed offhandedly. That divine weapon has always been weird. It must be our sudden arrival into its domain that provoked the divine weapon. No apology necessary. We wouldn't have gotten to witness Sword King Feiyun's great skill otherwise. Sword King Feiyun's soaring sword art has improved even more. Ha ha ha. Prime Minister, there's no need to joke. I take full responsibility for this mistake. Shangguan Feiyun chuckled and turned to Fan. I must have startled you, Grandmaster Gu. Why don't you go to your room now that it is ready and rest for the day? I shall be personally giving you a tour of the garden tomorrow and use the chance to get closer. Fan bowed, looking disturbed, but forced a smile. Sword King is too kind. I can only accept the offer. Let us continue tomorrow. The others bowed and Dan Xingshan said, I'll show Grandmaster Gu to his room. At the nod of the other two, Fan and Dan Xingshan walked out of sight. Bailey Jingwei whined out of earshot. Shangguan Feiyun, I only asked you to reveal the soaring sword to Grandmaster Gu to patch up the map. But you went overboard with making a scene and scaring him as well. He's just a radiant stage cultivator. What if you scared his wits away too? How are you going to find me another talent with the potential to become the best alchemist in the world? Prime Minister Bailey, it wasn't me. Shangguan Feiyun frowned. Bailey Jingwei gave him a look. Who else is there? You're the only one in the Flying Cloud Manor that commands the soaring sword. That's just it. Shangguan Feiyun gave a perplexed sigh. I wanted to lead him to Jade Falls to give him a peek of the soaring sword, but for some strange reason, the sword came out by itself and attacked Grandmaster Gu. It had such a thick bloodlust too, that it overrode my command. This has never happened before. Bailey Jingwei frowned, filled with doubt. Does him being a stranger have anything to do with it, I wonder? The manor is filled with strangers, but none triggered soaring sword's bloodlust. Just what is going on here? Shangguan Feiyun gnashed his teeth, his eyes flashing. In the peaceful gardens, an old man and a youth walked shoulder to shoulder. The guards didn't mind them once. Fan saw the coast was clear and gave Dan Xingshan a questioning gaze. Old Dan, how come Shangguan Feiyun has such an easy time controlling the soaring sword? Back in Double Dragon Manor, the vaulting sword got me good. Its power isn't something just anyone can block. Can't you tell? It's because he grew up alongside the sword and understands its nature. Dan Xingshan glanced at him. It only worked to puzzle Fan more. What's that supposed to mean? Boy, why do you think the factions covet the 5 divine weapons that can become guardian divine weapons? Dan Xingshan had a smirk on his face. Fan blurted. Since the 5 divine weapons are outstanding, can cut anything, making the wielder fight 10 at a time and can even kill a stage above the wielder. There's nothing strange about being called a guardian divine weapon either. Ha ha ha, wrong. What you described there is anything with a sharp edge, not nearly enough for a divine weapon to earn the respect of all experts in the world. Why would the invincible sword be afraid and desire them then? I guess you haven't entered Double Dragon Manor yet. Haha, do you want to know why the 9 sects of Western lands would just send their disciples thousands of miles away to fight in the Double Dragon Gathering for the chance to cultivate in the Double Dragon Manor? Since Double Dragon Manor monopolized the sacred stones, right? Zhuofan continued with a frown. Sacred stones are the fastest way to groom outstanding disciples and guard Western lands along with its resources and interests. What other reason is there? With a teasing grin, Dan Xianxia nodded. You're not wrong there. But sacred stones aren't limited to having a thick spiritual energy. They can also wash one's marrow, improving a cultivator's constitution. As for the most important reason, well, ha ha ha. Dan Xianxia pointed at his head. Brains. Zhuofan lit up. Dan Xianxia rolled his eyes. Speaking of brains, there are many wise men out there who can use their heads far better than cultivators, like Bailey Jingwei and other high officials of empires, smarter than cultivators alike. Why is it that the Double Dragon Manor didn't invite them over? You mean insight? Dan Xianxia's eyes shone, his voice firm. Cultivators gain insight in the world around them. It's a must to learn all the arts and skills out there. The level of insight will make 2 cultivators feel completely different despite using the same skill and having the same cultivation. Double Dragon Manor is holding their contest to look into the sects for seeds with high insight. I'm sure you noticed by now that power isn't enough to get you in. While insight and power go hand in hand, it's not always the case. You've seen the 4 girls' array at the gathering, how weak it was. Yet they got invited anyway. This is the reason. That array holds the world, giving the 4 girls value in being nurtured. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. Having mentioned Chu Qingqing's group, Dan Xianxia reminded him of his pain. But he soon recovered. What's that got to do with the 5 divine weapons? Plenty. Dan Xianxia turned grave. The divine weapons can open one's mind, helping the user understand better arts and skills. That's understanding, not learning. It's not just handed to you on a jade slip, but something you discover out of nowhere. This is insight. A low insight blocks you from understanding the inner workings of the world and its Tao, while also stopping you from gaining a unique skill of your own. It's why I have twin souls and the dragon cleaving art. Everything stemmed from the insight the vaulting sword invested in me. The same applies to Shangguan Feiyun's soaring sword art he understood from the soaring sword. Almost every top expert of the lands has their power stemming from the understanding of the divine weapon. The level of their strength is set apart only by their insight. The most known is Invincible Sword Bailey Yutian. That old freak's sundering sword art has reached perfection. Nothing and no one can stop him. But it's not enough to make him relax, fearing there might be someone out there that would gain equal insights from other divine weapons like he did. That's why. Shuddering, Zhuofan was so overwhelmed he blocked out Dan Xianxia's last words. He came to know a shocking secret. The 5 sacred weapons weren't just in the 6th grade, but also contained Sword Sovereign's sword path. The mortal domain cultivators were walking the path of the sword sovereign treaded through these sacred weapons. That's why Shangguan Feiyun can control the soaring sword. He got most of the soaring sword's core sword skill that the soaring sword is based on. Heaven Trailing Sect's High Venerable's words came to mind just then. He was near the vaulting sword and understood in 3 days his unique skill, Heaven Trailing Sword. Only his contact with the sacred weapon was very short, making his understanding lacking compared with Shangguan Feiyun and Dan Xianxia, who had great insights on top of being around the weapons for longer. This was not to say the Heaven Trailing Sword wasn't in a league of its own. Now that was a unique skill. It meant that Shangguan Feiyun and Dan Xianxia, who spent their days understanding the sacred weapon, more fully comprehended the Sword Sovereign's sword. They of course were even more amazing. Zhuofan now lost all his disdain for the top brass of the mortal domain. Looking at it from a certain angle, they were training in the arts of sacred domain, with the knowledge a sovereign left behind. Zhuofan turned serious, regretting how he had the vaulting sword with him for 2 years, yet it was used as nothing more than a glorified paperweight, having learned nothing from it. Even if the sword spirit got swapped, the knowledge was still there somewhere. He didn't pick up swordsmanship all this time since he didn't want to practice it, and also because he saw no one around him worthy to teach him. Now though, the sacred weapon had inside a sovereign's legacy. How could he just let this monumental occasion slip by? That's for later though. What takes priority is the job. Sealing the world wind tunnel and giving this town the slip with young Xianxia. Seeing him deep in thought, obviously oblivious to his words, Dan Qingshan rolled his eyes. Anyways, be extra careful. Divine weapons are treasured anywhere in this world. The Shangguan clan isn't here to get the soaring sword back just cause it's sharp, but escape from invincible sword's oppressive yoke, while also bearing the responsibility for future experts. This applies to all lands. If you plan on going after the divine weapon, know that not just Shangguan Feiyun, but even Bailey Jingwei will come for you. I know that. I'll be extra careful. Zhuofan chuckled with a carefree smile. Dan Qingshan nodded after a long look. He knew just how smart Zhuofan was and that he had his own plans, so he just reminded him. He then left Zhuofan in his room. The next day, Shangguan Feiyun came to knock on his door to give him a tour of the premises and complete the map. Zhuofan milked his new role for all it's worth in the meanwhile, exploring the manor's every corner, raising questions and earning answers to any and all things he didn't know or understand. The only thing missing were the holes the mice left in Shangguan Feiyun's room. Other than that, he knew the place like the back of his hand. In face of Zhuofan's brazen and absurd requests, Shangguan Feiyun's group acted offhandedly, answering every time, while grumbling inside. This spy is getting a bit out of hand here. He's even asking about the guard's shift change for God's sake. Do we look like idiots to you? Anyone with half a brain will know you're Shangguan clan's spy the minute you ask that. What are you doing even asking them? Shangguan Feiyun noticed Zhuofan didn't ask out brazen attitude, but out of awkwardness. Just when Bailey Jingwei was having enough of this poor excuse of a spy, Zhuofan's next question took the cake. I wonder if there are any secret escape tunnels out of the manor. Not telling. Shangguan Feiyun's face twitched and chuckled. Grandmaster Gu, how can Flying Cloud Manor have something like that? Why are you asking anyway? Run. Zhuofan spoke with utter conviction. I heard the manor was under attack by assassins a while back. I need to know so I can flee if they come again. Shangguan Feiyun gave him a long look. This was a sore spot for him. Why is he so cheerfully asking about it? Isn't he scared I'll suspect him? Bailey Jingwei was far more astute. Grandmaster Gu isn't as green as I thought. He knows how to probe for information. Flying Cloud Manor has the Sword King. There's no thief who'd dare enter here, and we'll be returning to the imperial capital soon. We'll need Grandmaster Gu to look after the Crown Prince's condition soon. Bailey Jingwei's meaning was clear. I came for the Crown Prince and have no time to dawdle around. Do what you need. Attack the manor while at it, but I'll be going either way. Zhuofan smiled and nodded, meeting Bailey Jingwei's eyes and sharing agreement. The 5 days flew by and Zhuofan's map was made whole as a result, though he wasn't exactly keen on giving it to the Shangguan clan. As the Soaring Sword and the Jade Falls happened to be in the same place, he and them now had a conflict of interests. He needed lots of time for his job, and that meant the Shangguan clan had to fight it out with Shangguan Feiyun, preferably elsewhere. Grandmaster Gu will be setting off first thing in the morning. The dawn of the 4th day came, yet Zhuofan hadn't even asked to go back to his home, while Bailey Jingwei had since been wanting him to do so from the start. So he gave Zhuofan the perfect excuse to report back. Going to Imperial Capital will mean seeing His Majesty and then His Highness to cure him. Things will get very complicated for a long time, making settling your family hard. You're gonna have to leave your family for a while, Grandmaster Gu. So before we go, would you like to go home and say your goodbyes? So you won't appear cold. Zhuofan smiled, getting the gist. Prime Minister is so thoughtful. It's my intention as well. Then Grandmaster Gu can return to his family for today, and the dragon-cleaving Sword King shall escort us to the Imperial Capital the next day. It's been half a month now since I left the Imperial Capital, and we can't delay addressing the Crown Prince's state any longer. Bailey Jingwei's eyes flashed, looking restless. Zhuofan grinned inside while giving a nod. I admire Prime Minister's devotion. a pillar of the nation and its people. Be at ease, sir. I shall give my very best in curing the crown prince once we arrive, as gratitude for Prime Minister's favor now. Thank you, Grandmaster Gu. The day is nevertheless short, so hurry back to your family. Bailey Jingwei waved him off with a kind smile. Zhuo Fan retreated after a bow. Just as he faded from view, it was Shangguan Feiyun's cue to step in from a side door, snickering. Going to give his report? Yes. Now it's their move, ha ha ha. Beaming, Bailey Jingwei leaned back on his chair, easing into it and feeling control over the entire board. None could escape his palm. Zhuo Fan went to the Shangguan clan with a clear mind and intent, to give them the map they tasked him to patch up. He just opened the door and Shangguan Qingyan yanked him in, not forgetting to stick her head out after and check if the coast was clear. She closed the door shut and pulled him to the parlor. Hurry up. Dad and everyone are getting impatient. Uncle's waiting for me? Zhuo Fan asked. Bailey Jingwei only let me off today. How did you guys know so fast? Shangguan Qingyan rolled her eyes. Of course we didn't know. Dad and the Venerables had always been eager for good news ever since you left. Waiting and waiting. But then it took 5 days. Any longer and Dad would have sent me over to ask for you. Nodding, Zhuo Fan saw just how crucial the operation was for Shangguan Feixiong, and how tense they were because of it. Better for him, actually, since it made fooling them easier. Getting to be the final winner in this mission was going to be a walk in the park now. Zhuo Fan grinned, letting Shangguan Qingyan take him to the parlor. Shangguan Feixiong and the others were beyond restless, pacing all over the place. Maybe the chairs had splinters in them? Dad, Sir Gu is back. Her bright voice echoed throughout the room, pulling on everyone's jittery heartstrings. Every pair of eyes were fixed on Zhuo Fan's plain face with a burning gaze. Seeing him so casual filled them with respect and expectations. It was like meeting their ancestors. Shangguan Feixiong stepped forward and took a deep breath. He grabbed Zhuo Fan's shoulder and spoke eagerly. Yifan, why you're back at last? Success. The weight was too much on Shangguan Feixiong's nerves. Forgetting himself and squeezing hard, Zhuo Fan winced. Uncle, why your hand? Oh, sorry. I got a little too excited there. Ha ha ha. Letting go, Shangguan Feixiong gave an awkward smile. Then he turned serious. Yifan, how is it? Is the map? Grinning from ear to ear, Zhuo Fan's hand glowed to reveal a white paper cover in squiggles most defined and intricate. Uncle, rest easy knowing that there's not a stone unchecked in the manner when I made this map. Snatching the map in eagerness, he also took out the map Shangguan Qingyan made for comparison. Ha ha ha, it is indeed more detailed than Yenner's, and it includes the 5 blank spots as well with added details. But where exactly are these 5 places? Why are they under heavy guard and restricted? Do you know, Yifan? How could I have not looked into it? That would mean I'd be endangering my Shangguan clan's brothers. Zhuo Fan beamed and pointed at the map with pride. Uncle, here is the treasury, filled with the manor's valuables. Here is the barracks, where the guards rotate and the armory is located, holding demonic treasures and spiritual weapons. And this here is Shangguan Feiyun's private quarters, holding his wives, children, cultivation partners. What a rotten degenerate. How come he has so many cultivation partners? What about me? Zhuo Fan looked green with envy, wishing to replace Shangguan Feiyun in nightly cultivation. But then his words got cut off by the sharp kick in the leg, making him cry out. He looked back to see a pair of raging eyes boring holes into him. Shangguan Qingyan glared and was ticked off. You're supposed to be scouting the manor, not the guy's harem. Did you already forget about your wife in Western lands? Yifan, you're going overboard here. This is no time to think about dual cultivation, you're on a mission here. Be more serious. Glaring at him, Shangguan Feixiong chided as well, now also holding his shoulder. Though to train in Shangguan clan's soaring sword art, we have no choice but to resort to dual cultivation, as well as we need to expel the savage energy inside us. Once we get back to Eastern lands, I'll personally teach you this ultimate skill. No need to rush it. Zhuo Fan was intrigued. So that's why Shangguan Feiyun didn't look like a genuine horn dog. It's because he's doing it to cultivate. He got the shock of his life when Shangguan Feiyun took him to his private quarters. With 72 concubines around, this Sword King was an emperor in his own right. When he thought Sir Sword King was about to give him a couple, he found that he was here to take a peek, and that was it. Thank heavens I'm no leecher, or that glorious view would have haunted me for the rest of my life. Now he knew that this was related to the skill in the soaring sword. It was too savage for just anyone to learn, and they had to vent it somehow before it did more harm than good. The best way just happened to be dual cultivation. Zhuofan nodded, and the other Shangguan clansmen gave back a knowing smile. Shangguan Qinyan was looking a bit dark there. Among them, humph, with a degenerate master one only gets degenerate disciples. Is that how a clan head acts? Where's the honor in that? Ahem. Right, let's get back on topic. With an embarrassed smile, Shangguan Feixiong patted Zhuofan's head, pinning the blame on him. Don't lead us along, kid. This is serious, deadly so. How could you distract us so much? Now, what about the remaining 2 areas? Zhuofan rolled his eyes and cursed. You're just upright in the wrong place. I hardly ever did dual cultivation myself, while your clan does it on a daily basis for cultivation. You have the nerve to point your finger at me? Just how many maidens have you ruined? He made sure to keep that part to himself while giving them a knowing nod, giving this discount uncle a scapegoat. He continued, this is Shangguan Feiyun's resting room, under tight guard of course. And this is something called Jade Falls, a paradise with thick spiritual energy. It is here where I saw a peculiar item, Eastern Land's divine weapon, soaring sword. Soaring sword is in there. Shangguan Feixiong's eyes shook, his face filled with joy. He turned to see the rest were just as happy. They had charged in last time without knowing of Soaring Sword's location, and had spent half an hour searching to no avail. Now they knew where it was, they had a target to follow. The mission will work. Everyone was excited, with Shangguan Feixiong's face growing red. Unable to calm down. Yifan, you've done exemplary work once more. Ha ha ha. Shangguan Feixiong's lips quivered as he laughed, unable to hold himself from slamming Zhuofan's shoulder again and making Zhuofan wince under the force. He only had those teary eyes to show for the pressure he was under. Blocking the man from crushing him some more, Zhuofan beamed. Uncle, are you after the soaring sword? Yes, with how you've done the clan such great service twice. I'll tell you. Shangguan Feixiong sighed. The highest powers of Shangguan have gone through a great journey from the eastern lands to the central area, but it wasn't to get the traitor Shangguan Feiyun, since we couldn't defeat him even back home, to say nothing in his own turf. We did it all for the greatest treasure of eastern lands, soaring sword. It must be hard to imagine just how important it is to us. Zhuofan kept his understanding of the matter silent. Though if it weren't for Dan Qingshan's mention, he'd still be oblivious of the 5 sacred weapons roles. That the sacred weapon was not just a single man's strength, but the glory of a clan. Of course they'd go through hell to get it back. Shangguan Feixiong took his silence for ignorance and chuckled as he thanked. Anyway, Yifan, because of you, Shangguan clan's glory will continue. The clan will never forget what you've done for us. You're our most glorious member. Really? Does that mean I can strut around the clan? Raising an eyebrow, Zhuofan chuckled, putting on a mischievous act. Shangguan Feixiong laughed, and the rest no longer disdained him, but found the step young master to be trustworthy and valuable, even cute. Shangguan Yulin was the only one watching from way back with a poisonous stare. Shangguan Feixiong signaled the men to calm down and looked at them with confidence. Men, we've been at odds because of the dangers regarding the mission. Now I dare say this chance is providence. With this map, the Flying Cloud Manor can have 2 Sword Kings, and can have Bailey Jingwei, but it means nothing. We will strike fast, take the soaring sword and return to eastern lands at once. And they won't be able to do anything to stop us. Uncle, I don't know about 2 Sword Kings. Just that Flying Cloud Manor only has Shangguan Feiyun. Zhuofan grinned. Shangguan Feixiong started. What? Ha ha ha. Bailey Jingwei is worried about the Crown Prince's condition, and wants to take me as the main alchemist back to the imperial capital. with the dragon-cleaving Sword King acting as guard. Shuafan muttered, "That's why Bailey Jingwei had me return today to look after my family before we go tomorrow." Shangguan Feixiong looked at him long with a stumped gaze. "You're serious?" Bailey Jingwei said it himself, and so did Dragon-Cleaving Sword King. "It has to be real," Shuafan said. Shangguan Feiyun shuddered, then finally reacted, "Ha ha ha! Providence indeed! Heaven has blessed the Shangguan clan. Bailey Jingwei and Dragon-Cleaving Sword King are leaving, with only Shangguan Feiyun remaining. Now our success is nigh, ha ha ha! Congratulations, clan head. With heaven's gift, we will succeed for sure." The rest joined in with their excitement. Everyone was happy, so much so they were acting as if it was a blowout, like the soaring sword was in their hands. Shangguan Feixiong used the lively spirits to work on the plan of attack on the manor for the second time. Looking at them fired up, Shuafan had a quirky smile. "On this earth, it's not providence, but me helping you. Though I do have to thank you for helping me as well. Ha ha ha. Whoosh." Hours passed, and after intense debates, Shangguan Feixiong's team settled on a strategy. They would engage 3 days after Bailey Jingwei left. Standing in a somewhat hidden corner, Shangguan Yulin learned of this and slipped away to a secluded spot to send a jade slip flying towards the manor. Darting his head around, looking for any faces, Shangguan Yulin returned in equal silence to his room. Closing the door, a quite familiar darkness took him once more. His senses were blind in this abyss, unable to see his own fingers. Face twitching, Shangguan Yulin's heart reached rock bottom, lamenting his fate as he groveled on the ground. He banged his head 3 times and declared, "Greetings, master. Ha ha ha. You're looking quite sharp this time around, kid." "Master, it's only natural for a disciple to greet this master with the respect sir deserves." With a revolted look, Shangguan Yulin looked to be used to it by now, being as meek as a wee lamb. Shuafan's eyes shone. "I must say, you've elevated your shamelessness to a whole new level. You truly live up to the title I bestowed upon you. Degenerate demon, ha ha ha." Shangguan Yulin turned a deaf ear, his face stony. "Well, that's enough small talk. Where's the map?" Shuafan squinted, cutting straight to the chase. "And before you say it's not done yet, I saw the kid return with my own eyes." Shangguan Yulin inhaled deeply and revealed a white paper, a copy he made. "Master, I prepared this map of the manor for you. I ask that master receives it." "Well done. For being tactful too." The map flew into the darkness and Shuafan inspected it. Is Shangguan Yulin that sincere to not mess with it at all? Soon though, Shangguan Yulin looked at the abyss and reported, "Master, you must be after the soaring sword as well, right? Well, aren't you chatty?" Glancing over, Shuafan said, "What's it to you?" Shangguan Yulin paused and said, If yes, I urge master to act 3 days later." "Why?" "It's the same day that Shangguan clan will attack and master can use the chaos to your advantage." Shangguan Yulin sported a nasty smirk. Shuafan mocked, "Why are you so nice to me? A master a day, a father for life. I can no more be rude to master than I could denounce my own father." Shangguan Yulin raised an eyebrow as he spouted corny stuff with a straight face. Shuafan had a total disbelieving mocking tone. "What about your clan, or your lord? They are nothing compared to master." With a wide smile, Shangguan Yulin said, "Only you dictate my fate." Shuafan gave him a long look. "That does make some sense. Also, master, you know that I'm working for the Flying Cloud Manor. That means the Shangguan clan's attack to get the soaring sword will be a trap. Master would gain nothing if you plan on taking the divine sword from them." Shangguan Yulin gave another deep bow, as if advising Shuafan. Shuafan faked anger. "What's that supposed to mean? First you want me to use the chaos to my advantage and now you're telling me not to? Are you mocking me?" "No, that's not it, master." Shangguan Yulin snickered. "Barging into the manor after Shangguan clan isn't a good plan. Only when the 2 sides fight will the chance become obvious. It won't get any easier than then to steal the divine sword. That's why I suggest Master capitalize on this diversion to get away with the sword. Shuafan squinted. Speak! Master, please consider giving the map a careful look. There are two areas, the easternmost one where Jade Falls where the soaring sword is and the northernmost one where Shangguan Feiyun's resting room is. First is the original place of the sword while the second where Shangguan Feiyun will hide it. In my time at the manor, I've seen Shangguan Feiyun taking the soaring sword to his room. The spiritual energy there is also thick not just for cultivating, but to store the soaring sword as well. Shangguan Yulin had an evil smile. They know the Shangguan clan's moves and will hide the divine sword, so it has to be in the second location. When the two sides meet at the Jade Falls, Master can slip into the Sword King's room and steal the sword with none the wiser. Talk about twisted words. Shuafan had a cold smile. Having turned every pebble over in the manor, there was no one who knew the Flying Cloud Manor better than him. This punk's nonsense is meant to incite me to go in and get me killed. I bet he sent fake info as well, making Shangguan Feiyun place a trap there. Too bad for you since I fiddled with the map from the start and reported a fake. Humph. Whoosh. On the half-a-meter-wide table between Bailey Jingwei and Shangguan Feiyun were placed the finest drinks and dishes, adding to the enjoyment of the tranquil lake nearby. The two were relishing the view, the company and the wine without a care. There was a sound and Bailey Jingwei held out his hand for a jade slip to land in it. Shangguan Feiyun's eyes flashed. Ha ha ha. Already? I have to say, Sword King, your nephew is certainly a go-getter. Ha ha ha. Bailey Jingwei chuckled. Shangguan Feiyun waved him off. As if, it's more like that brother of mine is too rushed, or, like Prime Minister said, greedy. How else do you explain his hastily drawn-out plan? Their eyes met and burst out laughing with ridicule. Bailey Jingwei scanned the jade slip closely and nodded with a smile. Though something did catch his attention, so much so he was feeling suspicious. What is it, Prime Minister? What is the problem? Shangguan Feiyun will strike 3 days after we leave. Isn't that great? The trap is set and all that's left is for them to spring it. Prime Minister, is there something nagging you? Shangguan Feiyun looked curious at first, but dismissed his worries after he heard the info inside the jade slip. Bailey Jingwei's doubts remained. Shangguan Feiyun plans to raid the Jade Falls with his experts, while the 3 strongest venerables will be going after your resting room to kill you. If all goes well, great, but if not, they will hold you back while the others steal the soaring sword. Humph! A mere pipe dream. Shangguan Feiyun disregarded his worry. They want to cut me off? Then I'll lay 2 traps. Real experts in my room where I'll stay guard as well and send the rest of the men to Jade Falls, where Prime Minister will direct with Brother Donqing's assistance. They can get in, but there's no leaving with 2 Sword Kings around. Ha ha ha. Bailey Jingwei nodded, but his conscience wasn't eased. Be that as it may, something is strange here. Prime Minister, what is it now? Is something off? The plan is solid, only the details are weird. Bailey Jingwei's eyes flashed and passed the jade slip over. Sword King Feiyun. Notice the map Shangguan Yulin attached inside. Shangguan Feiyun was starting to be suspicious as well. I let that Grandmaster Gu make it so what's there to see? It's not like I don't know my own home. 3 days later, the Shangguan clan will split in 2 before attacking. Shangguan Feiyun will lead his men to attack the easternmost area of the manor, Jade Falls, and steal the soaring sword, while the 3 venerables will ambush Sword King's room, the northernmost place, to kill and to stop the enemy so the clan head can succeed. Ugh. Shangguan Feiyun was casual as he read, but then his eyes landed on the map. Jade Falls in the east? But it's in the west side. And then my room in the north is actually in the southeast. Just what is up with this map? Bailey Jingwei wore a mask of doubt. Shangguan Yulin supplied this map and, by all accounts, shouldn't be an attempt at cheating us. At least he was so blatantly obvious about it. He is oblivious to everything in the Flying Cloud Manor. Unlike us. The only logical explanation is that this is the same map he got from Shangguan Feiyun, this fake. The clan got a fake map. A fake. Shangguan Feiyun was baffled. How in hell is it fake? You're saying Grandmaster Gu handed this fake to them? Why would he do that? Bailey Jingwei frowned, deep in thought. Logic says Gu Yifan is relying on Shangguan clan, a crutch to lean on and ride their coattails to success. But he gave them a fake map, botching their plans and turning from their confidant to a traitor. He only gets to lose from it. Is he committed to becoming the Sword Star Empire's alchemist? Is that why he's breaking it off with the Shangguan clan? That's not right either, or he'd be throwing his lot with us by using the fake map to catch the clan in one fell swoop. Any betrayal should be done fully, not randomly, or he won't get anything out of it. The Shangguan clan had patched their lacking knowledge with the fake map, but they wouldn't lose that much because of it. And with the failure of the second ambush, they would no longer have any chance of attacking the manor, while the Shangguan clan would hate Gu Yifan's guts. While on the manor's side, being in the dark to the source of this fake map, they couldn't give Grandmaster Gu any credit for the results. He gets nothing from either side. So why? The Prime Minister Bailey Jingwei was having a headache as well with this conundrum, let alone Shangguan Feiyun. Bailey Jingwei finally shouted. Who were the ones watching over Grandmaster Gu in the manor? Call them here now. Yes, sir. Someone shouted, and soon 2 guards were before him, bowing. Prime Minister, Sword King, how may we be of service? Are you 2 the ones who looked after Grandmaster Gu during his stay at the manor? Per the Lord's order, we kept Grandmaster Gu safe. Was anything off about Grandmaster Gu's actions? Bailey Jingwei's eyes flashed, his words startling the guards as they replied. Many things earned our suspicion, like constantly asking about the path between Jade Falls and Sword King's home, about the restricted areas. Prime Minister and Lord might not know, but he also had us show him the way. I get it. We already know about that. But is there anything else? Shangguan Feiyun waved him off. That's something I allowed so Gu Yifan could finish his map. Bailey Jingwei's brow shook and jumped in. Wait, you mean he constantly asked you? Why? Prime Minister, what's wrong about that? All spies will inquire. We've taken him everywhere through the manor, so why is he still asking others? And not just once either. Bailey Jingwei cut him off with a serious look. Shangguan Feiyun was stumped. Yeah, now why is that? Afraid he won't be found out? We personally toured him around the place, so why? Maybe. Shangguan Feiyun glanced at Bailey Jingwei, who was fixed on the guards. One guard finally spoke. Grandmaster Gu is very suspicious. He kept saying he'll go to Jade Falls, but always ended up at the barracks saying the manor was too big every time. All right, we get it. You may go. Bailey Jingwei dismissed them. The guards bowed and left puzzled. Bailey Jingwei chuckled. Sword King, you get it now? Of course, the guy has a direction problem. Shangguan Feiyun's face twitched inside. Who'd have thought a great 11th grade alchemist ends up being directionally challenged? What makes it worse? He's a spy. Ha ha ha, well that's a first, using a guy with poor direction as a spy. Of course the map is all jumbled, not knowing which is north, south, east or west. I bet Shangguan Feiyun would have spurted blood feet high if he knew his map was drawn by a disoriented guy. Ha ha ha. Bailey Jingwei smiled. Nobody's perfect, being drafted by them. He acts like the terrible spy he is. Of course he's liable to slip up. Ha ha ha. Slip up? Such poor direction is worse than anyone's. Shangguan Feiyun mocked, but then frowned. Though are you sure he's directionally challenged? An 11th grade alchemist at that. Bailey Jingwei's brow shook and paused. This is the only explanation for what I know so far. Consider him having poor direction. Then our plan. We stick to it. The only change is that we'll be following this fake map. Bailey Jingwei grinned. Even with the twisted reality thanks to the fake map, the Shangguan clan will be caught all the same. Ha ha ha. Shangguan Feiyun nodded. I thought of moving the soaring sword, just in case. But since the map is fake, there's no point. Dad, are they really dragging the fight elsewhere? In the pitch-black night, only the moonlight was shining some light upon the world, giving it a chilling air. The many houses in the city had their own faint yellow candlelight, in hope of dispelling the coldness. Gu Santong lay in bed, eyes staring at Fan polishing his demonic sword under the lamplight. With an evil grin, Fan replied, "Yep, Flying Cloud Manor's move hinges on Shangguan Clan's attack, while Shangguan Clan's moves are following the map I provided. By now, the same map should be back in the manor. Ha ha ha, this way both sides' actions are under my control. They'll fight wherever I want them to without a choice." Humph. Fan looked mighty pleased with his handiwork, confidence stemming from manipulating the whole board and its rules. "What will we be doing then?" Gu Santong muttered. "Could we help Shangguan Clan after we set up the drawing array in the Jade Falls?" Fan gave him a glance before fixating back on his precious demonic sword. "Who cares about them? We do our own thing and ignore the rest so as to not invite more trouble. Flying Cloud Manor now has 2 Sword Kings and a Prime Minister on top. The Shangguan Clan stands no chance. I used Shangguan Yulin to send fake info and scatter their forces. That should be enough breather for the Shangguan Clan. Though not like it'll be for long." When the experts waiting in Shangguan Feiyun's room realize the attack won't be coming, the trap stemming from the fake info I had Shangguan Yulin send will collapse. When the 2 sides converge, the Shangguan Clan will fall, but it's not certain if they will get wiped out. But their annihilation will work in our favor. Their dying struggle buying us time to set the array. At least they died for something. Fan mocked, a tyrant lifting his sword above a mountain of skeletons, using the blood of all living things to right his own rise. Gu Santong sighed in silence. Fan's hand paused from cleaning the demonic sword, picking up on young Sanzi's mood. He no longer looked evil, now giving his son a bright smile. "I know you don't like hanging with these people and grew tired of this place. Anyway, these 3 days will go by fast, so just bear with it." Ha ha ha. Then according to Shangguan Feixiong's plan, the experts will attack while the juniors will leave. You'll slip away from them in the meantime to where we established. Don't forget the escape we set up before we got to Flying Cloud City, the Big Dipper flinging array. That means there's only the 2 of us surviving, walking all over their lives. Gu Santong muttered downcast. Fan didn't notice, too caught up in cleaning his great demonic sword, and his dream of learning to use the sword. Knock. Someone was at the door. Fan paused from cleaning and asked, "Who is it?" "It's me." Fan heard Shangguan Qingyan saying, "Mr. Gu, are you free? What's this chick up to at this hour?" Giving Gu Santong a puzzled look, Fan knew he had to reply, "I'll be right there." Fan gazed upon the frail figure as she stepped in. "What got you coming here so late? Is young Sanzi asleep?" Shangguan Qingyan was being awfully subtle. Fan gave a casual answer, "Kids are in bed at this hour. What do you? Come with me." Shangguan Qingyan cut him off by pulling his hand outside, in the back, then relaxed seeing no one around. "No one will disturb us here." "Disturb us?" Fan watched the clear face reflected in the moonlight and rubbed his hands. "Miss Shangguan, first you made sure young Sanzi is asleep and now you invited me in this secluded area. Ha ha ha. I'm shocked by your forwardness. I know my charm and I am quite fascinating that some girls just can't keep away from me. But I'm a married man and have a child. I'm not that kind of guy. But since you insist, I guess ugh." The sudden attack had him crying out. He saw Shangguan Qingyan pinching his thigh and twisting hard. Fan struggled out of her clutches. What was that all about? Why else if not for talking trash? Shangguan Qingyan huffed and glared. "I asked for you for a good reason, but your mind is clearly in the gutter. The only reason you're still conscious is because you're married." Fan ignored her tantrum. "How noble of you. Despite being in a clan that trains in dual cultivation to vent, isn't uncle a married man too? It's because the Shangguan clan's men are like that, so I can't stand it." Shangguan Qingyan waved her angry fist around, though she put it away without using it. "Fine. Let's just forget it. But you must get your wife back. Focus only on that and don't do anything that might break her heart." Fan shook, his face heavy. "What's it to you?" "Nothing, it's what I hope." Shangguan Qingyan sighed. Tomorrow you're going with Bailey Jingwei to the imperial capital and we might never see each other again. But don't worry. I'll look after young Sanzi and do my best to find his mother, so that all of you will be reunited. I just hope that once you achieve success, there won't be another woman. Shuafan stared at her. What do you mean? Didn't Uncle want to take me to Eastern lands? Dad did promise you that. But now, haha. Shangguan Qingyan gave a wry smile. Everything's changed. Dad is the clan head and sometimes the clan's future comes first, at the detriment of being disloyal on occasions. If you were still the same Gu Yifan that lent us your house to hide, Dad would have taken you. But Bailey Jingwei treated you as his most honored guest. And now, having helped the clan draw out their attack plan. So they... Words came hard to Shangguan Qingyan the longer she spoke. They decided to be practical. Practical. Favor you if alive or abandon you if dead. Shangguan Qingyan looked crushed as she continued. You know that Dad will attack 3 days after you and Bailey Jingwei leave. Regardless of the outcome, there's only 2 endings for you. Bailey Jingwei will find you out for giving us the map, executing you on the spot, or Bailey Jingwei will still see you in high regard, and you will forever remain as Shangguan clan's spy in the central area. Didn't Uncle say they'll accept me after the ambush succeeded? Shangguan Qingyan shook her head with a bitter smile. With Bailey Jingwei, the Prime Minister, having so many experts at his side and dragon-cleaving Sword King on top, after Dad gets Soaring Sword, they aren't about to risk it over the likes of you. Their plan is to use you. If you die, the Shangguan clan will be ever grateful, raising young Sanzi as their own. If you live, young Sanzi will become hostage and force you to work for Eastern lands. But don't worry, I will definitely get you back one day. Shuafan squinted and nodded. Shuafan's speculation reached this part as well and totally ignored it. He was just that confident since... We'll see who uses who. In a clash between big shots, there's no room for niceties nor kindness, only interest. That was how Bailey Jingwei was, and the same applied to Shangguan Feiyun. So how could Shangguan Feixiong, known for his righteous character, be any lesser? It didn't change the fact they were still going to lose in this endeavor because they failed to even realize that there was another player having sneaked into their little game. Ignorance gets you killed. Shuafan grinned and nodded. Thank you. No need for thanks, just be careful. If all goes well, I'll be sure to send young Sanzi to you, to help you two be reunited. Shangguan Qingyan spoke with resolve, then bid her goodbye. Shuafan waited for her to leave. Young Sanzi, come out. The chick is gone. Whoosh. Gu Santong was by Shuafan's side in a flash of scarlet. The chick spouted so much tripe. Shuafan snickered, his eyes cold. I've never trusted one of them from the start. My life will always be in my hands. I won't ever give it to anyone else. Shuafan walked back, patting young Sanzi's head. Come, young Sanzi. This doesn't change anything. Gu Santong nodded but sometimes peeked behind. Auntie does care about him. Before the rooster could announce the coming of a new dawn, a group of men were packed and ready in front of the Flying Cloud Manor gate. All wore their finest, oozing nobility. Yet just 30 of them were so excited they were bursting with joy and glee at their meteoric success. Such were the selected from the Pilking convention. Giving them a look of disdain, Bailey Jingwei sneered. Talents like these, and that was already overstating it, were only good as props for his plan. He'll just hand them over to the real alchemists as servants when they got to the imperial capital. Imperial family's alchemist? Ha! Shangguan Feiyun's thoughts were the same, watching these delusional bums with equal scorn. Thump. A man and a woman were approaching this group with light steps. Bailey Jingwei cupped his hands and sported a vague smile. Grandmaster Gu, have you settled your matters? May we set off? Thank you, Prime Minister, for your concern. Everything is in order. Shuafan returned the gesture with a light bow before turning to Shangguan Qingyan and putting on a yearning face. I'll be gone for a long time in the imperial capital, and I'd be grateful if cousin will look after young Sanzi. Shangguan Qingyan's expressive eyes were filled with complex emotions, but only nodded. Don't worry. I'm young Sanzi's aunt and will give my all to take care of him. I'll be sure to bring him to you personally and reduce the longing. Thank you. Zhuofan sighed and cupped his hands at Bailey Jingwei. Prime Minister, we can go. All is in order for Mr. as well. Then he shouted, set off. Yes, sir. The guards, over 100, made of soul harmony and Genesis stage experts, escorted the others in a grand fashion. Dragon-cleaving Sword King had a flat look at the side, while Sword King Feiyun cupped his hand and saw them off. Shangguan Qingyan watched them go, her worried eyes ever on Zhuofan. Shangguan Feiyun grinned and teased. Miss Gu, Grandmaster Gu will be part of the inner circle now, gaining a nobility rank and having anything he could ever want. There's no cause for worrying either, not with Dan Qingshen and Prime Minister watching over. Everything will be fine bar treason. You should be happy for him. Ha ha ha. Shangguan Qingyan's lips fell in dismay, looking at him with a crooked smile worse than crying, only to sigh and leave. The minute Prime Minister Bailey is out, seal the city and impose a curfew. The commanding voice echoed behind her. Those thieves might have slipped away with the visit of Prime Minister, but I'd rather be on the safe side. Comb the city and root them out. I won't tolerate the Shangguan clan causing chaos in my flying cloud city. Shangguan Qingyan paused, her face hard as she rushed faster for the Gu household. Looking at her so eager to report, Shangguan Feiyun's eyes flashed, his smile particularly crafty. By Prime Minister's plan we should ease their minds. No, we should incite their greed. Ha ha ha. Minutes later, Shangguan Qingyan rushed into the parlor to see Shangguan Feixiong and his experts waiting for her news. Dad! Shangguan Qingyan flushed with anger. Shangguan Feiyun will place the city in lockdown and search it for our people once Bailey Jingwei left. He said that he only loosened his guard and gave us the chance to escape only because Bailey Jingwei happened to come. Shangguan Feixiong looked at the three venerables and his experts and saw their nods. It's as we thought. Bailey Jingwei came with the Crown Prince's matter in mind and not for us. With Shangguan Feiyun's prideful character, he'll never admit his manor was attacked, hiding it from Bailey Jingwei. He'd then resume the search once he leaves. Yes, that's Shangguan Feiyun's style, everything for appearances. That means Bailey Jingwei and Dan Qingshen won't be a part of this plan, not when they are oblivious of it. Our enemy is only one, Shangguan Feiyun. Right? Great. Now we don't have to face two Sword Kings. Everyone voiced their agreement with joy. A shout came as a man barged in and bowed. Clan head, Bailey Jingwei's procession is 50 miles out with no sign of turning back. They're almost out of sight and gone for good. They're also looking to be in a rush, with nothing flashy to denote Prime Minister is among them. That explains why Bailey Jingwei came to Flying Cloud City without notice. He's truly worried about the Crown Prince's situation. Shangguan Feixiong nodded. Now all doubts have been lifted, knowing Bailey Jingwei has only been a guest here and nothing more. Now that they left, we don't need to bother with them. They all nodded, with the Venerable's eyes shining as his voice rose. The Shangguan clan won't miss this chance providence laid before us. In 3 days we strike. Yes, sir. They all cheered, as if victory was in sight. Only Shangguan Yulin, in his little dark corner, sported a creepy smile, while the Shangguan clan got fired up and ready for the big raid. Bailey Jingwei's group was now a day away when he stopped. Zhuofan faked obliviousness as he asked, Prime Minister, do you need rest? Ha ha ha, I may not be much of an expert, but I am an 8th layer ethereal stage cultivator. A day of walking isn't enough to tire me. Bailey Jingwei grinned. Zhuofan gave him a long look. Then, return. Bailey Jingwei casually pointed at the soul harmony experts. You and you are to escort the 30 alchemists to the imperial capital. The rest of you will follow me back to Flying Cloud City. Zhuofan shuddered and showed a bright and clueless smile. Prime Minister, what do you mean? Ha ha ha, Grandmaster Gu, you'll know soon enough. Bailey Jingwei showed a vague smile and waved for 2 soul harmony experts to flank Zhuofan and grab his shoulders, taking him away. Zhuofan started, Prime Minister Bailey, what are you doing? taking Grandmaster Gu back to the city. But we just got a day away from Flying Cloud City and had those other alchemists escorted to the imperial capital. I should go with them. If you have a pressing matter, you can return by yourself. Why take me as well? Paling and panicking, Xuefan forced himself to sweat to make the act even more believable. Bailey Jingwei gave a mocking smile, taunting, Grandmaster Gu, I'm bringing you along to enjoy the show. A show? Quite. Bailey Jingwei's eyes shone. This act shall be known as blindsided. Xuefan shook harder, overwhelmed. Bailey Jingwei signaled the guards to hold Xuefan as they flew to Flying Cloud City. Prime Minister's many powerful guards were gone in a blink, gone back to the city in secret. All that remained were 3 soul harmony experts and the stumped alchemist looking at each other like a cow looking at a new gate. What just happened? Are you taking us to the imperial capital to enjoy riches and live glorious lives? Why are there just 2 guards left and the others up and ran off? Do we mean so little? We're future imperial alchemists here. Step it up. As they were trying to make sense of it and failing, the soul harmony experts barked at them. The prideful alchemists were annoyed, with someone having the bright idea to voice his discontent. What's the rush? Don't you know I'm to be an imperial alchemist? Who the hell are you to order me? Bam! His ranting came to an abrupt stop, only a bloody mist remaining of his trace in this cruel world. A guard wiped his hand, glancing at the others with disdain. Prime Minister ordered us to escort you to the imperial capital and kill any who refuse. That was the cruel truth. Bailey Jingwei never gave a hoot about them. All he cared about was not letting them flee, to plug any leak, though only for these 3 days. The alchemist watched the blood soak the earth with empty eyes, their minds out of commission. Weren't we imperial alchemists? How can a mere guard treat us like cattle? Just what jobs awaits us in the imperial capital anyway? They were wrecked with fear, doubt, and terror. They were sensible enough not to speak any more. The hope in their eyes now turned into despair. Grandmaster Gu, you must find it strange why we're back out of the blue. Or you already know that, but just want our confirmation. Ha ha ha. Back in Flying Cloud Manor, to the same smell, to the same hall, Shangguan Feiyun. Bailey Jingwei and Dan Qingxin had him surrounded with creepy smiles. As a hidden big player himself, Xuefan knew how to get into his role, playing dumb with a straight face and bright smile. Prime Minister? What are you saying? I don't get your words. Ha ha ha. Don't get it, don't you? Ha ha, Grandmaster Gu, you don't have to pretend any longer. We know everything there is to know about you. Bailey Jingwei's eyes shone. Grandmaster Gu, since you just can't seem to understand, I'm sure the names Shangguan Yulin, Shangguan Feixiong, and Shangguan Qingyan should ring some bells. Shuddering, Xuefan tensed, his face paling. Bailey Jingwei stared right at him, his grin wide. Grandmaster Gu, you're an alchemical gem and gaining success through the Swordstar Empire's court is easier than breathing. So why must you stand up for those kinds of people? Xuefan lowered his head, like a condemned man waiting for his verdict. Pa! Bailey Jingwei patted his shoulder from behind, noticing the problem eating away at him. The act of being Shangguan clan's spy, in playing a role of destroying the foundation of my empire, would never make me waste so many words with any such criminal. Bailey Jingwei's grip tightened and Xuefan winced with clenched teeth while adding a perfectly timed frantic image of himself. Bailey Jingwei smirked, immensely pleased at his reaction. Grandmaster Gu isn't just any criminal, but a one-of-a-kind genius. It weighs heavy on my heart having you pay with your life along with those thieves. Bailey Jingwei looked heartbroken, his tone softening. The loss I feel isn't just mine, but the Empire's as well for losing such an outstanding alchemist. The pain I feel is only amplified if Grandmaster Gu won't be able to reveal his talent to the world. Bailey Jingwei spoke lower and more saddened. The heartbroken state he was in would bring anyone to tears. If anyone else heard him right now, they'd be so moved they'd become sworn brothers. A shame this failed on Xuefan, who didn't fall short in the subterfuge department. As a fellow specialist himself, Xuefan had to give him props for playing it right. using psychology to threaten and coax, making it sound logical and sensible. There's no way Shangguan Yulin had any chance against such an assault, turning his back to his own family on the spot. Bailey Jingwei isn't called the wisest in the empire for nothing, though Zhuofan was no pushover either. Furthermore, he was never truly invested in his alchemist role, making this touching display feel flat. Though it was one thing to not feel it and another thing altogether to not show it. It was easy to tell in which situation he was in, and he had to play his part. How nice of Bailey Jingwei to set the stage for him. Zhuofan teared up on cue, his face overwhelmed. Prime Minister. A wise man's words are invaluable. Prime Minister is my best friend. If only I had met Sir sooner. I wouldn't have. Zhuofan was taken by abject regret of the mistake he made joining the thieves and botching his future. Bailey Jingwei and Shangguan Feiyun shared a smile, with the first saying, "I've considered Grandmaster Gu a friend the moment I saw you. Grandmaster Gu has just strayed, holding no deep repercussions and offering the chance to come back on the straight and narrow. I promise you this, Grandmaster Mu. Give your all to the Empire and I'll even be more than happy to give my position to you. Prime Minister, why, you're just too good to me." Zhuofan was so touched he was choking, tears filling his eyes. Bailey Jingwei waved his hand. Then, "Can Grandmaster Gu tell me of their movements?" "Of course. Prime Minister has given me a new lease on life and the least I could do is return the favor." "Unlike them." Zhuofan shook his head, his eyes shining with loss and hatred. Bailey Jingwei was puzzled, but soon came to understand once he heard his story. "Humph. Fools who only throw away talent, that's what they are. And they talk about being pragmatic with Grandmaster's fate? Furthermore, they're even using your own son as a shield. How vile, how repulsive, right? I didn't know they were like that, treating me like family. Until Shangguan Qingyan told me everything 2 days ago. She's such a nice girl." Zhuofan sighed. Bailey Jingwei sparkled. "Grandmaster Gu. We'll get every last one of them for sure and give you justice. You just go take some rest in your room and await the good news tomorrow." "But my son." "He won't be harmed." Zhuofan sighed, letting 2 guards escort him away. Shangguan Feiyun spoke out of earshot. "Prime Minister, did Grandmaster Gu really switch sides?" "He wasn't close to them to begin with. Thanks to my smooth and enlightened words, he has surrendered to us." Bailey Jingwei spoke. "Most of what he told us fits with the report Shangguan Yulin gave us through the Jade Slip. The only discrepancy is the missing chat between him and Shangguan Qingyan. But that's normal. He has no business butting into a private chat." Shangguan Feixiong's pragmatic plan had to have been discussed with his high elders late in the night, making Shangguan Yulin unaware of it. "Now that I believe." Shangguan Feiyun nodded. Shangguan Feixiong loves to play the nice guy, but that ends when his clan's future's at stake. All niceties are thrown away. "Humph. Nothing but a rotten hypocrite." "Don't say that." Bailey Jingwei smiled. "It comes with the territory. Even Shangguan clan's clan head would sometimes place his clan first. I can sure understand it. Ha ha ha, Sword King Feiyun. I find you rather biased about your brother." "Humph." Shangguan Feiyun huffed in anger. Bailey Jingwei smiled, his mouth quivering with a confident grin in Zhuofan's direction. "We finally got the alchemist grandmaster to switch sides. I've yet to lose my touch, ha ha ha." Prime Minister Bailey. Dan Qingshun, who had been keeping silent while the 2 mighty actors played their role, finally spoke up. "Since we trust Grandmaster Gu now, then the eyes that are on him." Bailey Jingwei cut him off with a flick of his hand. "One is reality and another is necessity. He has just switched to us, but even if we do believe him, the monitoring can't stop. It's only for a day anyway. I'd rather not have my plan fall to ruin from a simple slip-up." Shangguan Feiyun and Dan Qingxin shared a nod. Bailey Jingwei is meticulous and cautious. Despite the house arrest he was under, and the couple of soul harmony experts watching him outside his door, Zhuofan was sporting a weird smile. The plan's moving along nicely. The next night, Shangguan Feixiong assembled his experts in the garden and looked at the bright moon, ordering, Begin! Yes, sir. The men saluted and faded into the night sky, closing in on their prey, the flying cloud manor. Shangguan Yulin looked at Shangguan Qingyan, smiling. Yenner, they're off. When the manor turns to chaos, the security for the city entrances will slack. We'll use this chance to get out, go to the meeting place with Uncle. I'll take young Sanzi. Shangguan Qingyan nodded and left to find Gu Santong. Shangguan Yulin's face fell in annoyance. Is he your kid? Why do you even care so much? Shangguan Qingyan suddenly cried out and rushed over. Oh no! Something bad happened. Yenner, what is it? Shangguan Yulin asked. Shangguan Qingyan panted in panic. Why young Sanzi is gone. Tsh, the brat is nothing but trouble. Where could he have run off to? Forget about him. Time waits for no one. Shangguan Yulin snaked. Shangguan Qingyan glared. How can you talk like that? He's but a child who's now lonely and sad without his father. We can't just leave him. Did you forget how much his father helped us? To hell with his help. Come dawn, it won't matter. Rolling his eyes, Shangguan Yulin smirked inside. Once the curtain fell on tonight, Bailey Jingwei promised him the Shangguan clan's top experts would be done and Gu Yifan would become a traitor hunted by the eastern lands, leaving him with no choice but to take asylum with the prime minister. And the juniors escaping from here would be led by him to restore the Shangguan clan. Then, as a Central Area spy, he'd work with the Sword Star Empire to unify eastern lands. Shangguan Feiyun would become the leader and he would become Shangguan Feiyun's right hand, ruling over everyone else. Ha ha ha. Oh no! Shangguan Yulin's fantasy was cut short by a cry. Young Sanzi must think his dad is at the manor, so he must be going there. I never told him his dad left and his dad didn't say goodbye, fearing he couldn't let go. I have to go to the manor and find him. Yenner, Uncle is attacking the manor, you can't go there. It's too dangerous. Shangguan Yulin grabbed her shoulder. Shrugging his hand away, Shangguan Qingyan ran off. That's why I must go. Young Sanzi is just a child. Shangguan Qingyan was gone. Shangguan Yulin gnashed his teeth and followed. Their exchange was, however, under the watch of a red and cute figure behind a tree, looking on with guilt. Dad and I want to step on your bodies for our job, but you still went back to save me. Dad, I'm sure you won't step in even if Auntie is about to die. Then, Gu Santong faded into the night. Whoosh. Shadows made use of the night's dark cover to cross the moonlit clearings with ease and arrive before a grand manor. The plaque hanging above identified it as the Flying Cloud Manor. Patrols of Soul Harmony guards moved about, ensuring its safety. Shangguan Feixiong witnessed their shift changing, right in front of the manor gate with hardly any attention to their surroundings. Whoosh! Hundreds of Shangguan clan experts, wearing black, struck, having readied themselves for this moment. The earth shook under the thunderous sound as the veritable army attacked as one with enough force to split mountains. The guards never knew what hit them, their voices robbed as the wave of power smashed into them. The guards' eyes grew bloodshot and then each of them started popping like overripe tomatoes, spreading blood and gore everywhere. 2 teams, 50 people, were dead in a few seconds. Shangguan clan's experts moved with purpose and speed, taking the smooth start as a good sign for what was to come. The men ignored the carnage and went deeper. Rumble. The early power wave had shook the whole manor awake. In a quaint little room, sitting at his table, gently picking the rattling teacup, sipping from it and hiding a peculiar smile. The pale yellow light of a lone candle reflected off his bright visage, and the unmoving Soul Harmony experts behind him, in the hundreds. Prime Minister, they're here. A man holding the candle bowed with utter respect, unleashing his late Genesis stage power. Bailey Jingwei's face bloomed into a smile. Just wait for them to get closer. Ha ha ha. The man nodded and withdrew. Bailey Jingwei snickered and drank his tea. His demeanor, the coldness of those eyes and the hard face made everyone's hearts shudder every time he placed the teacup down. The manor's under attack. Activate the array. Protect the Sword King. As the earth shook, The manor shuddered with it while the guard captain issued frantic orders. The men nodded and executed their signs. It was not due to the ambush, but having gone through the same terror once before. The images were still burned into their eyes of the time the last attackers just came and went to the manor. What followed was Sword King Feiyun's wrath unleashed upon hundreds of Soul Harmony guards. It was so bad the real estate market experienced a collapse at the sudden influx of empty houses. The fall of many outstanding guard families scattering from ending up broke, a given. People always said serving men in power came with its own danger. But working under a Sword King wasn't any easier either. Now it was their turn to be put to the test with another raid. Talk about rotten luck. They could have come earlier or later. But no, they just had to pick tonight when I'm on duty to make sure I suffer for it. Is that it? What did I ever do to you? I don't even know you. So why me? All the guards were outraged at the attack, but equally helpless. They knew their luck had run out and blaming others wouldn't help anyone. They could only do their duty to the best of their ability, to stop these attackers where they stood. As the guards finished with their gestures, a faint barrier came to life, covering the core of the manor and dividing it from the incoming thieves. The guards smiled for once. We've done our job and they can't get in. The joy was short-lived as three elderlies appeared before them out of the blue. One's eyes shone. It's still a breeze getting in before the defensive array is truly activated. The three shared a look and smiled, making their own signs and attacking. Their hands extended in a most peculiar stance, intertwined as their index fingers came out from each palm and unleashing devastating power. Three break the skies as one, soaring cloud Luan sword. A savage blade sword wave rushed out, of such power that it felt like a god unleashed it. And all of it was sent at the helpless guards and the incomplete array. Boom! The array formed by 300 guards held all but for an instant, exploding into nothing. The force ravaged the area, crushing their hearts and blowing them away. The only lucky survivors were around 100 of the original 400 guards. These meager dozens of Genesis stage experts still suffered greatly at the attack. They looked shocked at the devastation. There was nothing around the manor for dozens of miles. All those gardens and trees, lakes and ponds, all gone. As to where the sword wave struck, that went on for 50 kilometers. There was a clear, endless line of utter nothingness left in its wake. Success. The guards gasped in fear at these elders' power. Who the hell are they? They're in the Genesis stage as well, but how can their combined attack be so strong? Not even Sword King can take that. Figures populated the area as hundreds of Genesis stage experts went past the three elders and straight for them. The elders let them take the remaining guards. Genesis stage experts as well. The guards had been too damaged by that ferocious attack to put up any resistance to the rest of the Shangguan clan's strength. Their wails and cries echoed soon after, until silence was once again restored. Shangguan Feixiong grinned. While he lost 10 of his men, it was worth it since the enemy lost scores. The emphasis on this ambush was speed, evident by how fast they went through the entrance and the second line of defense. Even he found it astonishing how smooth it all went and smiled. At this rate we'll be in and out of Jade Falls with the soaring sword before Shangguan Feiyun even gets wind of us. Ha ha ha. Shangguan Feixiong spurred on. Let's push on. Yes, sir. The men nodded in excitement. Who could blame them when everything was a walk in the park so far? The odds looked mighty high for the whole team to finish the mission and come home in one piece. So the men pushed harder and faster, feeling like nothing could stand in their way. We're invincible. Wholly unaware this was merely an elaborate bait they fell for, its line reeling them into an inescapable net. Shangguan Qingyan reached the manor to see the hellscape. The deafening silence was proof her father had been here. In face of such destruction, how could a child survive it? The men might not lower themselves to harm him, but the shockwaves would still spell his end. Shangguan Qingyan frowned in deep worry, but her gaze was firm and her step quick as she went in. Yenner, don't. Shangguan Yulin blocked her path, grabbing her shoulders and speaking with distress. Uncle is in there, fighting. Soul harmony experts are nothing, and even Genesis stage experts are sure to die. What can you do with an 8th layer ethereal stage cultivation? You're only going to die. Don't throw your life away. Xianxia bit her lip. No, since I am in such danger, that means young Sanzi must be having it worse. Who cares? He asked for it. He's a brat causing trouble. Shangguan Yulin spoke with hatred, but Shangguan Qingyan was unflinching. Yenner, if not for yourself, then do it for Uncle. Uncle won't tarry in the flying cloud manor any more than he needs to. Genesis stage experts can flee, and so can soul harmony experts. But not you, and you'll be holding them back. You'll only make it harder for Uncle and might even harm him. Can you live with that? Shangguan Qingyan hesitated, but her gaze was firm once more. I know, and that's why I won't let Father find me. I'm only looking for young Sanzi, and then I'll leave. If I die from this, then so be it. It's just one of the things an aunt must do. Shangguan Yulin pushed Shangguan Yulin away and shot into the manor. Shangguan Yulin sighed and followed. Then a flash of red came as well, who was not far behind them. All that remained here was the ground covered in blood and limbs. A sign that this world was lawless. That sure is fast, passing the second defense line. In a quiet little room, an old man caressed his beard while listening in on the outside ruckus. A Genesis stage cultivator saluted. Dragon-cleaving sword king. The thieves are quickly on their way here. They'll reach our line in 15 minutes. Shangguan clan. Dan Qingshun's eyes shone coldly and he said, I have nothing against them, yet here I am clashing with them. How frustrating. The guard merely listened. Dan Qingshun dismissed him by muttering, Leave. Since there's still time, let me enjoy the remaining minutes in silence. Yes, Sword King, sir. The guard left, fading into the darkness. Around this room, just like Bailey Jingwei's, hundreds of experts lay in wait, ready to strike. On the other side of the manor, Shangguan Feiyun set his forces for an ambush. Hearing the noise in the distance, he closed his eyes to focus on it, wearing a faint smile. Ha ha ha. By the sound of things, it's those three's tri-talent surging cloud art. There's no way the manor's barrier can hold them. Those three coots want to get my head quite fast. Think again. Shangguan Feiyun mocked, flicking his sleeve and sitting in his chair. I shall wait right here. We're all Shangguan clansmen, so let's see whose soaring sword art is better. Tonight we'll see who is the strongest, the three soaring cloud swords of Eastern lands or the best in Eastern lands. Shangguan Feiyun squinted, filled with battle lust. But no one would be joining him, neither the Venerables nor Zhuofan. Since Zhuofan used Shangguan Yulin to set up a different act, all to split the two Sword Kings and give him ample room to wiggle. With two Sword Kings joining hands, they'd make handling the three Venerables of Eastern lands a walk in the park. The Shangguan clan could hardly fight back and would collapse then and there. How was Zhuofan supposed to play in these conditions? Since you're done with them, won't that make me next? Which made this subterfuge a stalling tactic. Zhuofan wanted it to stretch for as long as possible, which clearly worked by all appearances. Rumble. The whole of the manor shook under the attacks. The table, chairs, and cupboards fell, smashing the chinaware on display in Zhuofan's room. Peacefully sitting on his bed meditating, Zhuofan sported a sudden grin as his eyes flashed open. That must be my cue. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan climbed out of bed and cracked the door open. Damn. Did you hear that? Just what could make all that noise? Is there another break-in? That has to be it. The same thing happened last time 2 months ago. Only this time it sounds stronger. What about Sword King Feiyun? Should we go guard him? You know how those brothers ended up last time just for being moments slower. Don't worry about it. Sword King Sir has it under control. It's fine. How do you know? Dumbass Sword King said it himself in this morning's warning. No matter what happens, we're never to leave our post. You could practically feel the premeditation in his tone. Not to mention the manor is stuffed with elites in every shadow. They must have a special task for sure. You're saying Sword King knew that we'll be under attack tonight? Why didn't he notify the guards, strengthen them? Ever heard of baiting, dumbass? But our brothers at the gate died for nothing, yes? The two guards discussed the ruckus reaching them and sighed at the implications. Nobodies like us look haughty posing as the manners guards once making our rounds, when in fact we're all just our lord's pawns to throw away at a whim. Let's say Sword King did give us the order to go die, would you refuse? Humph. Dying under Sword King's order will mean going down with honors. Your family will be compensated, their safety assured. But if you cling to life too much, humph, you saw yourself how those brothers 2 months ago ended up, how their families are in ruins. It's not as simple as just you dying. Now which of the two endings do you find more worthy? Shuddering, the other guard grimaced and shook his head. Now he held a bit of joy in his tone. I suddenly find the crappy detail of babysitting a radiant stage alchemist to be quite nice. At least I get to keep my life. Ha ha ha. The first guard nodded and grinned, though something sad hid behind his smile. That might work now, but what about next time? Ahem, Lord's matters are of no concern to us. Now stop the chatter. A third guard made his presence known as he walked over to berate them. A loose tongue will only bring trouble. If you plan on living for years to come, learn how to keep your mouth closed. The two guards shook and nodded. The third guard returned the nod and the mood eased. Creak. The door slowly opened and Zhuofan stepped out with a peculiar smile. The three guards looked oddly at him. What's Grandmaster Gu doing showing his face now of all times? A guard blocked him. Grandmaster Gu, what do you need that requires you to leave the room? Ha ha ha. Nothing much. I just heard the noise and wanted a closer look. Grandmaster Gu, it's dangerous out there. Please go back inside. We'll keep you safe. The guard refused. Zhuofan smirked. And if I insist? The guards were puzzled. He's clearly toying around. But why? The only reason they treated a fifth-layer radiant stage cultivator with such respect was due to Bailey Jingwei's courteous attitude around him. So they ignored Zhuofan's posing, showing a look of ridicule. Grandmaster Gu, please don't make it any harder than it has to be. Our job is to keep you safe and, if the situation demands it, restrain you. It's all for your own good. It's too dangerous out there, so please go back inside. Don't make us use force. A guard replied respectfully but firmly. Zhuofan chuckled, with a hint of evil inside it that gave them the chills. What's with that laughter? You were saying earlier that the most worthy death is that done for the manor? The trio were stunned. Where's he going with this? Let me fulfill your wish. I sincerely hope your families have good fortunes from your passing. Zhuofan ignored the baffled guards, sighing. Though I find such a death cowardly, is that what a cultivator that defies the heavens should choose? Whoosh. A shadow extended from Zhuofan's feet that swallowed the guards in a blink. Darkness was the only thing that was present in this world. Domain soul? One of the guards shouted, Grandmaster Gu, enough games. Take the domain down or we'll have no choice but to get serious. Won't the Lord make us account for you getting hurt? Account for? Ha ha ha, you're overthinking things. There's nothing you can explain, ever. Since the only place you'll be accounted for is right here, right now. The distorted mocking voice raised the guard's hackles. Damn brat. Learn when to quit. We don't want to hurt you. Why all the damn theatrics? But since it came to this, a guard shouted, Grandmaster Gu, you asked for it. So don't blame me for hurting you. He made a fist and punched at the abyss, only to find himself unable to follow through his move, paralyzed. The trio cried out, what's happening? I can't move. Ha ha ha, I guess I forgot to tell you that my domain is a twin domain, unlike any ethereal stage cultivators. The two intersect and amplify their strength to hold even soul harmony experts like you from ever escaping. Zhuofan's eerie voice came again. Though freeing yourself is far easier, the darkness crept up their bodies and seeped into their very flesh, gorging on their strength. The trio wailed in terror. Consumed alive by the darkness, they turned into dark statues. As the blackness faded to give way to the moonlight, Zhuofan was the only one present. A look at the sky and an ear on the ever-increasing clamor, Shuafan smirked as he shot for Jade Falls. My turn. Whoosh. Hundreds of men in black landed in a wide space, with the moon hanging overhead. Before them were a row of buildings, though not the watery paradise they all were aiming for. Clan head, this place isn't right. It's not what it says on the map. One man looked around before going to Shangguan Feixiong to express his doubts. Shangguan Feixiong frowned, his face unnatural. He was getting a really bad feeling. There were some heavy sounds that cut off his thoughts. The black rows of houses all were filled with candlelight, and an aged voice sounded. Shangguan clan head. It's been ages. Have you been well? Shangguan Feixiong shuddered at the familiar voice. His face grew hard as he stepped back in terror. The rest were shocked at seeing their calm clan head out of his element. Just who is in there? Creak. An old man slowly stepped out of a lit house. With him came hundreds of Genesis and soul harmony experts, all releasing their power and bloodthirst. Former best in Western lands, now dragon-cleaving sword king of Central Area, Dan Xingshen. Why you didn't leave? Eyes shaking, Shangguan Feixiong gnashed his teeth, his suspicions confirmed, yet his heart sank. Trap! 3 days ago, their scouts watched Dan Xingshen and Bailey Jingwei leave. Yet here he was now. It was all just a cover Bailey Jingwei set up, making a show of leaving and then returning to kill them. Everything was fake, so we'd take the bait. Dan Xingshen's mere presence confirmed Bailey Jingwei was the one running the show. He was in the worst danger possible, far beyond just fighting 2 sword kings, but also being snared by Bailey Jingwei's trap. It just didn't get much worse than this. Shangguan Feixiong was soaked in sweat, his eyes frantic as panic and despair set in on his face. Dan Xingshen easily read his mood, sighing, Shangguan clan head. I have nothing against you, but as we stand on opposite camps, I'll have to offend you. Retreat! Shangguan Feixiong shouted in anger, his eyes bloodshot. He was wrecked with regret, over his lapse in judgment, over his carelessness in getting his clansmen into this danger. If they were all to perish here, Shangguan clan would be threatened, eastern lands would be threatened, and he would become his homeland's stigma. Shangguan Feixiong's guilt was so deep his eyes looked dead. He would not hesitate to give his own life if it could save everyone else out of this disaster. His men were startled at first, but then realized from Shangguan Feixiong's ashen face that they had been trapped. They trusted their clan head's decision and withdrew at once from where they came. Dan Xingshen shook his head. Sorry, but my position demands me to stop you. You're never going to leave this place. Dan Xingshen hacked with 2 fingers. A draconic roar echoed as the world changed. An outrageous flood of sword energy came, turning into dragons and converging into a half-kilometer-long draconic sword. With the howls of dragons sounding in the background, the gigantic swords might spread terror into its quarry. It felt like it could split the world in 2. Success. Every man there gasped, feeling for the first time a power like no other robbing their courage and draining their resistance. It was akin to the 3 venerables' combined attack, just that it came from one man and was on a much more insane scale. Is this the power of the Central Area's 9 sword kings? The people watching the gargantuan sword hanging overhead were overwhelmed with fear. Shangguan Feixiong watched their shocked faces, the terror in their eyes, and roared, Don't stand there! Wake up and flee! Right? Startling awake, the men gave Dan Xingshen one last look of fear, then fled with all they had, even as their backs were icy cold. I never wanted to harm anyone, but it'll be up to your luck. Dan Xingshen sighed and his hand shone as he hacked. Who? The grand sword descended upon the earth like a cataclysmic meteor, its pressure robbing the men of breath and the ground of stability, making it crack in pieces, beginning to actually float. While the true targets, the men that wanted to follow their clan head in fleeing, found themselves under a mountain, sinking into the earth and unable to budge an inch. Panic dominated their hearts, all stemming from the obscene power such a skill could unleash, from looking death in the face. This strike would kill most of them and put an end to their mission all in one move. Dragon-cleaving Sword King's power is terrifying. Fear had reached a breaking point in their minds, now giving way to despair. Shangguan Feixiong gnashed his teeth in defiance, cursing the sword as it came for them. He drew his fingers and made a circle, unleashing a scarlet sword wave, filling the air with life and smashing into the huge sword. Danqing Shin, enough of your contempt. I may not be the best in Eastern lands, but I've earned my name through the years learning the soaring sword art from the soaring sword. Great. I can't wait to spar with a fellow insightful cultivator in divine weapons. Ha ha ha. Danqing Shin chuckled at the challenge. Bam! The two sword attacks smashed into each other, unleashing a violent pressure and blinding light. Only Danqing Shin still walked with ease, his fingers pointing out casually while Shangguan Feixiong bled from everywhere and fought to just stand upright. Danqing Shin sighed. Shangguan Feixiong, you're a clan head but haven't grasped even a third of Soaring Sword's nature. If it were your brother, this clash would have ended in a draw. A shame you have yet to catch up to him, or maybe you never will. Insight is beyond our grasp. Danqing Shin felt regret as he shook his finger. Bam! Shangguan Feixiong's soaring sword wave was crushed and the huge sword continued its descent. Shangguan Feixiong spat thick blood, his eyes filled with guilt and regret. He knew Shangguan Feiyun was better than him, and he only got to lead the clan because the elders wished it. Now, with his clansmen about to be slaughtered, he was weak to stop it. This feeling of futility broke his soul and filled him with shame as a clan head. Feiyun was right, the strong are kings. If I had stepped down from my seat, he wouldn't have betrayed us and the Shangguan clan wouldn't be in such a crisis. It's all my fault. Lamenting his decisions, Shangguan Feixiong closed his eyes and awaited his death. Clan head. His men watched Shangguan Feixiong collapse and cried out. All their struggle to go to him was rendered futile by the sword's power. Danqing Shin's sword was about to end them as the clansmen shouted for their head. For his name, whoosh! But then, a bright green glow shot from afar, like a shooting star cutting the night air, and smashing into the sword. Bam! A deafening ringing sounded, but with a totally different outcome than before. The dreaded sword of a sword king had been stopped. Who? The two gaudy sword waves clashed in the air for a moment before canceling each other out. But the storm of power they unleashed threatened to send everyone flying. Even Soul Harmony stage and Genesis stage experts felt they could take off any second. Let alone the lavish buildings around, now turned to rubble. For 50 kilometers there was nothing but sand. Once the storm faded and the winds eased, the people saw three elders standing next to Shangguan Feixiong. They were helping him to his feet using Yuan Qi to speed his recovery. Their cold eyes, however, were always on Danqing Shin, cautious. Danqing Shin smiled and cupped his hands. The three greatest guardians of Eastern lands, I presume, Shangguan clan's strongest venerables, three cloud swords. You give me much honor seeing me. My masters have spoken many times of you, that you were equally renowned. Today I see how true that was. Humph! Exalted double dragons sure picked a fine disciple. The elders looked at Danqing Shin with satire. In the end, those two old guys are the heads of Western lands, part of the Four Lands Alliance to resist the Central Area's incursion. Isn't it ironic how their disciple ends up Sword Star Empire's lapdog? The elders mocked and the other people held him in equal disdain, despite the fresh show of power. Danqing Shin, though, let it go over him, nodding. Seniors are most right. I did shame my masters and become Invincible Sword's lapdog. Though with so many people out there, who's to say there aren't clans with a couple of black sheep? At least I am only Double Dragon Manor's disciple, while the lord of this humble abode is the grand successor to the Shangguan clan. Yet doesn't he wallow in the same filth as I? Didn't he become a lapdog too? Ha ha ha. Why you? The venerables were red with anger, wanting to retort. Danqing Shin is a traitor, but only to his exalted double dragon masters. They aren't kin. Every group had their own disgrace. But Shangguan Feiyun to Shangguan clan was the second young master, with the noblest blood in Eastern lands flowing through his veins. revered and admired. With someone like him turning traitor, you have the nerve to point fingers at me? The elders choked on the humiliation. They should have known better than to speak up. Their image wasn't clean yet, they started pointing out another's. What a disgrace. Being talked back and unable to refute. Shangguan clansmen shook at Dan Qingshen's attack and lowered their heads. Shangguan Feixiong spat blood again, feeling much better. Yet he didn't try to continue recovering and grabbed the venerable's hands. We've been duped and must flee at once or we'll all die. I know, Feixiong, don't worry. You have us. A venerable shouted. Men, protect the clan head as you retreat. We'll cut them off. Yes, sir. Some men grabbed Shangguan Feixiong's arms and fled. Dan Qingshen turned cold and waved. After them. The men behind him released their bloodthirst. Yes, Sword King. Don't even think about touching our clan head. The venerables shot forth, their mighty auras locking the pursuers in place. Dan Qingshen's eyes shone and stepped in as well, releasing his own power to counter theirs. Seniors, I'll keep you company. Then we'll get rid of the exalted shame for them. The three joined hands and sword energy exploded straight for Dan Qingshen's head. He wasn't one to sit still, as draconic roars sounded and a sword wave swept the sky. The four tangled up in an ongoing brutal fight. Sharp sword waves, killing moves all, littered the now dazzling sky. Each clash warped the space around them, threatening to cave in on itself. None of the guards even entertained the thought of getting near, not with that hell's how going on. Dan Qingshen's Soul Harmony and Genesis stage experts were even more wary, winding around their fight before going after the Shangguan clan. The enemy's coming. 100 Genesis stage experts stay behind to hold them while the rest protects clan heads retreat. One high clansman shouted, seeing the pursuit closing in. The others nodded and broke off from Shangguan Feixiong. The pursuers were no freaks like the 9 Sword Kings, while Shangguan clan's men were all elites. They would have no trouble dealing with them. The retreating party experienced an odd feeling as they went on. One second they were seeing the Black Knight and the next they were back to the ruined manor. This was no defensive array, it was actually directed inward, turning it into a trap with them in it. We're stuck here. Break it so we can flee. Shangguan Feixiong panicked and ordered. The hundreds of men worked, unleashing their all-out attacks on the barrier. While the banging felt constant on the ears, there was not even a sign it had the expected effect. They were all overwhelmed by the barrier's strength, unlike the first one they passed through to get in. The 3 venerables fighting Dan Qingshen noticed this and became restless. When they finally got a breather from the fight, they unleashed a hurried sword wave at the barrier as well. Boom! This time, the sound was definitely much louder and the barrier shook all over. But that was it, soon settling back to normal. It was now the venerables' turn to be shocked. What the hell is this? How can a barrier be so strong? Whoosh! A bright and colored sword wave appeared then, slashing a venerable's shoulder and forcing him to spew blood. Dan Qingshen eased his fingers and spoke. I thought you're fighting me, yet you have the luxury to mind something else? The venerables gnashed their teeth in hatred. Dan Qingshen is too damn strong, just like Shangguan Feiyun. They had a mere faint lapse in focus when they tried helping the Shangguan clan with the barrier, but it was enough for him to capitalize on it. In a battle of experts, it could all end in seconds. This only goes double for fighters of Dan Qingshen's level. They knew that the next time they let their mind wander from the fight, the best in Western lands was going to be their end. Their moods were heavy, no longer looking relaxed around Dan Qingshen. Sorry, Feixiong, we got our work cut out for us dealing with dragon-cleaving Sword King. We can't help you. You're on your own. The trio ignored all else and focused on Dan Qingshen, pouring their every bit of energy on fighting a Sword King. Dan Qingshen met them halfway. Shangguan Feixiong's group kept attacking the barrier with little use. It was hard as a mountain, not even shaking like it did when the venerables attacked. This proved they were just too weak to make a dent in it. They were now stuck here with no way to retreat. They had to think of another way fast if they wanted to survive. Shangguan Feixiong was sweating, his eyes bloodshot. Ha ha ha, don't bother. There's no escape for you. In their great crisis, their danger only mounted as hundreds of men appeared out of nowhere, led by a youth, cutting off their retreat. Bailey Jingwei mocked, "Shangguan clan head, save your energy. I had brought 10 of the best 11th grade array masters from the imperial capital, spending half a month and sacred stones to set up this 11th grade array. Bound Heaven array. It compares to a 12th grade array in hardness, taking no less than 10 attacks of a sword king. That means all your venerables have to do is just strike it 10 times and it will break. Though, by the looks of it, they have their hands tied with dragon-cleaving sword king, so no chance there. I'm willing to bet they'll breathe their last on the 3rd attempt if they were ever foolish enough to try, ha ha ha. You have no way of getting out of here alive." Bailey Jingwei was like a judge from hell, proclaiming Shangguan clan's fate and robbing them of any hope. Bailey Jingwei. Shangguan Feixiong's eyes shook, howling curses like a mad beast consumed with hatred. As he looked from Dan Qingxin and the 3 venerables to his clansmen, Shangguan Feixiong's energy left him, regarding Bailey Jingwei and his hundreds of guards. In the deadlock that he was with the enemy, having lost numerical advantage as well, he knew defeat was certain. The only option. Shangguan Feixiong's eyes flashed and shouted as he led the charge with his broken body. "Get the head! Capture Bailey Jingwei and we may survive!" Roar. The men grew spirited and followed their clan head into battle. Rustle. As the Shangguan clan got filled with valor and approached, Bailey Jingwei remained utterly calm around his Genesis stage expert guards. In fact, he didn't even register them. "Ha ha ha. Get the head. Is it? Not a bad idea. But can you do it?" Bailey Jingwei smirked, fearless in front of their ruthless charge. He felt in complete control, merely shrugging as he said, "Attack." "Yes, sir." His guards went to meet the charge, leaving 30 behind. The 2 forces howled at the top of their lungs, to hide their fear, to spur themselves on, all for survival or for orders. In this barrier, the battlefield was split in 3 areas. Dan Qingxin fighting Shangguan clan's 3 venerables, the 100 experts of Shangguan clan against the pursuers behind, and Shangguan Feixiong leading his men to catch Bailey Jingwei through the latter's guards. Though one recurring theme to all these locations was the hellscape that was painted with every drop of blood and loss of life. Shangguan clan found its force split in 3, the worst situation one could have on the field of battle and a result of Bailey Jingwei's plan. The highest danger came when being flanked. The only chance of survival lay with Shangguan Feixiong and if he could grab Bailey Jingwei. A pity that chance was nil. Ignoring the fact they were fighting more and better guards than them, even if they reached him, there were still 30 guards keeping him safe. Regardless of how one looked, everything was pointless. But it was human nature to seek survival, to seek for a way out where there was none. This led to Shangguan clan's obsession. Pa! 2 guards presented from nowhere an imperial tutor chair and a square table carved from a pear tree before Bailey Jingwei, along with tea. Bailey Jingwei quietly sat down, sipping his tea and watching the bloody act live, with the howls and wails reaching his unfiltered ears, none of which managed to even make him twitch. Shangguan clan strong are dealt with like this, and their position in Eastern lands is shaky. Eastern lands' days are numbered. Only, Bailey Jingwei frowned, surveying the lively battlefield with unease. Where's this feeling coming from? And why? Everything's going like clockwork, so why do I feel like I'm missing something? Bailey Jingwei frowned. His demeanor exuded calm, covering the inner turmoil he didn't know the cause of. This had never happened before in his long career of schemes. Near the Jade Falls, 10 Soul Harmony stage guards were on their patrol. When the sounds of battle reached them, they rejoiced, fortunate to be stuck as night guards and able to keep their lives. Sometimes danger would come knocking instead. Whoosh! Something black landed in front of them, startling them into shouting, "Who's there? It's me." Panting, Shuafan revealed his frantic face in the moonlight. The men reacted in shock. "Grandmaster Gu? What are you doing here?" "There are not enough men, so I'm passing Sword King's order." Shuafan took a deep breath and pointed in the direction of the battle, saying with scorn, Can you hear that? The thieves are much stronger than anticipated, and Sir Sword King has ordered all of you to help. And Zhuofan's eyes darted around while urging them to go. The men were skeptical. There are many other Genesis experts around, so why come to us, soul harmony experts? What can we even do? That's why I came to you, to give you the Lord's secret order. Zhuofan grew more nervous as he said, with the enemy's great force, Sword King wants to limit the casualties and outsmart them. What are you afraid of? Doubt still lingered in their eyes. The manor hasn't run out of men, so why send a new alchemist to pass orders? But from Zhuofan's frantic look and radiant stage cultivation, they could understand it and let their guard down. What else could this pipsqueak do than be an errand boy? What if they failed Sword King's big plan? Let's at least wait after we heard the message. The 10 men went over to Zhuofan. Yes, now hurry up. We can't have anyone listening on Lord's secret order. Zhuofan called them over constantly, but his mouth curved into a devious smile. As the 10 guards reached him, waiting for the message, what they heard instead was a creepy tone. Sword King's order is for all of you to die. Whoosh. In a flash of black, Zhuofan made a full circle around them. They watched in shock as their bodies twitched once and folded. They fell backwards yet saw their legs still standing straight. Zhuofan's black sword was gone before they could see it. Walking away. All that remained were pair of legs, frozen in time. Now I can seal the world wind tunnel with none the wiser. Looking at the wonder of waterfalls in front of him, Zhuofan's eyes shone with success. Clang. A scarlet blade flashed again, coming to take Zhuofan's life. Zhuofan was amazed. For God's sake, that damn Shangguan Feiyu new Shangguan clan is after the soaring sword, so why the hell didn't he move it? Is he that bored? Wanting someone to just take it? Or is he that confident in Bailey Jingwei's plan that there's no point? Sighing, Zhuofan shook his head and his right eye flashed in 7 golden halos. The murderous sword suddenly shook in midair, halting in place. It even looked scared. Grinning, Zhuofan said, I'm not here for you, but it'll be a pain if you mess things up midway. I'd better get rid of you first. 6th grade sacred weapon, soaring sword. As his evil tone fell, the space around him shook and warped in the sword's direction. The mighty pressure made the haughty sacred weapon give up its plan and flee back to its lair, behind the water. Shit! How did it know that? Wasn't it some basic animal? How? Soaring sword's core crumbled just then, having lost its scarlet edge and sharpness. Even so, Zhuofan was not about to stop there. Who knew what that thing would be planning later? Divine Eye of the Void's 7th stage Void Seal. Zhuofan's right eye shone with 7 golden halos. The space slowly solidified as it put pressure around the soaring sword. It was forced to be stuck in place once more, only able to shake all over and hum as if to plead. Zhuofan showed no quarter, amping the pressure some more and placing it all on the soaring sword. The sword stopped moving and fell to the ground lifeless. A 6th grade sacred weapon, the divine sword of Eastern lands, had its spirit sealed, loosing its power. Walking over to the divine sword and picking it up, Zhuofan traced the scarlet blade with a smile before he placed it in his ring. The divine sword was now dead inside and lacked the power of a sacred weapon. He only had to look and use Divine Eye of the Void 7th stage Void Seal, and the sword spirit ended up sealed in space. It was one of the few skills within Heavenly Sovereign's 12 stages art that could trap someone. And that was forever in a different space pocket. Zhuofan reckoned. The 5 great sacred beasts fell victim to this skill and endured torture in the mortal domain. Zhuofan's own Divine Eye of the Void 7th stage had just been achieved. Sealing spiritual beasts was hard enough, let alone sacred beasts. Thus sealing the ignorant sword spirit was much easier. He'd reach omnipotence only by getting to Heavenly Sovereign's cultivation. Zhuofan was looking forward to it. The more he gleaned into the Divine Eye of the Void, the more realized there was no limit to Heavenly Sovereign. Such an ultimate skill had to have taken millions of years, so how could he, a mere copycat junior, be a match in any way? Zhuofan took a deep breath, sighing at the depressing thought. He had to figure out a way out of this deadly situation if he wanted to get rid of his loneliness. And that only started maturing recently. Zhuofan shook his head of all these bad thoughts, looking up with confidence once more as he stepped for the waterfalls. Whoosh! The roar of water falling from ungodly heights sounded as constant explosions with each step closer. Yet the magnificence of this world wonder was lost on Zhuofan, who checked the moon and stars for his direction. The Big Dipper. So here? Zhuofan's eyes flashed looking at the shining 7 stars arranged across the night sky as he searched their matching location here on the ground. He flicked his hand and sacred stones flew out into the earth. Minutes later, Zhuofan took a deep breath, having done the hard part. With this, a fallback is in place. So even if they do find out something is off here by chance, I can escape. Ha ha ha. Hardly any in mortal domain know much about star arrays. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan now turned to the water park, his face hard. It's time to seal this place. Whoosh. Zhuofan hovered under the moonlight, sending sacred stones down like rain. In the next hours, the situation shifted all over the manor. The roars, howls, and wails on the blood-streaked ground were proof the men had gone insane, seeing nothing but red. Jade Falls was silent by contrast. All the guards had been mobilized against Shangguan clan, leaving but 10 to watch this place. Though hardly a challenge for a man of Zhuofan's caliber to dispose of. It was exactly how he wanted it, peace and quiet, so he'd finish his own plan, throwing more sacred stones than a shopping addict. In a dark little room, Shangguan Feiyun was hearing the commotion as he patiently waited like a fool. His men, part of the ambush, were quite bored, but had no choice in the matter. They've been at it for an hour now. Why isn't anyone coming here as well? If they don't show, I'll go there to fight myself. Curses, was that Shangguan Yulin's info right or not? Young Xianxia. A bright voice echoed around the water garden, carrying her eagerness and worry, as she tried to keep her tone low as possible while also searching for someone. Zhuofan shook and his hands paused, his mood affected. What's this last doing here? I thought Shangguan clan had you all kids run off. Zhuofan went back to work, his face back to normal, if not colder. Not my problem. Since you hate freedom so much, hell's doors are wide open for you. You clearly have a death wish coming here. What an annoying chick. Young Xianxia. Her voice drew closer, right up to the roaring waterfalls. Following her was a man. Cousin. Not so loud or the guards will catch us. I know, cousin. Shangguan Qingyan was tense as she kept calling out, Young Xianxia. Young. Shangguan Qingyan noticed Zhuofan in midair spraying sacred stones for his array, and the situation stunned her. Shangguan Yulin started as well. He knew Zhuofan was in the manor, but what was he doing here exactly? Zhuofan only spared them a look, deigning it not worthy to stop his project for them. Sir Gu. Shangguan Qingyan stammered. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at the imperial capital with Bailey Jingwei? Zhuofan did not respond. Hey punk. My cousin asked you a question. What's going on here? Shangguan Yulin was overjoyed, using this chance to paint this guy the scapegoat for this disaster. In his mind, since Zhuofan had been seen as a spy and wasn't dead, that meant he betrayed them as well. It was only natural since the great young master of Shangguan clan could. Some thick yokel couldn't be faring any better. Him having more integrity than me? Like that's gonna happen. Humph. I'll have you know I received a much higher education. Shangguan Yulin still couldn't get rid of his young master heirs. His mind stuck with hopeless fantasies. Zhuofan mocked and toyed. Cousin? You're saying you don't know? How should I know? Shangguan Yulin tensed. Does he know everything? Did Bailey Jingwei tell him? How could Bailey Jingwei just expose someone as important as me? I may be a spy, but I'm also a hidden ace. How's a prime minister so sloppy? Zhuofan eyed him and mocked him while his hands did all the work. Ha ha ha. Cousin, you're so rotten no one could surpass you, nor ever will. The term degenerate demon is practically made for you. Wadash. How do you know that? Shangguan Yulin panicked. Only that sicko wait. Zhuofan turned to Shangguan Qinyan. If you value your life, walk away. If you want to know everything, you're welcome to stay, but so will your life. Just what's happening? What are you talking about? Shangguan Qinyan shook as she watched Zhuofan's evil smirk with doubt. Zhuofan had dispensed with his usual childish act and was now showing deep and mysterious eyes. She had never seen eyes like these, but she had been warned by her elders to get as far away from them. They were toxic and undecipherable while always at danger of being killed. Zhuofan gave her that feeling, a man shrouded in secrets. While Shangguan Yulin's tense face was painting a different picture. Cousin, what's going on? How should I know? Don't listen to his nonsense. Shangguan Yulin evaded and glared at Zhuofan with bloodthirst. Just how many secrets does this punk know? I have to silence him for good either way and stop him from running his mouth and ruining my return to Eastern lands. Shangguan Yulin shot straight for Zhuofan, bent on snuffing him out, though not forgetting about making Zhuofan the fall guy for everything under the sun. Gu Yifan, you sold the Shangguan clan. That's why you're back. I'm going to make you pay. Cousin, wait. We're not sure if... Shangguan Qinyan cried. But Shangguan Yulin had no intention of listening. Shangguan Yulin was right next to Zhuofan now, unleashing his full power as a soul harmony stage cultivator, as he brought down his savage fist on his prey's head. All Shangguan Qinyan did was to tense up and look in worry. She hated herself for wasting time instead of focusing on cultivation. A mere 8th layer ethereal stage cultivation was nowhere close enough to stop a soul harmony expert's blow, let alone catch him. Zhuofan was about to bite the dust and Shangguan Qinyan began crying, unable to do anything but shout, "Don't, cousin! Mr. Gu! Look out!" Zhuofan's arms never slowed in setting up an array, despite death looming over him. Shangguan Yulin's face was twisted as his punches came for his head, speaking evilly for his ears alone. Punk! I've wanted to do this ages ago. I finally got the chance, so die. Zhuofan's flat look and unresponsive attitude exuded complete disregard. Only as the last sacred stone left his hand did he sigh. Done at last. What? Shangguan Yulin was stumped. Giving him a cold look, Zhuofan turned to the fist coming for his face. I told you not to goddamn bother me. Bam! Shangguan Yulin slammed into the ground in a cloud of dust. As it scattered, Shangguan Qinyan watched Shangguan Yulin laying in a half-a-mile crater with his chest caved in and spitting blood. He was looking with fear at the hovering man, unable to process what happened. Zhuofan lowered his right hand and wiped it with the other, just like removing a swatted fly. The action left Shangguan Qinyan in shock. A radiant stage cultivator had just pulverized a soul harmony expert like it was nothing. Mr. Gu, what are you? Shangguan Qinyan was overwhelmed and perplexed by this mystery man. Her delicate face expressing her naked confusion, Zhuofan drifted down to the ground, disregarding completely the pale and dying Shangguan Yulin or the shocked and frozen Shangguan Qinyan. His cold eyes were on the falls, his hands raised to start the array. Shangguan Qinyan's heart was jumping in her chest watching this proud figure. He's nothing like before. He was completely different, like a stranger. For some odd reason, this version of Gu Yifan had a certain devilish charm to him that made her not let him out of her sight. The insane power had a part to play, sure, but so did his mysterious air he carried himself with. Sir Gu. Zhuofan was about to work on the signs when she suddenly said, Young Sanzi is gone. I think he came to the manor to look for you. We should go look for him and leave here before. The gestures paused and Zhuofan frowned. Is that why you ran here? You just jumped into danger over something as lame as that? The wounded Shangguan Yulin in his crater felt his face twitching at the question. Fine, so I came along with you to this place for no reason and ended up half dead. But I cannot accept you still ignoring my plight and only ever thinking about that damn brat. I'm the one in most danger here. All kinds of annoyances, grievances and rage got bottled up in his throat. Shangguan Yulin was close to crying, not like Zhuofan and Shangguan Qinyan had time to mind a dying man. He might just as well be dead already. It only worked to fuel his bad thoughts. Young Sanzi is still a child and running here is dangerous. Shangguan Qingyan spoke heavily. Mr. Gu, no matter what you do, you must first look for him and make sure he's safe. Eyeing her firm eyes, Shuofan paused and turned around. You don't have to worry about young Sanzi. He's not here. I asked him to leave you and meet me someplace else. I'll go see him in a moment. What? Shangguan Qingyan was shocked. Shangguan Yulin rolled his eyes, his heart aggrieved. Kaus, see that? While you're worried about that thing, his father already left himself a way out. Your kind intentions only make it worse. He doesn't care at all. Shangguan Qingyan's brow shook and gasped. You mean, you two lied to me? We've been lying about everything. Shuofan spoke. I'm leaving since the commotion will attract Bailey Jingwei and the others. Leave as well if you want to live or you're going to die at their hands. Shangguan Qingyan was obstinate as she watched his cold back. Are you trying to get me to escape? Then tell me the truth first. Talk or not, I'll know everything if I just stay. Including those things you two hid from me. Shuofan paused and nodded. Fine, then I'm not leaving. Let's see just how much you hid from me. Your funeral. Shuofan sighed. I gave you a chance as a favor for all you did for young Sanzi. But since you're suicidal, that's your problem. Shuofan ignored all and his hand weaved signs. With every gesture that left Shuofan's hand, his fingers looked like dancing fireflies in the darkness, stealing Shangguan Qingyan's breath away. The smooth movements showed his expertise in arrays and astounded the little girl to no end. The formidable alchemist she thought Shuofan was turned out not to be his only talent. Arrays were part of his repertoire as well. Just who is this man? Shangguan Qingyan had dumb look on her face. Shuofan's eyes were icy regardless, focused on the endless falls and his dancing hands. Rise, O moon, in the sky, letting the waves climb and reach for your height. Let them enter the moon palace as mist, my nature frozen within. Shuofan finished by extending a finger. The jade falls surged, trembled and moved, the water splashing everywhere in fine mist. The moon above, drawn to something, sent its cold rays on the falls. The bright moonlight stung the eyes, the icy air chilling to the bone and making everyone close to the falls shiver. The falls shook harder now, like the rumblings of a huge wave. Shangguan Qingyan's lost eyes watched the spectacle in shock. What kind of array is this? And why did Mr. Gu set it up? Shangguan Qingyan cast her curious eyes on Shuofan, whose icy face finally revealed a faint smile. The gaudy moonlight flashed brighter before fading for good, revealing an astounding sight to Shangguan Qingyan. The majestic and wondrous falls froze in a glittering ice sculpture that ran for miles. The magnificent view touched this girl's heart. Pa! Shuofan poked it with a finger and the ice crumbled, scattering to pieces. With this, the frozen falls were no more and the jade falls were gone. The whirlwind tunnel was now sealed, making sure the drawing array inside would not be damaged. His job was done here. What did you do? How could you destroy something so beautiful? Shangguan Qingyan huffed at the loss, complaining to Shuofan. Shuofan shook his head. What an ignorant lass. With that commotion, those guys should be making their way here. Yet you don't care about your wee life but some scenery. I see you're as sharp as a marble. Shuofan listened to the slaughter dying down. What do you care? Can't I just die with that image as the last thing I see? Humph! Shangguan Qingyan huffed at him, but sighed in the end. Regardless, she was not one to see the reality. But at this time, going against her very nature was her desire to know this man's secret. So she was stubborn. Shangguan Qingyan peeked at him with a bitter smile. The Shangguan Qingyan who disdained men finally did such a dumb thing as well. Sounds of people getting near were heard from the battlefield, now that the fighting stopped. Going back 2 minutes, the Shangguan clan and the guards were entangled in a fight to the death. Blood flowed like a river and casualties piled higher and higher. Yet not even the gory display could soothe Bailey Jingwei's worry. As for the venerables, with one of them wounded, their stance was growing shaky against Dan Qingshin. Coupled with Bailey Jingwei's bound heaven array, the Shangguan clan was done for. None would leave this place alive, not Shangguan Feixiong or his venerables. Eastern Land's power would fall, a house divided against itself. It would present Bailey Jingwei with the perfect moment to strike. The Four-Land Alliance would sport a crack as result, and the central area would have the best chance to go to war with them. By the looks of it, the odds stood with Bailey Jingwei in seeing the lands united in his lifetime. The fight this night affected the unity of all the lands. Bailey Jingwei held it in very high regard. Just that there was this one nagging feeling, even as victory was around the corner. Something he couldn't shake. Where is the problem? What have I missed? Bailey Jingwei sank in thought. Clan head. Half of our men are dead. We can't hold on much longer. Clan head, we can't make a breach. The enemy's too strong. Clan head. We're surrounded. Clan head. The venerables can't take much more. Every shout was urgent and disastrous as it reached Shangguan Feixiong's bloody ears. I was wrong, completely wrong. He shouldn't have risked it for greed after he knew Bailey Jingwei and Dan Xingshen were around. But he still went in for the soaring sword, and look where that got him. The Shangguan clan wouldn't be in this mess if it weren't for him. The venerables wouldn't be so hard-pressed. It was all the clan head's fault for not analyzing the situation, for disregarding the signs. He turned from the exhausted venerables to the bodies of his men on the ground as more were added with a pitiful cry and a spray of blood. Their screams jarred his ears and tears of blood fell from his eyes. Brothers, I've let you all down. Clan head. Don't say that. It's all that cunning Bailey Jingwei's fault for trapping us. One Genesis stage expert rushed over and held his exhausted, bloodied and faltering form as he spat. We just have to get hold of him, and Shangguan Feiyun will have to let us go. The man led the others. Brothers, follow me. Take Bailey Jingwei and help clan head in escaping. Take Bailey Jingwei. Help clan head escape. Shangguan clan's men roared like man-beasts in their charge for Bailey Jingwei. The man in question still stood calmly behind hundreds of guards, leaving no gap for them to exploit. A group rallied under cries of killing, using nothing but reckless bravery and suicidal actions in attempt to push through. But the tight group of guards were ruthless. As the howls consumed the air and limbs were flying every which way, the small charging group fell defeated and Shangguan Feixiong slumped to the ground in despair. Those dead eyes saw only blood, his heart in the grips of torture. Prime Minister, the thieves lost their will and the fight will end soon, a guard reported as he saw Shangguan Feixiong's spirit fading. Mocking, Sir's planning is brilliant and invincible. Bailey Jingwei nodded with a stony face, yet frowned instead of smiling. He looked in the distance, at the quiet ahead, and said, the fight had been going on for a couple of hours now, so why isn't there anything coming from Sword King Feiyun? Is something going on here? Ha ha ha. Prime Minister is too worried. What could be going on when the whole of Shangguan clan is stuck here? The guard bowed. Moreover, victory is within our grasp. Even without Sword King Feiyun joining, it'll be fine. These thieves are going nowhere. Bailey Jingwei pondered and nodded. That may be the case, but with Sword King Feiyun around, it would save us the trouble. Boom! A loud explosion drowned his voice, shaking the air not too far away. Bailey Jingwei jerked and looked over. Whoosh! The cold moonlight shone down like a pillar upon this mortal domain, in all its glory. The sudden display put a halt on the bloody massacre, forcing the men to cover their eyes. A few minutes after, the moonlight faded, but not the shock on the men's faces. What was that? Bailey Jingwei raised an eyebrow at the sudden disturbance. He looked around and cried, That's where the Jade Falls are. The soaring sword. We've been played. Bailey Jingwei shook and looked appalled at the discovery. He turned to the Shangguan clan, on the verge of dying, and was filled with indecision. But then he snapped, Open the barrier and follow me to the fall to protect the divine sword. Startled, the guards bowed at once. Prime Minister, we can't. The thieves are about to fall. If we open the barrier, they'll escape. Pa! Bailey Jingwei slapped him hard in anger. Damn slave! Since when are you the Prime Minister? Humph! There's nothing more important than the soaring sword. It's the patriarch's desired item. If we lose it, I can't take the fall and neither can any of you. Don't just stand there. Open it. Shuddering, the man bobbed his head and made signs along with the others to open the barrier. The space cleared with a ripple and the cool evening air blew across their faces. The Shangguan clan never felt so alive as each new breath felt so precious. Having not been through such desperate fighting before, only now they did realize how good it felt to be alive. Dragon-cleaving Sword King, stop fighting and come with me to protect the soaring sword. The Shangguan clan might relax now, but Bailey Jingwei's group was agitated. The Prime Minister, always calm and shrewd, lost his bearing, shouting at the top of his lungs. He took the lead for the falls, his men following right after to provide safety. All the guards were soon gone, leaving Shangguan clan's battered men like they didn't exist. Dan Qingshan paused and waved at the three. Seniors, let's stop. I have to go over there. Do what you want now. He flew for the falls and grinned inside. That boy did it? Ha ha. He's really something to do it under the noses of two factions. Ha ha ha. Dan Qingshan didn't know what Zhuo fans planned, but he knew he did it. Dan Qingshan, don't you dare run. We still have thousands of moves to take you dash, cough. One venerable shouted but was soon forced to stop from a coughing fit. The other two sighed. Third, just stop. It's clear we're the ones losing so far. Fighting any longer will be the end of us. Don't brag or it'll look foolish. The man turned to the two inside. The first in Western lands isn't a pushover at all. They rushed to Shangguan Feixiong's side to see to him. How are you feeling, Feixiong? Clan head, are you all right? The clan was around him, looking at him with worry. His eyes still held some fear as Shangguan Feixiong looked at their faces. Did we just survive? Someone went to steal soaring sword while we fought. They panicked and rushed to protect it. It can be counted as surviving. One venerable sighed. Just who could this third party be? He must be really shrewd to play us both for fools. Feixiong, should we go see? Soaring sword is right there. Maybe we can use this chance to take it. Shangguan Feixiong's face shook with desire but refused. No. Our greed made us suffer many casualties so far. We can't go through another disaster. I want all of the Shangguan clan to retreat. Leave this dangerous place. With Bailey Jingwei around, it won't be easy taking chances. It's best not to fall for another trap. But the soaring sword is so close. Are we leaving it just like that? No, I and the venerables are the strongest and can escape with ease. We will go. A venerable was dissatisfied but Shangguan Feixiong's stance was firm. The rest are to leave Flying Cloud City and meet up with the others outside. Clan head. My mind is made up. Shangguan Feixiong cut at their protests. I've made one mistake and won't make another. Shangguan Feixiong is important, but I won't ruin Shangguan clan's future for it. The men had no choice but to give up at their clan head's insistence. The venerables nodded. Shangguan clan's main force easily got away with Zhuofan's map while Shangguan Feixiong and the venerables went for the falls. Unaware the precious soaring sword both factions were fighting over had been so easily taken by the same person they regarded as a mere pawn. Whoosh! The wind whistled as many men came down from the air before what was known as Jade Falls. They all had expressions of shock on them at the scene. Moving from the melting icy bits on the ground to the two people she thought she knew, what she found was Zhuo Fan's ice-cold eyes that filled her with fear, making her stagger back. Bailey Jingwei was fuming mad. His brow was shaking as understanding hit him. The nice guy persona was replaced with one of seriousness and gloom as he snapped at Zhuo Fan. Grandmaster Gu, what exactly is this? Are you going to offer any explanation? Zhuo Fan smiled as his only response. Whoosh. Next to arrive was Dan Qingshan and Shangguan Feixiong with his three venerables. The strangeness of the situation got to them as well. Shangguan Feixiong was looking even more perplexed at the sight of his dear daughter. What is going on here? What are the two of them doing here instead of the meeting place? It was a strange scene for sure, seeing Bailey Jingwei, the pillar of the Swordstar Empire and the Shangguan clan's top 4 standing side by side. They did not look to have any intention to fight at all. The gaps in their knowledge in this situation had their basic nature overridden. Their minds were too consumed in trying to understand what went on here than killing each other in rage. All stared at the youth in front with desire to clear this conundrum. Yenner. What's happening here? Why did you come here? Shangguan Feixiong's eyes twitched, staring at his daughter. Shangguan Qingyan winced and peeked at Zhuo Fan before turning to her father with a shrug. Dad, I am not sure myself. I only came to look for young Sanzi, but who knows what really happened. You don't know either? Why are you standing here then? Shangguan Feixiong stared at his daughter in confusion. Bailey Jingwei snorted. Shangguan clan head? You're playing the fool now? Like your clan is not the obvious culprit behind this. Bailey Jingwei, what's that supposed to mean? What did we do exactly? Shangguan Feixiong glared at him in anger. The Shangguan clan is righteous in action, straightforward and responsible. We own our actions but never take the fall for others. Bailey Jingwei, you'd better explain yourself. Explain. Bailey Jingwei raised a mocking eyebrow. It doesn't get much clearer than this. Humph. Shangguan clan head. I take my hat off to you. You have some serious nerves to play such a dangerous game. To steal the soaring sword, you used all of your clansmen as bait so Gu Yifan, a whelp, could move alone and take advantage of the light guard. Ha ha ha. I do respect you. This move is glorious and I know when I'm beat. It never crossed my mind that the ever-righteous clan head of the Shangguan clan would also be a shrewd old man. Sword King Feiyun is far stronger than Sir, but had no chance still in winning the head position from you. This explains why Humph. Shangguan Feixiong was taken aback, more confused than ever. The venerables shouted, Bailey Jingwei, enough of your bullshit. Our clan head has always been kind and righteous, discussing with the elders before using his position. He's not shady and cruel as you shamelessly claim him to be. Shangguan Feiyun failed to win the head position due to his overconfidence and failure to get the public support. There's no conspiracy here at all. Bailey Jingwei, let's fight if you want. But don't try staining our clan head's good name or us three will put you in your place. TCH hypocrites. Bailey Jingwei mocked. I did take clan head to have a big heart until now. But with his board open to me, his ruthlessness exposed, willing to use the blood of hundreds of his clansmen just for the sake of getting soaring sword. He's nothing more than a clan head with a nation ruler's designs. That's no gentleman if I ever saw one. As Bailey Jingwei's revulsion became more apparent, the venerables grew more pissed. Shangguan Feixiong was still lost in a deep fog. What did I do? How am I suddenly shameless and devious like a ruler? I'm just a cultivator, valuing heart, morals, and integrity. How am I suddenly like those mortals? Dan Qingxin kept his realizations to himself, hiding a grin. He only peeked at Zhuo Fan to see him enjoying the drama. The brat toyed with these big men to the end. Ha ha ha. Whoosh. There were more visitors coming, interrupting each side's nagging. After uselessly guarding his designated spot the better part of night, Shangguan Feiyun finally joined the ruckus here. He didn't even register the cold looks he gained all around, opting for just standing there, frozen, and watching where the usual grand jade falls had to be, only to find it gone. And like everyone else, maybe more even, he flew off the handle. What the hell is going on here? Where's my paradise? Where is the jade falls? Where is it? Bailey Jingwei rolled his eyes, his tone biting. Is this the time to be concerned with some water park? Sword King Feiyun? The problem here is the soaring sword. Oh right, the soaring sword. Since the water's gone. Where is the sword? Shangguan Feiyun shook awake and glared at everyone present like they each owed him a fortune. He finally chose to rest that savage gaze on his brother. Old coot, return the soaring sword if you know what's good for you. Do it now while I still consider you kin. Shangguan Feixiong's face twitched hard, wanting nothing more than to snap back at this traitor. Soaring sword belongs to Eastern lands, not your personal item. It's all in my right to take it back. though it was sensible to gauge the precarious circumstances and keep it to himself. Would he just admit that he had it by saying that? Fighting again without even knowing the reason behind it would make them look like a joke. The third party who has the sword will be having the time of his life at our expense. Shangguan Feixiong thus ignored the blatant threat and taunt, and instead said in a dark tone, "I don't have it. Who else is there? Humph. Stop playing the goddamn fool. Who'd believe you?" Shangguan Feiyun mocked. Shangguan Feixiong's face darkened. Bailey Jingwei smirked. "Shangguan clan head. Please stop playing word games with me. It might not be on you but with another. But isn't he on your side all the same?" Bailey Jingwei pointed at Zhuo Fan in anger. All eyes snapped on the youth, but Shangguan Feixiong actually chuckled at that. "Prime Minister Bailey, you got it all twisted. Soaring Sword only sees Shangguan clansmen and not nobodies." Shangguan Feiyun snorted. Shangguan Feixiong had to agree as well. Soaring Sword was quite willful and only liked those it spent a long time with. It did not just up and accept some brat it barely saw. That's impossible. Bailey Jingwei still looked convinced of his speculation. The central area has the Sundering Sword, so of course I know a divine weapon's temper. I just have a feeling that Grandmaster Gu can take the divine weapon regardless of not being part of the Shangguan clan. Aren't I right, Grandmaster Gu? Zhuo Fan's eyebrows rose and regarded Big Dipper striking array with a devious smile. He ignored everyone as he walked up to the Big Dipper striking array. "Prime Minister Bailey sure is sharp about everything, ha ha ha. So you do have the divine sword?" Bailey Jingwei cried out, his bloodthirst increasing. Shangguan Feixiong's group looked at Zhuo Fan in shock. How? He's no Shangguan clansman. Not leaving Zhuo Fan out of his sight, Shangguan Feixiong spoke with trembling eyes. "Yifan, what's going on here? Why would the soaring sword be with you? We've suffered at another's ambush, and now you have some explaining to do." "Dad, you were ambushed?" Shangguan Qingyan came to realize what those roars and noise from before were. It wasn't Shangguan clan's charge into the manor but from being massacred. "Dad, what about our people? How many died?" Shangguan Feixiong gnashed his teeth. "There are many dead, but thankfully the disturbance here had Bailey Jingwei remove the barrier, and we have now escaped total defeat." Shangguan Qingyan sighed, her worries eased, but also giving Zhuo Fan an incredulous look. "Mr. Gu, why did you do this? So it wasn't Shangguan clan head's grand plan?" Gauging the father and daughter's reactions, Bailey Jingwei's brow shook. Shangguan Feixiong looked at him like an idiot, his words condescending. "They say the Prime Minister of Sword Star Empire is wise beyond anyone. Now I see how overstated it is. No matter how much I care about the divine sword, it's nothing but an item that needs a user to display its power. There's no way I'd ever risk myself and my clan's lives to get it. And even if we do get it, who's to wield it? Like Prime Minister said, it's a risky move with small chance of success and high risks. The brilliant Prime Minister can't see it either? The risk isn't worth it." "Oh, I see, we've both fallen for it." Bailey Jingwei shuddered and muttered. "Tonight there was actually a third player on the board. We considered ourselves as big players, doing everything to advance towards our goals. This in turn made us blind to the strings attached to us, moving to another's whims, killing each other and paving his way to success. What a mistake. Not once did it occur to me that there may be another enemy than the Shangguan clan in play. Becoming another's pawn has turned into the biggest shame of my life." Both sides were now in the clear and their eyes focused on Zhuo Fan in shock and suspicion. For the first time, Bailey Jingwei used a cold tone towards the highly esteemed Grandmaster Gu. "Who are you? Who do you work for?" "Gu Yifan. An average, lone and roaming alchemist. At your service?" Ha ha ha. The flippancy ticked everyone off. These guys were strong, big shots of their own lands, but they were nothing but a bloody amusement for some whelp. They were sure to become laughingstock. These men had been so used to being in charge on their high horse, they could disregard anything but the gross lack of disrespect. Bailey Jingwei and the Shangguan clan regarded Zhuo Fan with bloodthirst, wishing nothing more than tear him limb from limb. Zhuo Fan was now public enemy number one, garnering all their hatred. Oh, except Shangguan Qingyan, who looked worried sick. She didn't know Zhuofan had a way out ready and was torn in two. Zhuofan looked unfazed by all the animosity he collected, jeering and actually enjoying the other's ill will that only seemed to grow with each of his demeaning actions. He's surrounded by experts on all sides yet has the time to gloat. This would not stand, especially not to Shangguan Feixiong, the step-uncle. Gu Yifan. I always thought this was a trap, Bailey Jingwei elaborated. But it was you all along. You made a fake map so you could trap us. Ha ha ha, of a sort. Though not the entire truth. Zhuofan gave a wide smile, droning on. Giving you the real one wouldn't have made a difference. Not when the wise Prime Minister Bailey saw through it all and would place the trap accordingly. All I did was choose the location. Bailey Jingwei shuddered. You knew everything? Since when? Pill King Convention. Overconfident in the fact he was about to slip away, Zhuofan found no harm in gloating with an evil smirk. It was painfully obvious to me what you were intending when and how you held the Pill King Convention. It was all within my estimations when you instigated Shangguan Yulin to help you. Shangguan Yulin was a traitor? Shangguan Feixiong and Shangguan Qingyan winced. Their own kin had sold them out to their enemy. They both looked at Zhuofan in bewilderment. Only Bailey Jingwei's sudden reaction confirmed Zhuofan's words. Bailey Jingwei squinted, shocked but hiding it well. Since you knew, then you pulled all the strings till today. Heavily wounded and in his crater, Shangguan Yulin spat blood and was on the verge of tears. Prime Minister, sir, you sure know how to ruin your own people. You're basically admitting to Shangguan Feixiong that I'm a traitor. How am I to get back to Eastern lands now? How am I to continue to be your spy? Regardless of his random personal rants. Ever since Zhuofan revealed the whole unvarnished truth, whether Shangguan Feixiong believed it or not, he himself began to doubt his value as a spy. Bailey Jingwei proved it by giving him up without a second thought. Ha ha ha. Give the smart Prime Minister a prize. You guessed it in one try. Zhuofan smiled. Bailey Jingwei clenched his fists as anger boiled within his breast. Humph? Grandmaster Gu. Are you patronizing me or being snarky? It's a first for me, being a genius in retrospect. Isn't that better than being aimless till the end? Ha ha ha. Zhuofan quirked a taunting eyebrow. Ugh. Bailey Jingwei grimaced at the cheap shot, with some even hearing his gritting teeth. Anyone would be pissed being mocked like Zhuofan was doing. Bailey Jingwei knew he was no great cultivator in the Swordstar Empire. His only pride lay in his sharp mind, his perfect policies and flawless stratagems. Zhuofan proved to him now that all that confidence was only worth insults to the other. It was his first time feeling so much shame and anger. He was the one who always toyed with others, and finding himself on the other end of the string was simply unbearable. Shangguan Feiyun glared at Zhuofan as he demanded, So you're the one that had me waiting dumbly all night? Ha ha ha. Sword King Feiyun. You got the wrong guy there. Zhuofan shrugged and mocked as he pointed at the bloody Shangguan Yulin in his hole. You have to take it up to the real culprit. He's the one who passed the info, so ask him. If not for his selfishness, wanting to use you to kill another. The original plan wouldn't have suffered changes and Sword King Feiyun wouldn't have been separated. Ha ha ha. Shangguan Feiyun shuddered and cursed. Rotten bastard. Only knows how to mess it up like his mother. You ruined my plan and death's too easy for you. Shangguan Yulin's heart sank, shaking from fear and cursing inside. How the hell does Gu Yifan know my affairs? Was he watching me all along? Zhuofan smirked. Good disciple. My plan worked all thanks to you. Ha ha ha. Old sicko. With the recognition of the words came terror and another spurting of blood. How could I be so blind? That old sicko that tormented him for so long. The same one that came and went like the wind was no other than Zhuofan next door. That's why he could slip in and out like that. He was right next to me. Shangguan Yulin felt like the victim here, his mind wounded by the shocking truth. His body recoiled as well, forced to spit blood on and on. The truth of being tortured and toyed with by the same person he hated and despised the most made this young master Shangguan Yulin more humiliated than anything in the world. He couldn't budge from the serious injuries on his body. but that did not stop him from shivering in regret as tears of shame streaked down his face, fueled by the bitter resentment his heart was now saturated with, all directed at the sicko Zhuofan pretended to be. Even the poorest schmuck out there had his own self-respect. Even the friliest of bugs had their own limits. He could accept being a slave to some demonic expert since he was weaker. But Zhuofan was his peer with whom he never saw eye to eye. Knowing that this peer was stronger, the shock to his mind made him feel sick. He was the young master of the best clan in Eastern lands. How dare he be shamed by some nasty scum of society? Thus, if he knew from the start the sicko who enslaved him was Zhuofan, he'd never have caved in until death, or made sure to plot from the shadows against him. The fear he always felt towards the sicko was due to not knowing anything about him. It was why Zhuofan used him by hiding his real face. The more Shangguan Yulin was spasming and sobbing in regret, the more Zhuofan found his course of action the right one. A mastermind should have his own style, to build up an air of mystery and strength. Honesty and coming clean helped no one with intimidation and forcing others to capitulate into being used. The others saw Shangguan Yulin's creepy movements and felt off. What's wrong with him? What's the problem? It's not like he's the only one the punk got. We've all been duped. To cry over something like this goes to show your mind is weak. Bailey Jingwei could somewhat relate to Shangguan Yulin's pain. It was a royal and noble humiliation, in their blood. None of the other spectators could feel it. Only by being toyed to such an extent by a mere boy would one come to understand this deep shame. It was no different from a beggar spitting on the face of an emperor in broad daylight. Nothing could wash it away, not even killing all the people here. Bailey Jingwei squinted and focused his cold gaze on Zhuofan. While the fake report came from Shangguan Yulin's misguided interests, it's all due to Mr. Gu. Ha ha ha, oh thank you, but all I did was threaten him a little, just enough to want to get rid of me and thus complicating things. Though everything is just as I speculated, and as I wanted it. Zhuofan beamed. Prime Minister, sir, is, in fact, right when you say it's due to me. Shangguan Yulin, in his whole, bald harder. Zhuofan has struck another mighty blow to his feeble psyche. He only wanted to kill Zhuofan, but he played right into the guy's hand, helping instead. It was the harshest blow an egomaniac could receive. Scared and terrified, all that work I put in it went in another's favor. Oh, my poor ego. It's not just bruised, but in pieces. Shangguan Yulin howled, the tears flowing unabated as he cried like a baby. It was so pitiful that even the hatred others felt for him was slowly turning into anger at this guy for wallowing in sorrow at his wretched fate. Even Shangguan Feiyun felt as such towards this spy nephew of his. This punk is no big player. Look at him. How can he climb on to the glorious seat as Lord of Eastern lands? Mr. Gu sure played a great hand. I shall never forget this and admire your feat. Bailey Jingwei understood everything and actually attached more value to Zhuofan. Only this time it was born out of weariness and not cherishing. Anyone that could make Bailey Jingwei dance to his tune was not to be trifled with. Bailey Jingwei looked around to see he had no other helpers and signaled the guards to surround Zhuofan. Mr. Gu is brilliant and has directed the play in the best possible way for your benefit. This leads me to believe you have left yourself an exit, right? Ha ha ha. Prime Minister Sir sure is clever. Since you know, why waste time talking and telling the men to surround me? Knowing something and doing what's necessary are different things. There is also the matter of contingency. The two looked each other in the eye and burst out laughing. Zhuofan was sneering while Bailey Jingwei had a cold laugh. Seeing the two at odds, only seeing each other as worthy adversaries, left Shangguan Feixiong and the mighty venerables shunned and disregarded. Their faces twitched, feeling their self-respect taking a blow alongside Shangguan Yulin. Come on, can't you at least glance here as well? We're also experts of Eastern lands Shangguan clan. We're starting to feel bad with you ignoring us like that. Though who the hell cared about some 4 old bags of bones? Not them too, and certainly not Shangguan Feiyun. They didn't have the soaring sword, now did they? All eyes were only focused on one person, Zhuofan. They were weary and tense for any sudden moves by the Grandmaster Gu, who toyed with them all night. How was he going to get away? How was he going to give so many great experts the slip? Why was he so confident he could? The unknown always had a knack of putting everyone on edge, preying on their dark imagination. Xianxia's pretty eyes regarded the know-it-all and disparaging Zhuofan with shock. She found him a total stranger, a stranger that made her heart race and her face red. It went beyond anything she ever thought possible. The frail and disregarded average radiant stage alchemist that once saved her turned out to be a control freak and an ungodly hero. Zhuofan's attitude was one of dominance, a stark contrast from her father's air of righteousness, but the vibe of one that ruled. Zhuofan's haughty style was a killer for girls like her, drawing her deeper into his web. For now, though, her obsessive eyes went unnoticed to Zhuofan, especially since hundreds of other eyes were also watching him. Zhuofan looked around, then settled on Bailey Jingwei. "Prime Minister, sir. My script is set the moment it plays. There's no contingency." "Dub he." With the sharp yell, Zhuofan's hand weaved into a sign. A ripple spread from his feet and the Big Dipper shone bright from high in the sky. A blinding light was cast down from one of the stars right where Zhuofan was standing, holding him safe within. Everyone cried out in shock and stepped back in fear and weariness. That's the ancient star array. It should have been lost ages ago. Just how? An aged voice sounded. "You know this array?" Bailey Jingwei shook and turned to one of the 10-11th grade array grandmasters he brought from the imperial capital. He shouted in anxiety, "What does it do?" Watching the bright light curtain with stunned eyes, the man's gaze also held obsession. He only reacted when Bailey Jingwei shouted at him, "Prime Minister, there are many star arrays with varying effects. It is only my first time seeing such a marvel. As for what it does or what is for, I do not know." "Then why talk so much?" The always respectful Bailey Jingwei lost his temper and cursed. Zhuofan smiled behind the curtain of light. "Prime Minister, sir, you should watch your temper. He doesn't know, but I do. Since it's the end, I don't see any harm in sharing with you this star array. The Big Dipper flinging array." "It?" Zhuofan grinned, looking mighty smug. "Teleportation? A teleportation array?" Bailey Jingwei jerked and barked orders. "Stop him now. Don't let him get away." "Yes, sir." The men acted, but Zhuofan shook his head. "It's too late for that. This star teleportation array is focused on speed. Once it's activated, it's instantaneous. Even Genesis stage experts can't reach its speed. I only have to shift my fingers and—" Zhuofan smirked as his hands moved and faded out. Bailey Jingwei's eyebrows rose and clenched his fists in hatred. A power surge spread with the moonlight curtain as its source. Hiding behind it was Zhuofan's fading smug and mocking grin at Bailey Jingwei. No amount of effort, nor speed, on the guard's part, even from Genesis experts, helped stop Zhuofan from leaving. Bailey Jingwei bit his lip till it bled. He had been toyed with by some mystery punk that came out of nowhere to the point of extreme humiliation. He lost it all tonight, both the chance of wiping out Xianxia clan's best and the very thing he protected, the soaring sword. How was he going to explain that to the patriarch? To make matters worse for our poor imperial prime minister, his prized title of being sagely statesman had just taken a blow. Not to forget his credibility in patriarch's eyes was now questionable. Over the course of one short night, his bright and promising career had taken a most dark and cruel turn. As he was gnashing his teeth and boiling in rage, Dan Qingxin sported a rather peculiar smile, giving a big nod to Zhuofan in his mind. "Boy, cheers on your success and safe escape. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Ha ha ha." Whoosh! A figure came out of nowhere and flashed through them. It aimed for Xianxia's fair and delicate neck, yanking it forward. The lady cried at the suddenness, still absorbed in Zhuofan's performance. The pressure put a strain on her breath and her face turned red as she coughed for any bit of air. "What do you think you're doing, Xianxia Feiyun? A peak Genesis expert has so little shame as to lay his hand on a child." Xianxia Feiyun noticed his daughter was in trouble and it was no one else's doing but her uncle he hated. If you won't do it for your niece, at least for status. Fight me if you want to, but leave Yenner alone. Shangguan Feiyun huffed. Old coot, you know as well as I just how apart we are in strength. I've no interest in fighting you. I am one of the 9 Sword Kings after all. Her being kin aside, touching her, an ethereal stage cultivator is beneath me. Alas, the circumstances have changed. Sorry, niece. Shangguan Qingyan turned a cold face towards where Zhuofan had vanished. Gu Yifan, listen up. Leave the soaring sword and I'll let you go. Don't, and this girl gets it. Zhuofan's signs paused, his face betraying emotion. Bailey Jingwei lit up and signaled his guards to stop before forcing Gu Yifan to leave for good. It was imperative to get him to stay, then use the girl to get the soaring sword back. From what he'd seen, the two looked close. On top of that, the reports showed she quite cared for Gu Yifan, to the point of coming clean with her own dad's plan of using him. This wasn't a result of a mere friendship. There had to be something going on between the two. Gu Yifan had started his plan with the sole thought of using Shangguan clan for his own goals. But whenever people were involved, anything could happen. Maybe all those walks through town touched the guy's heart. Bailey Jingwei and Shangguan Feiyun thought of using the girl as a bargaining chip on a simple maybe. Bailey Jingwei looked hard at Shangguan Feiyun and nodded. Sword King Feiyun didn't just use his fist, but was cautious and bold when required. The Prime Minister understood how this man became a Sword King. There was no way Patriarch would just accept anyone with a bit of strength. I've gotten too caught up in everything and lost my composure. Sword King Feiyun was actually much more devious, finding the right trail among thousands to pursue victory. A true man of ambition. Bailey Jingwei praised him, his eyes focused on Zhuofan and eager for a response. Shangguan Feisheng's side was tense, filled with bloodthirst. Yenner's life is in your hands. I don't care what you are, Gu Yifan, but Yenner has been good to you all these days. Even a cold stone heart will sport a crack. Shangguan Qingyan was also desperate to know his reply, holding hope deep in her eyes. But unlike the rest, she knew it was highly unlikely Zhuofan would just hand over the soaring sword for her. All she hoped was to know Zhuofan's feelings, even if it was refusal out of helplessness. She was content with Zhuofan showing just an inkling of want in saving her. Alas, before all those tense and eager looks, Zhuofan smirked. Sword King Feiyun? Are you touched in the head or something? You expect to blackmail me with Shangguan Feisheng's daughter? Are you sure about that? Everyone sighed, realizing she was not enough to force the guy's hand. Shangguan Feisheng shook in rage. A cold stone bastard like him should just die. Shangguan Qingyan looked forlorn at the blatant rejection. This is the real Mr. Gu, cruel and callous. Gu Yifan, people aren't plants, they are governed by feelings. Shangguan Feiyun's eyes flashed as he probed, but Zhuofan laughed in his face. Good one, but has the Sword King ever heard that love takes time? I've barely known the girl for a month and I didn't even like her from the start, only thinking of using Shangguan clansmen for myself. How can such a shady goal lead to love? Even if some did bud, it'll only be faint and flat. Zhuofan gave a nasty grin to Shangguan Qingyan. Girlie, I told you staying won't do you any good. Didn't I urge you to leave? Shangguan Qingyan nodded. There you have it, I've already showed compassion but you chose death. My hands are clean. Zhuofan turned to Shangguan Feiyun, laughing. Young people have no sense of propriety, stubbornly willing to pay any price. That's why they should see more, though some get to see many times while others just once, just like Miss Shangguan here. Though experiencing ending your own niece ought be a one-time thing too. Make sure to relish it. Sword King Feiyun. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan was totally uncaring. His laughter filled with derision as he resumed making signs and his body faded some more. Shangguan Feiyun grimaced at Zhuofan's brutal response. Her life in his hands held no importance to him. He had no remorse at all about just running away. And then he patronized him with killing his own kin. This was not just about staining his name, his mind would not get over it. Thus his grip on the fair neck eased. Zhuofan eased a breath. Reverse psychology saved her. Bailey Jingwei saw through it all and shouted, Kill her, Sword King Feiyun. What? He's only taunting you. He wouldn't have said all that if he didn't care at all. He is taunting you into letting go. Bailey Jingwei felt good finally getting a grasp of Zhuo Fan's intent and shouted at the light curtain. Gu Yifan? Leave and life leaves her. Just try it. Shangguan Feiyun's grip on Shangguan Qingyan's neck tightened. Laughing. I get it now. Gu Yifan, so you do want to save her. Then leave the sword and we won't make it hard on you. You'll both leave safely. Ugh. Shangguan Qingyan was choking again, but Bailey Jingwei's explanation made her heart skip a beat as it validated her hopes. It meant Zhuo Fan did care and wanted to save her, just that he didn't show it. Ha ha ha. Mr. Gu is so callous that he is ruthless even when saving another. But this extreme coldness hides emotions. Mr. Gu, just who are you? As her face paled from the lack of air and tears fell down. She was actually smiling. A smile free of regret. A shame I won't ever get the chance to find out. Sensing her life ebbing, Shangguan Feixiong was panicking. He couldn't even act out for fear of leading to her death. They were at an impasse. Zhuo Fan's eyes grew colder, his hands ready to make the last sign and leave. He didn't want to be like Shangguan Feixiong and let emotions rule his actions. But he could see the problem. Bailey Jingwei's side had Shangguan Qingyan as hostage because he had the soaring sword. Once he was gone, Shangguan Qingyan would lose her value, while handing the sword would only remove any restraint they had. They would go after his life and he would die along with the Shangguan clan. Bailey Jingwei was using Shangguan Qingyan to get the sword and control the Shangguan experts. Zhuo Fan smirked and was about to leave. It was then a childish voice sounded, Auntie. Shuddering, Zhuo Fan stopped and gasped in a low tone, Young Sanzi. What is he doing here and not at our meeting place? Even as the power was gathering and the gaudy moonlight shone, Zhuo Fan was frozen behind it, watching in shock. Now his foolproof plan was in ruins. The rest heard the childish voice as well and looked in its direction with surprise. Where did the kid come from? Auntie. The weeping sounds were followed by a red and small figure, sniffing and running for Shangguan Qingyan. As he staggered and stumbled in his frantic rush, the locket on his neck dazzled in the moonlight. Zhuo Fan was floored at young Sanzi's sudden appearance. Feeling restless the more he was acting like a real and frail child. He knew young Sanzi was doing it for a reason, but with all the Genesis stage experts around, even a Qilan's son would find himself overwhelmed fast. Zhuo Fan's heart froze, his attention fixed on his cute figure as sweat trickled down his brow. Young Sanzi, don't be rash, don't be rash. His prayer didn't reach young Sanzi as the child ran under everyone's gaze to Shangguan Feiyun and started waving his wee fists around. Mine, let my auntie go. Run, young Sanzi. Shangguan Qingyan panicked and forced herself to shout despite the grip on her neck. She cared too much about him. Gu Santong wasn't just half faking it, making sure his punches were that of a child. Shangguan Feiyun was blissfully oblivious of the monster lurking beneath that adorable facade. His eyes lit up and hoisted him. Ha ha ha! I heard you had a son, Gu Yifan. This must be the twerp. Now I have your son as well. You might not care about the girl, but that can't go the same for your son. Zhuo Fan winced, his fist clenching as he looked worried at young Sanzi. You shouldn't have come, young Sanzi. Meanie, let my auntie go. Gu Santong was still feisty even as Shangguan Feiyun held him in the air, waving his hands and feet at him. But they didn't even make an impact. It was all so funny to Shangguan Feiyun. Gu Yifan, I'll count to 3. So you keep that sword and I won't kill the girl, but instead your son. You think about that. Shangguan Feiyun, you rotten bastard. You call yourself a Genesis stage expert by hitting a 7-year-old child? Shangguan Qingyan raved despite her heavy breathing in his clutches. Shangguan Feiyun ignored her rants, only staring at Zhuo Fan with a dark look. 3. Zhuo Fan's face shook, stuck in indecision. 2. Shangguan Feiyun called out again, the bloodthirst in his eyes thicker. Zhuo Fan clenched his fists, sweating as he watched young Sanzi in worry. Bailey Jingwei mocked seeing him unmoving. Grandmaster Gu? Are you that empty inside? You said you didn't know the girl for long to care, but now it's your own son. Are you going to say he hasn't been around for long either? Humph! What a father you are, caring more about a dead object than your own flesh and blood. Unlike you, your son is so touching, being around the girl as long as you have yet to see how attached he's grown. Are you sure you're even related? How come you're so different? Ha ha ha. Bailey Jingwei mocked and laughed at his expense. Even though it was all true, Zhuofan and young Sanzi were not related. It actually went beyond blood relation. Zhuofan's hesitation stemmed from not knowing how to play along young Sanzi's act and save him. Saving was only possible if he timed it right, especially with young Sanzi's strength. So he waited for the right moment for the father and son to act. 1. Shangguan Feiyun finished, but Zhuofan didn't budge, which made him shout. What a heartless father, not even caring about his own son's fate. Then allow me to help you by removing this bastard. Bang! A loud sound broke his rant, followed by a sharp pain to his chest. He spat blood and was sent flying, letting the hostages slip free. The mighty power surge spread out and kicked up a cloud of dust as it leveled everything in 5 kilometers. Though with everyone being Genesis stage experts, there was no fear of any life being harmed when the surge hit. As the dust settled, Shangguan Feiyun was revealed to be bleeding from the mouth and looking in shock. How? To the child. The others were just as shocked as he was. How can a child harm Sword King Feiyun? That's impossible. Gu Santong panted, his young body covered in a red glow, still in a punching stance. He looked to be looking at Shangguan Feiyun with equal shock. Since it was his first time against a Genesis stage expert, and a top one at that in the form of a Sword King, he went all out. Despite that and the fact it was a flawless sneak attack, his almighty Qilin power proved to fall short as it only gave Shangguan Feiyun a flesh wound. This never happened before, ever. It then dawned on him Zhuofan's concern about Flying Cloud City being packed with Genesis experts and just how dangerous it was. There was no room for them to punch through like always. Young Sanzi. As everyone was riveted in shock by the wee child, a shout reached their ears. A ripple echoed around young Sanzi's area as Zhuofan behind his curtain of light showed a golden right eye. Shift. Young Sanzi knew his enemy was beyond tough and let go of any intent of following up, choosing to grab the still stunned Shangguan Qingyan with a rare hard face. Auntie, relax and let it come. Dad'll save us. Shangguan Qingyan was still baffled, but seeing such a serious look on the 7-year-old's face made her bob her head in reflex. Bastard, you're going to pay for that. The air shimmered as Shangguan Feiyun unleashed the soaring sword art in his rage. The world shifted as a huge sword came down on the two, unleashing its dreadful power and robbing everyone's breath away. It was unclear how a Qilin's tough body would fare against such a grievous strike. But one thing was sure. There would be nothing left of Shangguan Qingyan afterward. Shangguan Feixiong cried out in pain. Shangguan Feiyun, how can a Genesis cultivator kill a child and an ethereal stage girl? What will the lands think of you? You call that a child? That's no child but a monster. Have you ever seen a child with such brutal strength? He made me bleed with a punch. There's no way that's normal even for a sneak attack. Shangguan Feiyun snapped back and silenced Shangguan Feixiong with his retort. Now he waited in anxiety as to what would follow. Zhuofan was the most worried of them all. He had to strain himself and give his all in his divine eye of the void working faster than Shangguan Feiyun's sword. He had to. Young Sanzi. Zhuofan's eyes grew bloodshot as he screamed in his mind. As he forced himself to jumpstart the skill, his eye was bleeding. But none of this mattered as his gaze was fixed on Gu Santong and the space around him began to move. The huge sword was mere hairs away, ready to take their lives as well. Who was faster among Shangguan Qingyan, and Zhuofan determined young Sanzi and Shangguan Qingyan's fate. Whoosh! The tearing in space was clear in everyone's ears. As the sword was just a meter away from taking their lives, the divine eye of the void warped the space beneath it, working its best to save them instead. Shangguan Feiyun and Zhuofan acted from different sides on the same target, one to kill and one to save, yet both giving their all. It was in this strained contest that Zhuofan began to show signs of coming up short. Killing always came easier than saving. Even as shift and soaring sword art were exerted on the two at the same time, the sword came from Shangguan Feiyun and it didn't need to even touch them to cause tremendous pain and harm. Gu Santong would live through it with his sacred beast power, but Shangguan Qingyan was too weak here, not even in the Shangguan Qingyan, and was up against a peak Genesis expert's ultimate skill. Even a glancing blow was enough to render her broken in body and mind. Gu Santong understood this and noticed how Zhuofan was falling behind. He focused and pulled Shangguan Qingyan behind him. With a stomp, his body shot for the obliterating sword attack with no remorse. Young Sanzi! Zhuofan and Shangguan Qingyan cried out, but Gu Santong's mind was set, punching at the huge sword with his fist wrapped in scarlet. I am the invincible scamp Gu Santong. I have never known defeat, and no puny sword energy can harm the likes of me. To the eyes of any onlooker, he was no whelp, no child wet behind his ears, but a brave hero unflinching in the face of death and welcoming with open arms. A pity he was up against one of the 9 sword kings, Shangguan Feiyun. He might have held his own against any other Genesis stage expert, but not against Shangguan Feiyun. The sword went through Gu Santong's arm with a muffled sound, going after Shangguan Qingyan. His challenging declaration came to a stop, forced to spat crimson blood. His rosy complexion turned deathly white as his frail body swayed in the wind and fell backward. But his fist had managed to slow the sword for less than a second, something anyone would disregard, but it held utmost importance in a crisis such as this. The sword finally grew slower than Zhuofan's divine eye of the void. Whoosh! Shangguan Qingyan vanished in an instant, now appearing next to Zhuofan, behind the glowing curtain of light. The next moment, the sword crossed the now empty space and struck the crowd with a mighty boom. The howls and cries pierced the sky as anything in 50 kilometers was turned to rubble. The Genesis stage experts standing there were the ones to suffer for it, with more than 30 dead. It was testament to Shangguan Feiyun's power. Everyone was shocked inside at the outcome, not at Shangguan Feiyun's strength, but at Zhuofan's skill, able to save someone from right under Sword King Feiyun's nose. Shangguan Feixiong noticed his daughter was safe and eased a breath he forgot he was holding. He felt conflicted now about Zhuofan, torn between gratitude and hatred, but admired him nonetheless. The boy can do the impossible, unflinching as the world is collapsing on him. Just who is he? Zhuofan cared not about others' reactions, his right eye flashing once more. He saved Shangguan Qingyan, but now he was staring at Gu Santong as he floated there. However, in a fight between experts, using one skill might not work a second time. Someone darted and grabbed Gu Santong's neck. The man flicked his hand and cancelled the shift. The golden glow in Zhuofan's right eye faded and looked up with hatred and clenched fists. Shangguan Feiyun, Gu Yifan, so you're not just an unknown 11th grade alchemist, but also in possession of some weird skills. Shangguan Feiyun dangled Gu Santong in front, splattering the blood flowing for young Sanzi everywhere. One is a freak and the other is a monster. You two sure opened my eyes wide today. The old man is crafty and shifty while the young son wields savage power. That punch really hurt and I lost myself there and almost killed them. How lucky your son is so capable in stopping my sword and still come out alive. But try anything else now and I'll snap his neck like a toothpick. Zhuofan's heart sank. Shangguan Qingyan cried, Young Sanzi. She turned to Zhuofan. Gu Yifan, you have to help him. Just give up the dead sword. He's your son. Yeah, give it up. Nothing can come close to the importance of your son's life, right? Ha ha ha. Shangguan Qingyan mocked while holding young Sanzi. As blood flowed from the ruined arm, young Sanzi's condition was growing worse by the second. Others were feeling for him. Such a monstrous strength, but all in the body of a little child. His act of sacrifice earlier only made him more admirable. If it were anyone else holding Gu Santong, some of them might even lend a hand. What kind of man are you, bastard, to pick on a child? Zhuofan hesitated as Gu Santong's grew weaker. But then the child strained to look at his father, giving him a look and a smile. He then closed his eyes at peace with his fate. Zhuofan's brow shook, his fists clenched. But ultimately he let it all go. He grabbed Shangguan Qingyan's shoulder and made the last sign. "We're leaving." "What?" In Shangguan Qingyan's moment of anxiety, worry and shock, the starlight shone brighter and the two faded away, followed by the vanishing of the curtain of light. Everyone gasped, even Bailey Jingwei. Is Gu Yifan so cruel? Did he give up on his son for a damn sword? Shangguan Feiyun's face twitched. His eyes dimmed and shook from anger. His hand gripping Gu Santong tensed in reflex. The child was only still alive thanks to his sacred beast heritage. This is utterly preposterous. Shangguan Feiyun howled at the sky, regarding the child with bloodlust. Damn you, Gu Yifan. Since you don't want him, then I'll get rid of him for you. Shangguan Feiyun waved his Yuan Qi-charged finger at Gu Santong. He didn't finish as another curtain of light came down from the heavens above. The Big Dipper shone again, only this time it landed in Flying Cloud City, in Gu household. What followed was a beam of light shining across the sky that made Shangguan Feiyun's sword pause from falling down. Wait! Bailey Jingwei shouted in haste, looking at the distant light and turned to the array masters. What is that? One array master stepped forward and bowed. Prime Minister. The world has its own laws and so does arrays. In general, the more power is amassed, the greater the effect. This is true for all arrays, teleportation arrays included. He has set up such a star array so fast and small scale in the flying cloud manner and using sacred stones, proving his skill and quick thinking. But such array won't work over large distances. It would have needed a larger and more time-consuming array to do so. Something impossible in the central area where someone would have easily noticed. This means he has only used it to escape the manor. Pa! Bailey Jingwei instantly reacted with an angry slap and cursing. Damn it! Fool! Say it from the start. Since he hasn't gotten far, we have to give chase. Sword King Feiyun. Take the kid and let's go. Bailey Jingwei turned to the ever-silent Dan Qingshen. Understanding his gaze, Dan Qingshen came to his side and grabbed him before shooting for the light. As a mere ethereal stage cultivator, he'd never catch up to the others with his meager speed unless he had a Genesis stage expert helping him. Shangguan Feiyun figured out the little brat still had his uses as a hostage. Without further ado, he also flew after them with Gu Santong in his clutches. As for the other Genesis stage experts, they followed without question. Of the packed manner of experts so far, now it turned to have only 5 who were just staring dumbly. Shangguan Feixiong, the 3 venerables and 1 tittering between life and death, Shangguan Yulin. All of them felt weirdly at a loss seeing the others just ignore them outright over someone else. You're telling me that us big shots from eastern lands have no worth? They just treat us like decorations, not even locking their house. The clear humiliation got to these 4 oldies. They had been hiding to stay alive all this time, and now that they were given the cold shoulder, their life was over. Talk about being self-critical. Then again, Gu Yifan was so young and toyed with both parties like nothing. Truly commendable, brave, amazing, and extraordinarily talented. In any other place, even they would have disregarded the Shangguan clan over the kid, since he was just too good. First he snatched Soaring Sword, which was eye-catching enough. Then there was his glorious talent that shone like no other here. What if he were such a marvelous youth, what then? That was of course paying close attention to such a dangerous element. And while these Shangguan oldies were tough, part of a bigger faction, it's been millennia since such a gem appeared within their ranks. Gu Yifan was like a younger, invincible sword now. Even if striking it out on his own, that infinite potential sent shivers down anyone's spine. It was for the same reason Bailey Jingwei and Shangguan Feiyun went after the kid. The Soaring Sword might even be secondary. Shangguan Feixiong sighed at the light pillar. The new replaces the old as every generation surpasses the last one. I just can't believe how the glory of our Shangguan clan has faded compared to some unknown kid. It's not faded, but overshadowed. One venerable nodded. The stars shine brighter upon the night sky only because the clouds hide the moon's glow. The moon can cast her light upon the world all because the sun has fallen beyond the mountains. When the moon comes out, the stars fade. When the sun rises, the moon vanishes. He is the sun and the moon, and as long as he lives past today, his light would be glorious. They all gave a nod at his assessment. The new dawn is heralded by its new heroes. Our time has ended. Should we give chase? I'm worried about Yenner. Shangguan Feixiong pondered as he looked at the distant light. One venerable spoke. There's no need. We've been in such a dangerous situation just now and we couldn't even keep Yenner safe. But the kid did. He easily walks the path he made for himself to escape, so of course he will. Yenner will be fine with him. While we can never catch up to him and get the soaring sword, going after him is pointless. While we no longer take priority with him still around, once he's gone, all that attention will be focused on us. Bailey Jingwei will come with us hard once more and we hardly have the men to fight. Even if we do escape, there'll barely be anyone left. Only a fool would do this. Ha ha ha. Shangguan Feixiong nodded and sighed. Kid, you've been wicked and shrewd, using us however you wished. But I haven't exactly been good to you either. Yenner isn't like that. She truly cared for the two of you. I just hope you'll take care of her and keep her safe and this old man will be content. Shangguan Feixiong sighed and turned a dark look at the slumped Shangguan Yulin in his hole. Then, venerables, what about this bastard? A traitor is to be taken back and fully questioned. One venerable's eyes shone and snapped. Shangguan Feixiong nodded and went to lift a bitter, pleading and panicking Shangguan Yulin. The four experts flew out of town. They couldn't mess with the matters as they stood. But a traitor was a different matter. The four sported nasty smirks. Shangguan Yulin was feeling worse and worse. What did I do to deserve this? No one wants me. I gave my all as a spy. I worked hard for the clan, but no one cares. Is the world going to let this wrong go unanswered? Oh, Snow in June. Star Reader. Reference to the injustice to Do-yi. A play by Guan Hanqing of a girl's unjust ending and vindication. How fast had he forgotten just who he was really working for, even turning on everyone else. The triple agent had nothing helping him in his endeavors. No morals and not even loyalty for his own family. Alas, all of these were secondary, paling in comparison to messing with the one man no one ever should, ending up as a stray no one would even take pity on. Meanwhile, with the flash of the light pillar, Zhuo Fan and Shangguan Qinyan appeared in the backyard of the Gu household. With no time for her to make sense of everything, Shangguan Feiyun's team had already shown up. A Genesis stage expert speed was nothing to scoff at. He held Gu Santong and barked at Zhuo Fan inside the light pillar. Gu Yifan, you didn't want him, but I was kind enough to bring your son to you. Hand over the sword now, or you can say goodbye to this brat. Young Sanzi, Shangguan Qinyan started despite how Zhuo Fan sported the same cold face, his hands making signs, Merak, whoosh. In another flash, the two were gone along with their light pillar. Shangguan Feiyun's face twitched. Shit, this bastard is hardcore. Ignoring everything and just running off. He didn't care at all? Bailey Jingwei and Dan Qingshin just caught up. Shangguan Feiyun shrugged helplessly, his anger burning hotter than the sun. He showed not the slightest hesitation. I've seen my fair share of stone-cold people, but he's to the point of being inhuman. Bailey Jingwei frowned heavily. He'd been using his sharp wits and quick tongue to come up on top every time. But Zhuo Fan wouldn't even stop to listen. He couldn't work his magic, not when the other wouldn't even let him in. Whoosh. Another beam of light was cast upon the world. Down yonder. Bailey Jingwei signaled at once and everyone gave chase. Shangguan Feiyun huffed and took Gu Santong to find his dad. Gu Yifan, your son dash. Whoosh. Shangguan Feiyun's roar reached Zhuo Fan first, but only the first words as he went away once more. The chase went on and on. The glorious flying cloud city of the empire was given quite the funny show. The flying cloud manor was out in force trying to catch some light from the heavens, yet it kept slipping through their fingers. Shangguan Feiyun, with a kid in his arms, was looking like a nagging old biddy chasing her husband to give him an earful. The only thing missing was shrieking and whining in the streets like a banshee. You cold-hearted man, don't just leave your wife and son in the harsh, cruel world. It only helped to fuel Shangguan Feiyun's anger, his turning face red. For God's fricking sake, isn't this your damn child? I'm here giving him to you and you don't want him? Do it again and I'll just bury him. Of course he was only thinking about it and not putting it into action. They weren't about to get rid of the one thing that might just tie Gu Yifan down. On Zhuo Fan's side, seeing how young Sanzi's life was assured, he had no qualms about really leaving this place. It might look heartless and cruel and harsh, but it was the smartest thing to do. With father and son together, their chances were non-existent. While if one ran with the soaring sword, the other was sure to survive. Shangguan Feiyun dangled young Sanzi in front of him for the soaring sword, so Zhuo Fan of course was going to use it as a way to keep him alive. He was stuck on how to save young Sanzi, so the only choice was to make the enemy keep him alive longer. As for a rescue, Zhuo Fan's mind was still hard at work among the constant flashing around town. Young Sanzi's sacrifice to save Shangguan Qingyan was unexpected, outside his plan. To try again, he would need to lay serious groundwork first. Soaring sword was nothing much to him, not when young Sanzi was part of the equation. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed, his face filled with conviction. Fekta, Migrez, Alioth, Mizar, with every star shining down on Earth, Zhuo Fan's hands shifted and changed locations. Each time he was brought hundreds of miles away from Shangguan Feiyun, now over 500 miles out of Flying Cloud City. Shangguan Feiyun's team were like flies drawn to the glorious light, always in pursuit yet always coming short. This short delay was compounded with each transfer, making the gap over 50 kilometers wide. But the men could only grit their teeth and keep at it. They were like a bunch of fools made to chase something that was not there for another's amusement. So after the fourth light came, Shangguan Feiyun had had enough, his rage exploding. To hell with it! Is this bastard playing fetch with us? Humph! Let him try it again. I won't budge an inch. At worst, I'll just end his son and settle it with Gu Yifan later. He can't run forever. Not while he's in central area. Sword King Feiyun, enough nonsense. All that matters is the soaring sword. So long as the sword is out of reach, we can't harm a hair on his son. What if he snaps and just throws it in some dark hole forever? What then? Bailey Jingwei gave him a warning look. Then he turned to the 10 array masters keeping up with them. Grandmasters, you're among the best array experts in the Empire. Have you managed to glean anything into the array after all this time? The 10 experts shared looks and hesitated. Finally one spoke. Prime Minister, at first we understood little about this star array, but we now have begun to notice things. Normal teleportation arrays uses ley lines to travel, shortening the distance between points. All that needed was to break these paths and the transfer will halt. With star teleportation arrays, they follow the heaven way, using star power to connect heaven and earth, thus unbreakable. It's far beyond any ley line teleportation array there is. I don't give a damn about his skill in arrays or how better he is than you. I just want to know, how do we get to the part where we catch him? Bailey Jingwei's face twitched in annoyance. If he keeps flashing around, won't it go on forever? While he's rested, we'll be weary running all over to catch him. Not likely. Prime Minister can rest assured. The array master pointed at the sky, explaining, the world's forces are in balance, governed by its own laws. These can never be breached by any mortals. The star array is sublime, but it can't escape following the world's nature. It will end. Judging by what we've seen so far, he has borrowed the power of 6 of the 7 stars in the Big Dipper in order, catering to the arrays he set on the ground below. By our reckoning, the next one should be the last. The power of the stars will have been used up through Alcade. This star, having correlated with the previous location, will be shedding its light on this Earth right over there. The array master pointed to some random bush hundreds of miles away with a stuck-up nose. Hee. See that? That's called specializing. With just a little time watching a new array, I can already surmise its process. This is the awesome power of a 11th grade array mustache. Pa! He didn't get to gloat for long as a sharp slap sent him spinning, his mind included. Coming around at some point, he was face to face with an irate Bailey Jingwei. Flinching, the array masters looked dumbfounded, even wronged. What did we do now? Why's Prime Minister angry with us? How are we in the wrong? Bailey Jingwei spat through gnashed teeth. You bunch of old decrepit fools. Why the hell didn't you say it earlier? Giving me such a drawn-out and useless explanation instead of just pointing to the guy's destination. Humph! Ignorant wastes. Sword King Feiyun. Let's go. We have to keep him there the moment he lands. Right. Shangguan Feiyun followed after Bailey Jingwei with Gu Santong in his grip. There they would lay in ambush for the moment Zhuofan came. They were finally one step ahead. Prime Minister Bailey, all the array grandmasters you brought seems to have atrophied brains with how slow they are. What can you do when they spent their lives in scrolls about arrays yet missing the workings of the world? They can't read the mood at all. I do find them valuable for that, but also vexed. Be it alchemists or array masters, they all wish to reach the apex in their fields, and for that they study and study some more, in isolation from the rest of the world. They're like pedantic scholars. True, all known great alchemists and array masters have simple minds. Shangguan Feiyun nodded, then his eyebrow twitched. Yet the kid's the exception. He's got great alchemy skills, yet he's slipperier than a snake. How did he get so good in alchemy when all he's done was focus on mind games? Bailey Jingwei's brow shook as he nodded. He really is the weirdest baron I've seen, baffling everyone yet instilling in them great danger. Shangguan Feiyun's eyes flashed. As the two talked, Dan Qingshen was content to just carry Bailey Jingwei in silence. Mediocrity breeds no hatred and envy, while brilliance draws danger. Boy! Whoosh! The figures dashed through the air and Bailey Jingwei's group reached the bush just as the last light came down from the heavens above, just like that array master predicted. Zhuofan and Shangguan Qingyan faded in behind the light. Ha ha ha, the old coot was right. The kid is coming here. Shangguan Feiyun laughed with Gu Santong in hand, looking smug. Let's see how you run now, Grandmaster Gu. I've come to deliver your son. Ha ha ha. Shangguan Qingyan gasped at Shangguan Feiyun's vile expression. How are they so fast now? We just stopped and they already caught up. They must have noticed the arrays process. Quite normal when you have 10 array masters in tow. Zhuofan watched as the enemy was looking at him like a piece of meat to gorge on. Other than that, his face was flat, his hands steady as the signs flowed. Not that it makes a difference. Alcade. The pillar of light exploded in a blinding light that turned night into day in an instant. The violent surge spread everywhere, including Shangguan Feiyun's group. They were forced to a halt and gasping for breath as they covered their eyes from the light. Bailey Jingwei covered his face but let only a slit to see the smirking Zhuofan behind the curtain of light. He shouted at the array masters. Just what is this? The array's power is too strong for even a Genesis stage expert to get close. Prime Minister, we don't know at the moment. We need to observe for longer. Screw you. The array masters were covering their eyes as well, and their response only made Bailey Jingwei angry. These old geezers always mess up when I need them most. Zhuofan laughed. Ha ha ha, Prime Minister sir, of course they don't know, but I can give them a tip. The name of the array is Big Dipper Flinging Array. The crux of it isn't the 7 stars but the dipper. Get it? Whoosh. Giving a most annoying smile, the two were gone along with their pillar of light, leaving behind his last solemn words. Thank you, Prime Minister, for looking after my wretched son. If you still feel the need to have the soaring sword, I ask that you raise him big and strong for when I'll be coming to take him back. Ha ha ha. Whoosh. The 7 stars up above sported faint lines between them, connecting each one. With one last flash, Big Dipper shone brighter and shot a ray of light like a shooting star, splitting the sky in two. At the end of the ray was none other than North Star. Right after, one last pillar of light smashed onto Earth, shaking it hard. This time, however, there was no chase. It was just too far away. needing days for even Genesis stage experts to catch up. Zhuofan had just gotten away from right under their noses. Looking at the sparkling light, everyone had a dull gaze. The entire force of the manor had been running around in circles for the better part of the night, yet they had nothing to show for it. All they had been doing was ending up as the butt of another's joke. The worst part was he was only in the radiant stage. Humiliation did not even begin to describe the utter shame and crushing defeat. It was not reduced to Flying Cloud Manor's disgrace, but it included Bailey Jingwei's, Sword Star Empires and the 9 Sword Kings. Bailey Jingwei held his head and sighed. The great sage of the empire had been led by the nose all night long,